Rocket League fans around the world, welcome to North America for the final online qualifier of the region, folks. We are punching the tickets to LAN for 3 teams, I believe, because we have one already clinched. Is that correct, Gibbs?
Yes, that is correct.
Right, that's right. We got 3 spots left here in North America, and we're going to find out who those people are, who those teams are going to London by the end of Sunday when we crown our Open Qualifier number 6 champion. I'm Wave Funk. You already met Gibbs. Herc's here as well. Herc, you're already like just showing the bias right out the gate. It's crazy.
I'm not completely biased. My former org, I did keep all of my stuff.
Okay.
So
Okay.
I'm kind. I whip out the other stuff. I'm just not wearing it.
I was gonna say, I'm very happy we all wore a little bit of black because it's a funeral day. Obviously, the end of the year for a lot of these teams. I think it's a bad omen though to wear Cloud9 gear with black. I'm not sure because it is funeral day.
I'm pretty sure that's like my only color Wave option. See, Wave understands the vibes. We're chilling. It's
Bias
not
on the
funeral
desk.
day.
Don't like it.
I also somehow randomly just have a piece of Dignitas and a piece of Cloud9
I don't have
just sitting here.
Oh.
It's gonna be a good day.
Where's your clothing, Gibbs?
Yeah, get it together. You were on there with us.
I missed the memo.
Right. That's right. Folks, it's going to be a great day of qualifier action. We got 27 minutes before Cloud9 kicks off against Dignitas to start off the Swiss. We are here in Open Qualifier number 6, that 3rd event underneath the red bar here, so a little over halfway through the season. And honestly, it's more than halfway through the season because we've got the major after this, and then right after that is the World Championship. So this is the last online event for North America. We'll have a few events next weekend online as well with Europe, figuring out what's going on with their mess over there. But after that, we will be done with online play, and it'll be time to play in London and then play in Fort Worth. If you want to go to either of those events, tickets are available for both. You can go to London. If you go to ticketmaster.co.uk, get your tickets for London 3.0. Should be an amazing event. They've got tickets available for the entire weekend as well as single-day passes. And if you want to go to the World Championship in Texas, go to rl.gg/RLCS Texas. Happening in Fort Worth, my hometown, I can give you tips on where to go for barbecue, where to go for burgers. Go for the burgers more. Barbecue in Fort Worth, not exactly its favorite thing. Go to Dallas if you want to get some good barbecue. So, going to be a great event, September 13th through 15th. I'm excited to see you all there. Hope you guys can make it out for it. So, we've got crazy Rocket League action happening this week. We got crazy Rocket League action happening next week. If you're hearing the sound of my voice, you know when North American events start. They start at 10 a.m. Pacific. That'll be happening again tomorrow and Sunday. But for next week, make sure you catch the First Touch podcast, 11 a.m. Pacific. That's always a riot of an event. And then we will have the Europeans kicking off at 5 p.m. Central European time, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. And after that Sunday event, we will have literally all of our teams solidified for the London Major. We will know who's going to be playing in the Copper Box. Excited to get into it. And we had quite a bit of action, though, happening here. This has been some things have changed here, Gibbs. Some things have stayed the same between Major 1 and Major 2 this season. The one really consistent thing, G2 yet to miss a grand finals.
Oh, absolutely. G2 again back to the grand finals, and they won it this time. They took a 2 qualifier break, not winning them, but they come back in full force here. They were tested, though, throughout the weekend. They lost in Swiss to M80, first time they lost to any team besides Gen G, and then they were up against Match Point versus Cloud9. They were down 3-1 in that. They had to come all the way back, win 3 in a row. Then they were down against Space Station as well, 3-2. Had to come back and win 2 in a row to win that grand final. So 2 champions field on the final day, and G2 clutched it up against that Cloud9 defense that was amazing all weekend, and then up against Space Station, who was looking red hot. G2's offense, it was the best they have been all year long. They finished at 2.53 goals per game. That is the highest of any qualifier that they have played. But their defense was the worst of any qualifier as well, sitting at 1.78. But that was still number 2 in all of North America for the entire qualifier. So it's still incredibly good. It's just not up to the G2 level. A little bit more of an up and down game style for G2. A lot more offense, but a little less defense. We'll see what comes out this time around in the final qualifier.
We'll see. We'll see indeed here. I mean, the G2. We heard. I mean, he was saying like it's their worst defensive performance, but still second best in the region.
Yeah. I just something about G2, man. They look like what Gen G was doing last season, where it was like it doesn't matter, nobody can really catch up. Which honestly, if your second best is still number 1, like you're just you at the time. It's so interesting. I don't know. I'm curious if anybody's can pull an upset this weekend. I would love to see that for fun, for funeral's sake. But
it's possible.
I don't know.
Because it's possible, because last time when they already had like everything clinched, that's when they finally lost the qualifier. Yeah, that was when things
started kind of going awry.
Yeah, so maybe they're going to take it a little bit easy, but it's still a lot of money on the line, so who knows?
We'll see how they do here. Okay, speaking of the other end of the qualifier spectrum, though, G2, they've already punched their ticket to Landon. There's 2 teams very tightly contesting that 4th place spot here. OG, tight race versus Cloud9, though. OG, how are we feeling about OG versus the first major here, Herc?
Oh my gosh, this poor team has had the most insane storyline throughout the entirety of the season, right? They started out at the bottom, made their way to the top, and now they're looking like a very consistent top 4 team. This is the OG Esports that I had in my top 4 at the beginning of the year when they first formed. I absolutely think they're doing incredible. I think as time has gone on, they've just continued to get better and found their play style. The fact that they were able to take down Gen G a lot more consistently than they have in the past is a good sign. And then, of course, they went up against Space Station, and my gosh, poor Nole. We were talking about it on broadcast. We were like, when does the Gen G versus Nole storyline end? It doesn't. We're just going to claim beef forever, and it just makes RLCS more fun.
He relishes in defeating his team that kicked him to the curb. He shows that he's better than them, folks. You know, it's always true in esports that every player hates their previous words. Well, let's get the other side of this equation. M80, or excuse me, not M80 at all. OG has been feeling pretty good. Cloud9, though, also contesting that 4th spot.
Yeah, Cloud9, another top 4 finish. They are tied for 4th right now for that last major spot, and they're doing it in a weird way. They do it with defense first. Normally, like in Rocket League, that is not the way to play. Like, if you get out-pressured, you lose most of the time. They're giving up more than 10 shots per game. They have to save 7+, like, on average in a game, and when those numbers are there, most teams, it's like 80% will come in last or maybe win 1 game in Swiss. But not Cloud9. They are somehow doing it with defense first. We'll see if it holds up. We'll see if it crumbles at some point. They just have to do it one more time, right? They just have to get through this qualifier, place better than OG, and they will go to London. But Cloud9 was one of those teams that the pros didn't have any faith in either. They were power ranked 11th, and that was because Dignitas wasn't even on the list, so they would have been 12th. So at the beginning of the split, it would have been Cloud9. Like, there was no chance that they were going to make multiple top 8s probably from a lot of these pros. But now Cloud9 is in the drive-in seat to make it to London. A huge upset so far through 2 qualifiers.
So, Gibbs, you had Cloud9 at 5th as well, right? On your power rankings?
For this week, yes.
This week, yeah. So Herc, both Gibbs and I put Cloud9 at 5 and OG at 4. Where would you rank Cloud9? Where would you power?
I mean, honestly, bias aside, I would probably leave it there. I'm genuinely praying for the upset that OG kind of goes off the rails and something happens, but I think that's a fair assessment. The other side of me thinks no, we are definitely top 4. I think after last week, if we build off of last week, and I messaged them and I was like, Zanil, dear Lord, if you keep going boostless for 4 or 5 seconds at a time, I'm gonna have an aneurysm. I think if there's little things that could absolutely push them in the top 4 and shock everybody. We're not an 11 or 12. So
they're one quarterfinal win away from possibly going to London. Like, if they get a good matchup, if OG doesn't, it's very possible.
Okay. Well, we'll keep our eye on that team as well as the others. We have lots of teams here, each that have a story and a way they could possibly make it to London to compete at Landon 3.0. So let's actually talk about the major scenarios here, Gibbs. This is a lot of information, a lot of teams. If you're a fan at home, listen for when Gibbs mentions your team and then pay attention to what he says. He'll tell you how your team can make it to London today.
So I'm going to look at probably the way to make it mostly off qualifier wins for teams that are below 4th, just to show you at your best case, here's what you would need. But right now, here's where the points lie. Again, that tie for 4th is huge, but there's an 8-point gap with Gen G and Space Station for that like 3rd place spot, basically. So those 2 teams looking pretty secure overall. G2 has already clinched London, so we don't have to worry about them. But as we look at all the points for the World Championship, we're going to look at G2 with tons of points, 108 points, the most in all of Rlcs across all regions. So congrats to them. Gen G, pretty comfortable at 81. Like, if they make major, which they're very likely to, they will clinch a World Championship spot. Space Station as well. Like, if they make major, again, very likely, they will very likely clinch a World Championship spot. The last spot comes down to Luminosity and OG in terms of if you're going to be at home, you want to be in the top 4 and hope that the other teams bomb out. You would want a Cloud9 to go to that major and then bomb out. And then a Luminosity has a chance to make it by not even going to London, but they still got to play some games here. But now let's get into the specific cases for all these teams, because there's a lot of cases to happen. We'll start it easy with Gen G and Space Station. All they need is a top 4. They don't have to worry about anything else, and they will clinch the London major. They also clinch a tiebreaker if they get it to top 8. And that's only if, like, a G2 is not in the finals. They need other finals to happen that would force them to play a tiebreaker. So very likely, Gen G or Space Station, like, if they make top 8, it's a virtual clinch, I would say. So I'm not too worried about those teams. I'm more worried about the race for 4th. Right now, OG and Cloud9, they are tied in that spot. So when we look at this, it's just going to be, like, if you clinch with the qualifier win, you control your own destiny. You don't have to worry about anything else. Or just place better than every other team in the tournament besides G2, a Space Station, and a Gen G. Just win. We'd rather just win. So you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, so you just don't have to worry about it. So that's what we need for OG and Cloud9. Everyone else is playing catch-up. The one team that doesn't have to worry about literally anything else is Snowmen. They're only 2 points down right now of OG and Cloud9. So if they win this qualifier, they will clinch a spot because there's a 4-point gap. Even if they played an OG or Cloud9 in that grand finals, they would pass them by 2 points. So that's all they have to worry about. Or they can place better than the 5 teams above them, and then they would be looking good as well. Next up, 2 teams that control their own destiny but would have to put in a little bit of extra work, M80 and Rebellion. They can clinch at least a tiebreaker with a qualifier win. And then if they played that tiebreaker, obviously they still control their own destiny because, you know, if they win that, then they're going to London. So they still control their own destiny, but they would have to play 1 extra match on the final day. And honestly, like, if you win grand finals and then have to play a tiebreaker right after, probably pretty favored in that matchup. So I think M80 and Rebellion would take that if that happened.
So
next up,
if they at worst they tie break with a qualifier win, is that the only way though?
So that's the worst. Like if they win, very likely they could just get in.
If they make
as
the top
well, they would have to like play a Cloud9 or OG like in the finals, beat them, and then play them again in a tiebreaker.
At what point are they out?
Like if they miss top 8,
Okay.
they would very likely be out. It's hard because a lot of other teams could, place really low, but you don't expect it, right? Like you don't expect OG and Cloud9 to go 0-3. So you want to be in the dance at least, like in that playoff hunt. Very likely they'll need at least the top 4 to have a shot at it, but yeah. Next up, Luminosity. Let's talk about them. They can clinch a tiebreaker with a qualifier win, but they also need more things to happen as well. They need Cloud9, OG, and Snowmen. Their best finish has to be top 4. They cannot play any of those teams in the grand finals, because if they do, they cannot pass them in points. They could technically make it that way if a Space Station or a Gen G completely collapse, but I'm just going to assume that those teams clinch, so we're not going to worry about that here. Next up, talk about Energy.
Okay.
They can clinch with a qualifier win and a lot of help as well. They need Cloud9 and OG to max out at the top 8 round. Then they also need Snowmen, M80, and Rebellion to max out in the top 4 round. So they can't play any of those teams in the final. So if Energy wins versus like a G2 and Cloud9 and OG max out top 8, there's a chance. There's a small chance, but there's a chance. Moist is basically the same, but there could be a tiebreaker as well with Snowmen if Snowmen finishes top 4. So it's basically the same as Energy. They need a lot of help with a qualifier win as well. And then finally, Dignitas is the last team that has a shot here.
Okay.
They can clinch with a qualifier win, but they also need Cloud9, OG, and Snowmen to max out at the top 8 round, and M80 and Rebellion to max out at the top 4 round. That's the best finish that those teams can have. But Dignitas, pretty much, they have to win this to have any chance at all. That's really the case, really, for Energy, Moist, and Dig. The other teams could sneak in if there's a weird quarterfinal result here or there. But a lot of work to be done to save your year. So we'll see if that pans out. But as you can see here, we bring up the points again. The teams on the left control their own destiny. Even if they have to play tiebreaker, that still controls their own destiny. Teams on the right very likely need to win or at least make grand finals and get some help. So that's what we're looking at. And obviously TSM and below, those teams are out. TSM's not even here this weekend. They lost last weekend to end their year.
Oh,
all right, I think I got all the details here.
We got pictures.
Snowmen. I like the Snowmen. It's a better logo.
I don't know. This is Dignitas trying to attack everybody. Energy hashtag help. Luminosity, just a bunch of no. None of these teams don't need anything. Just win, maybe. Just win, I think, was the main thing I got out of all this, Herc.
Yeah, it's just win and then hope a string of like 1,000 things go in your favor. And I want to be the person that's like, oh, that's not possible. But look at BDS. Look what they did last week.
It's possible.
Just winning sometimes works out. So
the only issue is in NA we've only had 2 qualifier winners so far, right? So it's been G2 and Gen G. So someone's gonna have to break that curse to see if that happens. But it's gonna be an interesting weekend for sure. We're gonna send a lot of teams home today. Like if you don't make top 8 and you're not OG or Cloud9, you're basically out. So every team is fighting for their lives today.
Chat split down the middle on whether Cloud9 or OG will make major, slightly favoring Cloud9. Do we have time to quickly ask them yay or nay whether neither make the major?
Oh, well, another team. Like I could see like an M80. Like if M80 wins their quarterfinal finally, they're probably winning the whole tournament because that's the only round they lose it. So it's possible. I think M80 has an outside shot. Probably the only team I would probably put in there with Cloud9 and OG, just because we've seen them beat all the top teams before, but that's usually on a Friday, not a Saturday or Sunday. So we'll see if it pans out.
Yep. I think one of these two makes it. Yeah. Chat also thinks that one of these two make it. Herc, you agree?
Not on the neither make London.
Right,
Oh,
you
wait.
agree.
I do agree because it says nay is most. Never mind.
Yeah.
A double negative. You know?
No. Cloud9 all the way. I would be happy with either of those teams going. I think both storylines are incredible and fun. The fact that C9, we're making that push at the last second, coming in at the end is crazy.
Yeah.
It's so much fun, but man, oh, poor OG. They have been fighting for their lives all season.
We'll see.
So.
We'll see there. We got, the Cloud9 build momentum at the right time. Can they hold off the onslaught of OG? We'll get to see that a little bit later. They're to start off things with Dignitas here, just over 10 minutes. We'll see that match going down, folks. Speaking of which, we got time to talk about this stuff. This is how many points are on the line today, 20 points. This is the sort of things that can put, this is why getting first for so many teams is so valuable. It's just so many more points than second or any place worse than that. Also, $21,000, not too shabby. Here's the Swiss bracket we're going to be playing through. So if you have never seen a Swiss before, you got to win 3 matches before you lose 3. And if you win, you play against other teams that win. If you lose, you play against other teams that lose. So we'll start off with all the teams here at 0-0, and then we will populate each round as those matches qualify and result there. So given the top 8 teams out of the Swiss, we will seed them into this bracket, and then we will play this bracket tomorrow and Sunday, crowning the champion at the end of our broadcast at the end of the weekend there. So we've got, let's just start, who we think is actually going to be going to the major. I think it's a good time to start talking about favorites, talking about the teams and where they punch their tickets. We'll be keeping you guys updated on what teams across what regions have punched their tickets, have qualified over the course of this weekend and next. So we'll give you guys some wonderful information there. There'll be some cool graphics around that as well here. But Gibbs, favorites in London. Where do we want to start?
So it's tough, right? Because like K-Corp would have been one of those favorites, but they're like 99% not going to be at London. Then you have teams like Gentlemates who just won, but they haven't won a qualifier like in Europe. So Europe's wide open, which means the world is wide open at this point.
Yeah.
And I think there's one team, and Johnny Boy put it in their power rankings as his #1 team, and people had some question marks around it. But I can see where he's going with this, and we're talking about the Falcons of MENA, because they looked fantastic in Copenhagen. They beat K-Corp, then lost to them in bracket on Champions Field. They went 3-1 in the international event as well for the first 3 days. So Falcons are looking great, but also they dominate the entire Middle Eastern region. They lost to Bravado in Swiss last time around, but they quickly just rectified that and just like took out everyone in bracket very easily. So Falcons are dominating the entire Middle East. And we're not worried about them there. But internationally, they looked like they could have won that tournament. They just kind of ran into K-Corp. It was, Champions Field, one bounce goes a different way. That's a completely different series. Then who knows what happens later on in that bracket. So I think Falcons, like, if not one, are at least in your top 3 in power rankings of who could win, like, at London. Because of these guys, they're perfect in MENA. And internationally, they showed that they can beat literally anyone. So I think you have to rank them at least in the top 3.
Yeah, Hark. I mean, I feel like there's kind of a few regions that we talk about being like a one-team region, and if you're looking at it from the outside, MENA sort of feels that way because of how good the Falcons are, and yet it is a strong region with many, many strong teams. It is just a further cementing of just how strong Falcons are right now that they are undefeated there.
Oh, yeah. No, I don't even want to call MENA a one-team region anymore, or even a minor region at that. I feel like at some point we got to give them more spots because I think it's going to go crazy. But no, I was on that Falcons boat train, whatever you want to call it, back in Copenhagen. I definitely believed in them. And I don't know, they remind me of a G2 in a way, right? They're very dominating, but the fact that they can compete on a world level when a lot of people don't expect them to is the more important factor to them, making London.
And speaking of G2, like, I think if you are going to power rank or London favorites, I think G2 has to be #1 right now. North America, like, obviously they are tested, but they just made it to the grand finals. They've made it every grand finals of every qualifier league as well. They took out 2 of Europeans' best with BDS and Vitality. They lost in that finals, but they have looked so good in North America that you expect them to internationally show up against Europe again. I think the difficult part for G2 is I would probably favor G2 to win London, but then if you had me choose between is Europe going to win or G2, I might still pick Europe. I'm just not sure which European team is going to pop off. So, it's really tough.
I mean, especially with the Gentlemates winning in Copenhagen, they were the European team we were counting on the least to win, and yet they're the ones who came out on top. So it is just so hard to write off any team from Europe. You saw the bar we had up at the top there a little bit. We'll be showing you that throughout the course of the week. There's only 2 teams that have clinched their spot to go to London right now. That is the Falcons and G2. So 2 very strong teams here. For a second there, was it just a trick of the frame, or did it actually say 51% on both sides? I think it might have.
Okay.
It's swapping back and forth.
It's close.
Yeah, I think I probably looked at one and then looked over at the other there, and it switched for me. But my goodness, split right down the middle. Chat fiercely disagreeing on this one. Speaking of the European teams here, no European team has clinched a spot yet. We'll see those spots get tightened up next week. Talk about Vitality, okay? They got taken out by G2, but reigning world champs as well. Currently leading Europe here, Gibbs.
You have Zen on your team, you always have a chance, right? He's probably the best player in the world. I think most people would probably have him number 1 still. Rado has looked so much better. He looked good at Copenhagen. He's looked good in Qualifier 4 and 5 as well. And I think that's always the problem with Vitality. When Rado's a little bit off, it kind of screws up the team chemistry a bit. But when he's on, he can be like World Championship MVP, who Vitality thought should have won it was Rado, not Zen. So if Rado's on, Vitality can beat literally anyone. We saw that all last year. So they are definitely up there in the top 3 conversation.
Yeah. Well, we'll be highlighting logos up at the top there as teams clinch their spot over the course of the weekend, folks. It's time for us to get our gameplay underway here in North America. We've got 5 rounds of Swiss coming at you here. We'll play that entire Swiss bracket from top to bottom today. You are in the right spot to catch all of the action. Should take about an hour per round or so. We'll see how things play out. Sometimes it goes faster, sometimes it goes slower. Make sure you keep it locked here for all the information, as well as the broadcasts across the Twitch category. Each of these matches going to be happening somewhere in the Rocket League directory. We'll see G2 taking on Incorrect to kick things off. G Buffo will be playing up against Gen G. OG will start their Swiss against 0-1, and Spate will play against Space Station. Meanwhile, 4 more matches happening on the broadcasts and on the streams all around. Here they are. Rebellion versus Snowmen. We'll also see Moist take on M80. Luminosity will play against NRG to kick off the first round. And for us here on the broadcast, we're going to be covering Cloud9 versus Dignitas, a rematch of the Season 6 World Championship Grand Finals in Las Vegas. And would you believe it, one of the players that played in that match, Violent Panda, here coaching Dignitas against the team that broke his World Championship win streak.
Dignitas is one of those teams where it's a what if, right? Qualifier 4 didn't happen. They make a roster move. It kind of backfires. They don't qualify for Qualifier 4 for the main event. But then they looked so good last qualifier. So you wonder, can they do it again? Can they show that force and go for that regional win here? But on the other side, Cloud9, they are the gatekeepers. They're in that 4th place spot. They don't want to squander this, Herc, at all. They want to keep going, make a top 8, make it spicy, make it hard for everyone else to qualify.
Yep, I know there's a ton of motivation on either end of the field right now, right? Dig kind of trying to redeem themselves like he talked about, but Cloud9, it's more about following the momentum that you found at the right place at the right time in the season to kind of give us all some hope or give them some hope. And again, this Cloud9 roster, they've had so many moments where they could be a top 4 team, and then somebody comes and kind of does tell them to sit down a little bit. So it's a toss-up. I love both of these squads so much for a million different reasons. This is literally the matchup that made me so invested into Rocket League. And so 6 years later, to see it be going down again is so exciting.
Yeah, it's a storied matchup between 2 storied orgs in Rocket League history. Hashtag Cloud9, hashtag Dignitas, hashtag C9 and Dig there in the chats. Tell us who you think is going to win. Gibbs, who you got in this one?
So Cloud9, we talked about earlier that their defensive numbers are weird, right? They have so much defense, they have so much pressure against them, but yet they're finding ways to win. Normally, like if you looked at their numbers and didn't have a team logo next to it, you would expect this to be like a Spate Esports or something like that. A team that is going to go 0-3 in Swiss, maybe 1-3 in Swiss, but instead Cloud9 finds a way to win. My issue is when there's a thing happen in Rocket League that has never happened before, I don't believe it, right? Like, I don't believe that it is consistent enough to continually happen. So I think Dignitas is going to outpressure Cloud9. That defense of Cloud9 is finally going to break down just slightly, and Dignitas will pull off, I would say, a minor upset win here.
Okay. Herc, you're literally wearing the jersey.
I'm literally wearing the jersey. I see Cloud9 in chat. There's no way I'm not going Cloud9 on this. I think defense wins games, and we have some of the best defense in North America. So that's up. Boom.
I think this is a very neck and neck match. Chat also agrees with us here. I slightly favor Dignitas on this one, folks. Gotta believe in Arsenal. He's gonna be able to do it when the pressure is on here, folks. But can they do it in the very beginning? Round one, you gotta start off the Swiss hot to go 1-0. We'll see if our teams can do it. Split on the desk, split in chat, split on the field. It's best of fives here in the Swiss. Gotta win 3 before you lose 3, folks. Get up and get loud. It's game day. Cloud9 versus Dignitas.
Oh, the flashback all the way back to the Season 6 World Championship. Squishy Muffins leads Cloud9 over Dignitas, cuts the dynasty short, and then they've never met again in the RLCS until now. Many different faces. Violent Panda, I'm sure, remembers it very well. We kick it off now with Dignitas needing a lot this weekend to try and steal a spot at the London Major, but this is a good first step against Cloud9 in their way.
Yeah, and just to reiterate all the yapping that Gibbs did about the stakes and whatnot, Cloud9, if they can make a top 4, it's very likely to go to London. Dignitas need to win the whole thing and some. But we'll see. Both these teams riding off a momentum of very surprising yet fantastic performances in that last regional, with Cloud9 getting that top 4, beating down M80. And does this just float in? I guess it does. And Dignitas, they had their best showing the last regional too, and it's a great start here today. It was a great showing.
Oh, the 1-0 lead, very early for Dignitas. Can't ask for much more than that. Here goes Lion Blaze, trying to answer back immediately. Picked his spot. Unfortunately for him, Gyro's there in the way. Arsenal very quickly looking for Stizzy. We've seen they haven't been on the same page all the time over these past couple events, as Zanil will try and slow play, and that ends up in the corner as well. Gyro doing his best to work within those confines, and he will break out of the zone for only a moment.
And Gyro working without boost there was a little tough, but it looks like Dignitas were able to get control. And man, demoing Gyro means more pressure for Cloud9. Lion Blaze sees that approach from the defensive members off the backboard as Percy can't seem to cut through. Good 50 out of Gyro. Comes out to Lion Blaze, who takes the shot wide, knowing the defenders are on the right. Good effort out of Cloud9, but nothing yet.
Seeing Cloud9 at least try to get some passing going at midfield, and that's going to be how they have to break down Dignitas. Lion Blaze for Zanil. Zanil trying to play off of Arsenal. It did go back towards Percy. He did his job. Percy now trying to win this against Stizzy, and it's swatted away by Gyro.
Love the fake reset there, and then to go down and try to scoop it under defenders is Zanil. Oh, just a floater. Great reaction out of Dignitas' defense. Cloud9 have been knocking at this door, looking for the equalizer. Finally, some space. Counterattack for Dignitas. Gyro grabbing the corner gave a chance for Cloud9 to get a hand up.
Lion Blaze all by himself, and just barely denied at the end by Arsenal, who has to kind of turn back. He might have spun himself out there, so it works out for Dignitas, as now Stizzy all alone through Zanil and into the goal.
This has just been a back and forth game. Arsenal had to flip into that, and he hands it off to Stizzy. Great call, and even without boost, Stizzy gets it done. 2-0 for Dignitas going into the second half. It's been pretty consistent pressure. Cloud9, though, with the momentum that they had on their offense, very surprising they couldn't get through. It was a miraculous pinch-out save, but Cloud9, Zanil, not a lot of boost to work with. Dignitas just have more firepower, but not having the follow-through on these clears is hurting Dignitas.
Lion Blaze, another big challenge, but they don't have anything else to show for it. They can get close to the net. They can get in a scoring position. They have not been able to break through the Dignitas defense. Maybe a chance here. Percy for Lion Blaze. Back down to Percy, and Arsenal's in the way this time. Zanil will try. He's got Gyro to contend with, as does Lion Blaze. And Dignitas again slam the door shut. Zanil will try again, and that one's gone wayward. Stizzy can clear, and Gyro and Arsenal run into each other, but to absolutely no consequence. What a stand defensively for Dignitas. They took everything Cloud9 could throw at them, and C9 came away with nothing. Maybe here. No, it's Stizzy in the way again, and Dignitas again frustrate Cloud9.
Well, Dignitas desperately need a reset. They were getting boost starved, and they've had moments to just have a clear, have a moment to breathe, and Cloud9 have already brought it back. This time, Dignitas have boost, and they have energy on the field to get involved, to make space, and this hits the corner for Cloud9's first goal. That just didn't happen, as Emil with the bouncer easily read by Stizzy. Lion Blaze, the midfielder you could always depend on with Zanil's demo as well. It's a 3-on-2. Cloud9 need a goal here and now. Zanil with a down low shot. It's a double commit out of Dignitas to save, but Cloud9 still have nothing.
When you have more than twice the number of saves as the opposition, you expect the scoreline to be very different. Dignitas continue to throw a shutout in game one. Stizzy will bring it down to ground, played it very close to the vest, stays with this, into open space. Arsenal no, as Zanil gets back, and Cloud9 still have a sliver of hope here in game one, but they've got to move downfield quickly. Zanil to set up Lion Blaze. Percy spawning way in the back. Lion Blaze needs to get this central. He can't. Kept it available though. Over to Zanil, and the shot goes wayward. That was the window. It was open just a crack, but Cloud9 could not break through. And Dignitas stands on its collective head to shut down Cloud9.
And even Gyro with the send away, a 3-0 ends. Game one in favor of Dignitas, as you said, but man, so many things that felt like went Cloud9's way. They would boost starve Dignitas, they'd have an offense, they'd find rebounds, they'd trap Dignitas, they're completing passes, but they're not completing threatening enough shots, and even then accuracy sometimes hurts Cloud9, even with Zanil's whiff there at the end. So I think Cloud9, once the accuracy helps them out, once they can get more power, more speed on these shots, they've done all the steps to really dwindle Dignitas down, except actually score in these games.
They had plenty of opportunities. You can't say it was a lack of effort. And Dignitas wasn't perfect. We saw a couple double commits, but they did not prove costly. As we look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, and Cloud9 can only kick themselves for giving up that first one. And then after that, they're just gonna wonder, what else do we gotta do to try and break through this team? I didn't think Stizzy was gonna get through on that goal that went through, but he did, and it did. And Dignitas have I guess a commanding victory in game one. If you're Cloud9, you at least take the positives of, we were on the doorstep several times. We had chances. Surely they will go through in game two.
Both these teams, I mean, are starting to contend with the top dogs. You think about Cloud9, who went to Game 7 against G2, Dignitas, who took Space Station Gaming to Game 7. Like, both these teams are right on the cusp, right on the bubble to break into that top four, at least to do it more consistently. As, like I said, in the last regional, both these teams have had their best showing yet. They want to ride that fire, that momentum, to a similar showing here. This is the last chance to qualify for London. And I think this has been a great start for Dignitas, but Cloud9, just the pieces need to fall together a bit better.
Whereas the weekend is more of a sprint, this is definitely a marathon here on Friday. You can only do so much all at once as Arsenal brings that back netward, but wayward to the side. Gyro desperately looking for a teammate and at least found Arsenal. but it goes back and forces Stizzy, who had gotten a little close to the play, maybe flying a little too close to the sun. And you wonder if Dignitas can continue that defensive masterclass that we saw. Do you even call it a masterclass? Yes, they didn't concede any goals. This time Lion Blaze has Stizzy in his sights, couldn't take him out. Stizzy makes the stop, and Dignitas again stop Cloud9. Because they didn't deny the opportunities, that's the problem. Cloud9 still got shot after shot on target. Eventually those are gonna go through. I think when you look at a defensive masterclass, you're looking at not allowing those shots in the first place. Finally, Lion Blaze will convert one. It only took about 15 shots into this series, but C9's on the board.
Yeah, last game it took like 8 saves out of Dignitas to fully shut out Cloud9, and Cloud9 finally lead their offense with a lead blocker, having Lion Blaze really contest those defenders, create these one-on-one scenarios, just making the job easier for someone like Zenil to step up, because it's been a lot of Lion Blaze, a lot of Zenil. You just gotta make sure that they're organized on the front, but Dignitas lead with violence as they quickly tie it up.
Stizzy scores another goal, preceded by a blue explosion as Gyro takes out Percy on the wall, and Stizzy knots up game 2.
Just Cloud9 should not even be in a 1v2 scenario like that. Dignitas really taking advantage of a disjointed structure of Cloud9. Stizzy to the backboard, good deny by Percy at the last second as Gyro beats both defenders, leaving Lion Blaze to play mind games. Now Dignitas slowing it down. Gyro looking for bumps in the net. Zenil comes down from the backboard in time as Stizzy wants to fight Arsenal. Got Percy, who has a hand up and will lead them out.
Oh, good move by Percy too. Able to grab that corner boost. That could prove costly as Zenil working on his own through the defense, and Cloud9's in front again.
And just a couple of goals is all they needed to just inspire themselves, and even reset there from Zenil and just breaking through, winning the 50, beating 2 defenders, a 1v2 for the guy. I was talking about Cloud9 starting to play with a more aggressive front line. That lead blocker of Lion Blaze, turns out Zenil can just throw some punches too as a demo in the net opens things up. This thought was gonna just roll in. Somehow Dignitas have denied it. Lion Blaze right on the hood of Stizzy, who's running without boost. Arsenal has to go for demos just to let Dignitas have a mental reset.
And just get any kind of physical reset as well. They don't have any boost. Now they do. Arsenal grabbed the midfield and he was able to stay on the side wall, but you look collectively at Dignitas, there's one guy at any given time that's got any boost. Gyro just picked up a full pad, and Arsenal can grab that midfield, but he took a demo for his efforts as Percy has that dished off to Zenil. Lion Blaze had to jump in instead, and Zenil called into action as he brings it across midfield. Arsenal just barely grabbing the corner boost, and the boost management has been better. They've sacrificed a little bit of possession for that. Cloud9 trying to beat him every which way as Arsenal scrambles back in time and again wins the race to the boost and immediately gets demolished, so it's kind of a waste. Percy tried to drop it down off the backboard, and that's cleared out as well. But you're seeing Cloud9 try to kind of win this game in several different ways, and Dignitas have had to make mid-game adjustments.
Dignitas just have such a good defense even without boost. Stizzy using everything just to get across, but Stizzy needs to go for more quality opportunities than these. You know, we know him as that Becky solo kid, but yeah, the double taps, they're gonna watch out for that. They've denied everything Stizzy has thrown at them. He just needs to connect with that second man. Here's Stizzy once again. Gyro locking up Lion Blaze in the net, who manages to get his head above water for the save.
Watch for Dignitas to see what they try next as Percy through the corner, met by Stizzy. That falls right to Lion Blaze. A couple of demos downfield, add another, and Arsenal still makes the stop. How many demos do you need and they still can't score?
This Lion Blaze took the longest way around. He should have trusted Percy to get the demo immediately, and just then Lion Blaze would have had an open net. And well, Cloud9 are no strangers to open nets. M80 last quarterfinal gave them a ton of that. Cloud9 lead only by 1 with a minute left as Percy, man, he's good at controlling the ball when he's being challenged in an isolated 1v1. But Cloud9 could use some insurance here.
Stop me if you've heard this before. Arsenal and Stizzy jump for the same ball at the same time. Then they called each other off, and then they still score. With Stizzy running downfield, he deletes Lion Blaze, and Gyro ties the game.
Someone from Cloud9 just went headfirst into a challenge that completely missed, leaving his third man in a 1v2. This is not the first time a third man on Cloud9 has been left to dry, giving Dignitas a scoring opportunity. Cloud9 really needed to minimize those risks in the last minute, especially being up by one, now choking that lead. As Gyro, even off the corner, to the right, Arsenal adjusted, centered out, as Lion Blaze goes for the clear.
After being shut out for the first several minutes of this series, Cloud9 has now lost 2 one-goal leads, trying to get it back. On the rebound, Lion Blaze!
He was ready for the Zanil, and Lion Blaze brought the fire. Zanil with the mind games to chest match against Zanil, who got a hand up after just getting a good read initially, but then just getting stuffed in the net. Great reaction out of Lion Blaze. 13 seconds left, and Cloud9 up by 1. And Stizzy swinging for the fences off of kickoff. And this is Percy touching it to Lion Blaze. And C9 need all the space they can get. Gyro puts it off to the side. And Cloud9 have managed to not only survive, but to thrive and maybe even equalize the game as Arsenal shut at the last second. Gets denied as Gyro will keep it up, but no longer. Cloud9, stay alive.
Lay down and stay down. 3 times Cloud9 had to take a lead in that game, and they finally fend off Dignitas. Again, not for lack of effort, as Dig almost brought it back on that kickoff, and then again at 0 seconds. So that's how hard Cloud9 has to work to get a win in this series. But you see the 12 shots, and then you see the 3 that actually got through, especially this effort from Percy that opened up Lion Blaze, and that's how they broke down Dignitas. Second and third chance opportunities where Dignitas just tried to bully their way through that game. And that's a little contrast in styles, and Cloud9 wins the war of attrition in game 2.
And I believe Hercules when she says that Cloud9 has this incredible defense, but it matters who is there to defend. And when there's just one defender left, because you're going for these aggressive challenges to slow down the counterattack of Dignitas. If you miss that and you leave your third man out, Dignitas, they always have a front, like a lead blocker in that way. They'll create these 2-on-1s, and Dignitas have fully taken advantage of those moments and have scored on both times in those 2-on-1 counterattacks. So Cloud9 just need to really be careful on how they approach the midfield. And, you know, if the challenge is looking rough, if it's not looking like one that would favor that second man, I'd rather see Cloud9 fall back and play deep in their side.
So 2 very different games, 2 very different outcomes. And we're all knotted up, 1 game apiece. What gives on DFH Stadium? Percy getting chased by Arsenal. One has boost, the other does not. And Percy managed to avoid Arsenal without spending any of that boost. Zanil threads the needle through the defense. Picks up another demo. Infield pass is blocked away by Stizzy.
Zanil used all his boost to go from the backboard to the midfield, and he was the only one on the ball with no boost. Didn't manage to steal the corner, so Cloud9 have not have the resources, or at least the right person on the ball, as Arsenal with the double almost on target. Gyro from the left steals the boost and is really making Cloud9 panic, as Arsenal with no boost doesn't really want to be the one to step up for the challenge, but will try to make gaps and push Percy around. It's Dizzy and Gyro just passing it between each other and see if they can win these 50s against Cloud9 to get past them and find that opening.
I mean, Dignitas may still very well score first in this game, but I think Arsenal will be kicking himself for not converting that double. It's a lot. Look, it's easier for us sitting here to talk about it. That's one he expects to convert. Stizzy ends up in the corner. So too does Gyro. And Lion Blaze just walks right down Main Street. They both had eyes on that corner boost at the back. Neither could actually get it for any consequence. Lion Blaze gives C9 the lead.
Yeah, Dignitas have been messed up on defense. When they start getting boost starved, they'll try and clear and give themselves a moment to reset. But the issue was is the clear didn't even go through the midfield, and Dignitas didn't have a break. As Cloud9 get punished there, as Arsenal can't seem to carve through that right side, or that left side, I should say. Percy with no boost kind of messes up his control of the ball going through the right, and Zanil can't really help, so Stizzy kind of sensing the weakness in the defenders against 2, just tucks at the bed.
I think a lot of Dignitas fans have kind of been asking for this. Give the ball to Stizzy. Let's see what the guy can do. My gosh, just annihilates the Cloud9 defense. What a play to tie up game 3.
We were waiting to see the potential out of Stizzy. These solo mechanics that have been just so well defended by Cloud9. Stizzy hasn't been able to make that kind of magic happen, but against 2 defenders, he's nasty and almost attempted redirect with Gyro, and the double commit happened. Arsenal, all he had to do was clean up.
I mean, Stizzy going up for this too really throws Cloud9 for a loop, because Percy and Zanil, one's got to cover the initial effort, the other's got to cover whatever Stizzy's going for, and then when neither gets it clear, it's just sitting there on the doorstep. That worked out perfectly for Dig. Cloud9, boy, if they have that as a defensive weakness, they're going to be in a lot of trouble. Here goes Gyro, and when it rains, it pours, as Dignitas has 3 quick ones.
This defense is in shambles, the absolute dangle. Oh my God. This is now a second time in a row that Cloud9 have 2 defenders jumping up and Dignitas just fake it. They're so nasty in these 1v2 scenarios. Dignitas with a solid lead, but also starting to get into the heads of Cloud9. As Arsenal has a reset to use and gets below Percy. The timing of these 50s have been a bit off from Cloud9, so it has left them to be in the net just hoping they could save the shots, and it's not always going in their favor as Arsenal gets denied there.
Gyro can't do it on the defensive end. Oh, but Lion Blaze had a chip shot, and he lobbed it way over the bar. Oh, catastrophe striking for Cloud9 in game 3. Zanil will try to bring it back in. Lion Blaze is there, but Gyro is just waiting for him to get in the air. Kind of played through him, and now Gyro will bomb it away. He's got Arsenal downfield, and wouldn't it be like the way this series has gone for Dig to score here and maybe put this game away early. Gyro turning around at midfield. He's got, well, he had options to the right side. Everybody was kind of in retreat, so he has to dump and chase. He can't, and Percy can bring this out. Cloud9 have maybe been let off the hook just a little bit here, and they've got to capitalize on this trip. Nope.
Great denials. Percy managing to grab boost to Lion Blaze, using everything in the tank to try and direct this into the net. Percy trying to give them mercy, also stealing their boost, going for demos. Cloud9 trying to suffocate them. They know that they have the time, but now that Lion Blaze is missing, it's all up to Percy. And Stizzy took the corner boost, so Zanil has to step up and do what he can to center out this ball. As Lion Blaze next, Percy to his right, already on the disengage, but Cloud9 have been suffocating them. Surely at some point this will go in. What a 50 win from Zanil, but Percy couldn't score.
I mean, this could blow up in Dignitas' face eventually. They're almost playing triage defensively, like, well, this isn't really a threat, so we'll let you dribble around and kind of prance around in the zone. Then when you have a legitimate scoring threat, now everybody jumps into action. I think Cloud9 can take advantage of that. The opportunities are there. The window is there. They haven't been able to capitalize in this game. Very similar to game 1, but they're still kind of buzzing around in the Dignitas zone. Lion Blaze put nothing behind that shot. They put nothing behind their defense, and Dignitas will put game 3 away.
C9 invested all the stock into just playing in that offense, all 3 playing an offensive third. One was stealing boost, the other 2 were trying to pass, sometimes take shots, but there hasn't been that threat generated from Cloud9 despite all of the dominoes seemingly lining in their favor, having Dignitas panic. You saw how that defense can really suffer 2-on-1, and Percy, barely misses, and Zanil had to dive in time to save. 4-1, this game is over. But Cloud9, I mean, the mistakes already showed, and then they just really couldn't bounce back after that.
The Lion Blaze will score with 11 seconds left, and again, you never write off a team until it's actually over, but they need a great kickoff, maybe one of their best of the season, if they're gonna make this one interesting enough. Percy is forward, and it goes right over Lion Blaze's head at the back. Arsenal will continue to kill this off. Stizzy was in the air as well. That's how confident that team is, and that's how confidently Dignitas puts away game 3. So Cloud9 at least puts up a fight that time. but still a effectively 3-goal victory for Dignitas, just like in game 1. And now they're on match point, trying to start off 1-0, the first of a long journey they need if they're going to go to London.
Cloud9 are almost doubling the shots out of Dignitas, which is crazy. And it's less about accuracy and now just about quality. Like, just going for straight-on shots, you're not really going to get away with that against Dignitas, who have consistently now put up 8 saves a game to keep Cloud9 at bay. And Cloud9, I mean, they're pulling out all the tricks, taking their boost, looking for bumps. Dignitas are dodging that and clearing. Just Dignitas have to be sometimes careful on how comfortable they are when they do clear, because sometimes Cloud9 will turn that around and score on them. But Cloud9, they were the ones that made the most mistakes, so it makes sense that this is the result of the game.
Saw Gyro there with the FaZe Clan chair. Might as well if they're going to give it to you, but God, what a read, or what a challenge that was, as he just stayed under the ball just enough. I mean, it's about the only play he had there. It made it look so good for that particular goal. And now we go on to game 4. Listen, there aren't many teams going to average about 12 shots a game and lose a series. Something's got to give here for Cloud9. Some of these have to go in eventually, as they did in that second game. Arsenal, though, from the wing. He'll take it himself. Rebound opportunity for Stizzy. Can't stay with it. Arsenal can't either, as he whiffed on it entirely. And Cloud9 can't really move quickly out of the zone. They are moving forward. It's Zanil with a laser beam right past Stizzy.
Cloud9 will show you how it's done. It was a cool kickoff strat with Dignitas, and they were already putting immediate pressure on, but this pass to Zanil is deadly. You were waiting to see that team synergy from Cloud9 really come into fruition, where it's been the Line Blaze Zanil offense that you've been worried about. Finally, that synergy's paid off, but how long can this lead keep up? Zanil makes Gyro stretch for it, and jeez, Dignitas now lead that midfield, and Zanil just robs them of the ball. Dignitas need to control this ball.
We have breaking news. G2 has swept Incorrect and SSG has swept Spain. I know, utterly shocking news from elsewhere in the bracket. That will have a lot to break down, I'm sure, from the other results, as this one's been progressing pretty quickly. We might have a few to show you when things are all wrapped up here, but Cloud9 does have a lead, and if this holds, we'll have a 5th game on Champions Field. Gyro's got other plans, but he missed the double, and Stizzy could not follow it up. Percy on the other side, can't double the lead, but Zanil can. It's another rebound goal out of Cloud9.
Every time you think the Dignitas offense is just gonna pop off, Cloud9 just counterattack, and it's Zanil again, but it's a 2-on-1. Cloud9 are so quick to transition from those moments when their backs are against the wall, to feel when Dignitas is on the back foot, and to strike them where it hurts. Cloud9 with a 2-0 Lion Blaze, good read against Gyro, but then it gets to Arsenal. Lion Blaze gets all crossed up after the initial good read.
Gyro has been a thorn in the side of Cloud9. Zanil and Percy both over there, and they just kind of stop and watch from the corner like, maybe one of us should have been over there. So Dignitas on the board. This one comes awkward out of the corner, and Zanil had a bit of a tough time with it. That's all he could do with that play. And now Percy against Stizzy goes mostly neutral. Lion Blaze is there for it, and he'll have a man downfield. That man, unfortunately, is Gyro on the other side. And now Arsenal, no boost. He'll give way to Stizzy. Just lob it towards the net, make Cloud9 work defensively, and see if they can steal any boost.
Lion Blaze, good flick, but this is a layered Dignitas now that are supporting each other, playing a lot closer. Gyro with the shot on target, Lion Blaze to the side. Zanil to run headfirst into Arsenal. And Dignitas have full control. Now, how long can they keep Cloud9 stuffed here as Percy approaches for the challenge? Dignitas do a good job of getting rid of the ball and passing it. But now Cloud9, these 50s have sent Dignitas packing back to the orange side. But it's a good job by Dignitas to not let Cloud9 take free shots.
It's not what I would have done to that ball coming low over the middle, but it worked out okay defensively for Dig. And then Arsenal almost set up Stizzy. Now Gyro. He's got some work to do with this ball, and Zanil emphatically swats it away. Lion Blaze not opting for the midfield boost, chasing the ball hard. Can't quite get through the corner, though. That ends up central. Zanil can give chase, but realizes Gyro's there, and his shot is dealt with by Lion Blaze. Watch the rebound, though. Gyro sets it up for Stizzy, who almost flexes his muscles and almost forced that one through. Almost, of course, only counts in horseshoes. In front again, Arsenal able to pinball this one around through Zanil.
How are you just gonna let Arsenal do what he wants? Percy got caught flipping. Arsenal uses the reset off the wall to get it to Stizzy, and even off the defender, this gets knocked in. Dignitas, when they're down, they are never out. They find the equalizer, and Dignitas are on match point. This is do or die for Cloud9, as Lion Blaze just sends it to the backboard. Dignitas using boost to transition, using the aerials to get past Cloud9, but there's no getting past Percy. He's the brawler for Cloud9, but Dignitas has started to get better at dealing with him.
Well, win or lose this game, you're looking at, if you go into game 5, yikes, because the top 4 seeds all swept. That's what's waiting for you in round 2. Stizzy gonna go to work here, so very paramount for Dignitas to try and avoid that at all costs. Gyro for Arsenal off the challenge. That is loose in front. Zanil got hung up on the corner of the goal and demolished for his efforts. Gyro gives Dig the lead.
Yeah, Stizzy used all his boost to just get this ball in a position where Cloud9 had to play defense basically with no room at all. Their backs against the wall, and that's where Dignitas know Cloud9 panic the most, and that's where those defensive mistakes come out the most, when Cloud9 don't have time to react and come up with a plan. With Lion Blaze demoed off the kickoff, Dignitas want the insurance. Stizzy, oh my God, you broke the ankles of the entire team.
Stizzy has done it again off the kickoff from the side. Just guide it gently down to earth. He ends up in the net. The ball follows behind him like a yo-yo. 4-2 now the lead for Dignitas. Cloud9's got to scramble off this kickoff. And that almost got through from Percy. It's the right idea. Zanil has Lion Blaze, but Lion never jumped for it. He's waiting for this opportunity, and Stizzy plays over the top of him.
Yeah, I like that Percy was going for bumps in the net, but Cloud9 keeping control of the ball and being able to go for quality shots is something that's been difficult, as Zanil using all his boost just to get away from Dignitas, as Stizzy leaves it down in front of the net. As Zanil travels from one side to the other. This next offensive play for Cloud9 has no work, and the dribble and the pump, and Lion Blaze can't do it.
You like Lion Blaze trying to almost go with the feint there, and it just doesn't work out for Cloud9. A couple of fake plays. Now Percy over top of one. They went after Arsenal and could not find him. It's now 15 seconds as that pinches all the way across. Zanil serve it up for Percy. Lion Blaze going head-hunting again. Zanil's there, but so is Stizzy. Stizzy, very aggressive defense in the last 90 seconds. Absolutely thwarted Cloud9. And Arsenal puts the finishing touches on a great performance in round 1 from Dignitas.
Just Dignitas' physicality was just far more productive and valuable. Like the demos that they get off the kickoff, they're scoring it. Cloud9, they may try to get a bump, but Dignitas have been so stoic at dodging that, leaving Dignitas with the series win at the end of the day. Cloud9, I'm sure, aren't happy with this first showing, but it is Swiss and it's a long road ahead of them.
There is a very, very long road, but they're going to be very relieved, I'm sure, to see that they have taken round 1. And more importantly, that all the, the other, the 4 top seeds, none of them messed around. None of them played with their food and dropped a game here or there. So you're going to be looking at, okay, you get a 3-1 win. You might not end up against one of the guys who swept in round 1, or you at least avoid G2, which would be a great boon for everybody. There's a lot, of course, to talk about here. Let's take a moment, though, to talk about how great Dignitas was in this series. They don't get shut out in any of those games. The only shutout belongs to them when they shut out Cloud9 in the opener. And then just trying to do very quick caster math here. It looks like 14-7, the goals for Dignitas in this series. They double up Cloud9, they take them down in 4, and there's still a whole bunch going on in round 1, so let's send it back to the desk to break it all down.
We've got about half of our round 1 matches concluded here. Dignitas making quick work of Cloud9 in the match we watched on stream. Meanwhile, across the rest of the Swiss space station, OG, Gen G, and G2 all going to sweep their opponents here. So they will all advance to 1-0, while 0-1, Spate, G-Buffo, and Incorrect going to go to 0-1. So a few other matches in Game 5 right now. Moist versus M80, a little bit half of the game left to go on Champions Field. They're tied up 1 apiece. And I believe also Luminosity took down NRG 3-1. That match just concluded. So a few games still left here to go, Herc. Luminosity, though, going you had kind of a topsy-turvy. You know,
it was an interesting series. They had a couple I guess in their words burger shots. They did not look the best, but they came back at the end, and that one same unfortunately cannot be said for Cloud9. Never doubted the Dignitas boys for a second.
Yeah, nice shirt, Devil. But Dignitas, they doubled up Cloud9 in goals, but Cloud9 actually outshot Dignitas, which again, doesn't happen often for Cloud9. Normally they're playing a lot more defense, and Dignitas, though, only put up 9.25 shots per game, but they shot 38%, so Dignitas was making it work. Game 4, Cloud9's up 2-0. They answer back with 5 unanswered goals. Even Game 3, Cloud9 had a lead as well, but Dignitas fought back and won that. But Arsenal plays off the corner in back-to-back goals to tie that in Game 4, and then it was just a blowout by the end. So Cloud9 just had no answers for Dignitas in that final few minutes of Game 4.
Okay, well, we have a few other matches still happening here in round number 1. Game 5 between Moist and M80. Moist holding the lead right now with 142 left to go. Also, Snowmen just forced Game 5 against Shopify Rebellion. So
wow.
2 different matches here going to Game 5 in round 1.
Yeah, we saw that bottom 4 graphic of when we were showing those matchups, and I was going to say, like, those look like the more interesting ones. It's all teams, technically, they all have a shot at that London major. It's all the teams that are close in seeds, and we kind of saw that. The top 4 seeds all won 3-0, and now everyone else is trade wins back and forth. Now Game 5 here, Moist, who has had a disappointing London qualifier run compared to Copenhagen. But if they beat M80, that'll be huge, but it will be a 3-2, and you got to worry about all these 3-2 teams if you're going to get one of those top dogs of NA.
How is this Game 5?
My eyes going cross-eyed here, trying to look at both games. We will be able to show you Shopify Rebellion versus Snowman once this game concludes. Moist just need to hold on for a little bit longer here, and they'll get an important first win over a team that has seemed invincible in Swiss.
And again, really quick for their London hopes, Moist, they have to win the tournament, and they need extra help on top of that. While for M80, like if they win the tournament, the worst that can happen is they'll play a tiebreaker right after that. So it's 2 different things, but both, want to do incredibly well here. But Moist, in these final few moments, it looks like they're controlling the ball on the offensive side. So if they can hold this in, M80 will go down 0-1, which doesn't happen often to M80. Swiss, it's more 3-0s than not, and I think this is going to close it out with a dunk on AJ. Nass going to keep it up, but 5-up does kill it. And Moist will move on. M80 0-1. Very unusual.
Impressive, important win there for Moist. They've got a long road ahead of them, but that is a great first step there. Meanwhile, on the other side, 2 other teams that have long roads ahead of them if they want to dream of making it to London here. Rebellion taking on the Snowmen, tied up at 0. No one's scored yet with over half the game left to play.
So again, real quick, I'll go over their scenarios too. Like anytime we see a team play, I'll just remind people. But Snowmen are only 2 points out of the 4th place spot. So very likely, like if they get top 4 and the other teams are G2, Gen G, and Space Station, they will make it to London. So that is a very plausible outcome for them. While Rebellion, they are 4 points out of the spot. But if they win the entire qualifier, then at worst, they would play a tiebreaker. So both teams very likely. Nice passing play here by Justin. Or he scores the goal. Was this a demo?
Yeah, there was a demo out of it.
And then he gets the touch again.
And then, wait, how does 2-piece count?
Did that count as a Justin goal? Or did I miss?
It counted as a Justin goal. His name popped up.
I don't even know how that
If we get a replay slow-mo of that, that'd be wonderful.
was. That an own goal?
Run it
I
back,
guess.
zoom
Yeah.
in.
That was weird.
I'd love to, if there's a chance we could break that one down. That'd be great.
But yeah, both
Great goal,
teams
though.
very likely top 4, and they're going to be making it. Like if the other top teams do well, so both looking to make it.
What happens if they
playoff
both
dance.
make top 4?
Well, then Snowmen would be 2 points better, so
Okay.
Snowmen would get the spot.
All 3 players up here for Rebellion. Nice hit over the top. No one in goal. Ah, the retreating defense. Take it away.
And Rebellion's one of those teams, we talked about them a lot last week, just the inconsistencies where they can put up crooked numbers on the offensive side. 5 goals a game, 7 goals a game sometimes. And then they just kind of fall flat here or there, like in the quarterfinals versus G2. They actually put up pretty decent offensive numbers, but their defense fell apart on them. So, like, if they can clean that up, they're one of those teams I think have an outside shot to win this entire qualifier, because when they pop, their offense is one of the best in the world. So we'll see what they can do. Snowmen a little bit more inconsistent. Qualifier 4 heroes. Scribbles, though, the young gun, slotting that shot near post. And they're right back in it.
Bro, I know their stream is going crazy.
Good angle.
Well placed.
Good angle.
Nice little, like, just toss up there from reveal to set him up there. Yeah, speaking of the crooked numbers they put up, game 1 of this series, Shopify 6, Snowmen 2. So
Exactly. They always do it. Like one
every
game
other
a
game,
series.
those been was a 1-goal game. The last 2 games were both 4-3. So high-scoring games for games 3 and 4.
That kind of makes sense, I think, for these 2 teams. I think a lot of mechy kids on the field, and defense is an afterthought sometimes, I'd say, on both squads, so I can see it.
Ooh, off the wall to himself,
Real.
past 1 defender, reset, gonna put it over 2, trying to get it to the corner, couldn't quite get it.
That's why we need infinite boost. Just bring it back.
That's right.
yeah. Just RLCS infinite boost.
RLCS 2025, infinite boost, let's go. Who's on board?
So we should just have modifiers for each qualifier. Just change it up a little.
That's the 3rd place match. You actually have to play it with mods.
That's the only way I'm watching a 3rd place match, Eric, all right? That's the only way.
We're playing, you spin the wheel, it could be Rumble, it could be Snow Day.
38 seconds left, still tied up. Might go to overtime in game 5, round 1 of Swiss. Doesn't happen very often, I feel like.
Yeah, round 1 is not the biggest deal. If you lose 3-2, you usually get some favorable matchups in the next round. But still, like, you want that extra life just in case. The shot here saved out by Scribbles. Can he get another piece on it? He does. Will there be any quality shots in his last 10? Frosty. Oh, Frosty just plays it high. I think he's expecting Parth to do a double tap or like a pass down off the waterfall. But instead, just goes way too high. Parth just takes it slow and slots it home. And just a little mistake there, but that 10 seconds game.
Justin just
Well, they don't
created
pick off-
2 mini minions. They're just mini hins.
Minions assemble.
Rebellion
All right,
roll.
Close. Getting
Fire the
bombed.
balls in the ground. Okay, Rebellion. Well done as they secure a round 1 victory. Had to work for it there. Snowman came to play. They heard what you said, Gibbs, about how they needed to, what they needed to do, and they've decided to take it very seriously.
Oh, here's the play. The Justin pass. I guess it's an own goal, but reveal? No. Oh, I guess right as 2-piece hits it, just a slight touch on Justin's tires. It just looked very
honestly,
weird.
the first angle is the best.
Wow.
There, it looks like Barry just kind of glances back on. I remember back in the day, I was playing with the Chiefs one time, and he stole a goal from me. That was the softest touch I'd ever seen. And we went back and looked in the replay, and in the replay file, he didn't touch the ball. It was like just like the most breezy, like pixel on pixel touch. That was perfect. So sometimes stuff like that happens. Congratulations on a good goal there, Justin. You earned that one for sure. He got the demo to make it happen, folks. Round 1 gonna go to Rebellion there. We'll see who they face off in round 2, as well as everybody else in the Swiss. Want to take a quick break, look at to get those matches seeded. We'll be right back on the RLCS.
Yeah, get me.
Nice play. Alright, go. There you go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Rocket League continues here for North America as our teams play to try and punch their tickets to London, our next large event here. Cloud9 and Dignitas faced off. They now have new opponents, one in the upper round, one in the lower round. Cloud9 will be taking on 0-1, while Dignitas will play up against OG. The winner of that match will be 2-0 and have a chance to make it out of Swiss in just 3 rounds. Welcome back. I'm Wavepunk. I got Gibbs and Stacks. I almost said I'm Gibbs, but I'm not. I could never be. I could never steal such glory.
I wondered if you were having an identity crisis over there.
Really? Was there some other thing I did that like?
No, it was just that pause. Like who am I?
Yes.
Who am I?
Who is Wavepunk?
Now, to be fair, you did not pick Cloud9 for like the first time ever. You've been picking Cloud9 this whole time, and you finally picked it.
did.
You were finally right, which is nice, Wave. So
The sign of a ball knower, apparently.
No, just a sign of a wounded soul who wasn't willing to be hurt again. So I had to go with Dignitas on that one. Cloud9 breaking my heart once again here. They'll face off against 0-1 down there in the 0-1 round. We'll see if they can bounce back after that heartbreaking round 1 loss. Meanwhile, you get to see some other matches here. Spate will be taking on NRG, G-Buffo taking on the Snowmen, M80 taking on Incorrect. A lot of teams with opportunities to create some upsets there in the 0-1. Meanwhile, on the top side of things, Moist, congratulations on your victory over M80. You get the Kings of the North right now. They're going to take on G2. The Rebellion will be playing up against Gen G, as well as we'll see OG and Dignitas. That one should be an exciting match as well. Luminosity versus Space Station, though. The next match we're going to talk about here on the stream. We'll see all these matches happening across the broadcasting landscape on Twitch. And again, lots of excellent matches here. I mean, if you had to tell our viewers to go catch one of these 0-1 matches, Gibbs, is there one that you think they should go to one of the team streams with?
I would go with G-Buffo versus Snowmen. I'm worried about Snowmen. And I think G-Buffo was a team that looked good during the Copenhagen qualifiers, and this is the first time they've qualified. This time, I can smell an upset there. I can smell it.
Okay, it's hanging in the air. Something's burning in the kitchen there. On the 1-0 side of things, again, lots of excellent matches. Let's talk about the match of the hour, the match we're going to be focusing on here, Luminosity versus Space Station, both coming off of big wins. Luminosity, congratulations on getting an early win. This is a team that goes the distance every time here, Stacks. They're trying to finally not go to round 5.
I know. I really thought they were going to go into Game 5 against NRG. When you're looking at the result, you see NRG drop a 7 bomb on them in Game 3, but then they came back and fired off 5 of their own. This is a team that is, very much up and down. I think their fans would love to see a little bit of consistency out of them. They kind of resemble the old version 1, that no matter how much talent they had plenty, they would just always play exactly to the level of who they were facing. And I think you see that a lot out of Luminosity. They have a shot against just about anybody, but they don't put it together consistently enough for you to have faith in them.
Go ahead, Will.
Yeah, I mean,
Go ahead.
Well, sure. Yeah. Hashtag LG, hashtag SSG. Let us know who you think is going to win. I mean, they are going up against SSG here. LJ is quickly becoming one of the generational names here in Rocket League. A player so strong, so consistent. We thought maybe his stats at the World Championship were a fluke. Clearly not. The player is being more and more one of the figures here in game. So I'm excited to see if LG can do it here. You got a lot of really spicy names on the other side with Magic Bear and Cheese in particular, and you got Reynolds holding down the back line. I love this LG roster, but the consistency just not quite been there of late here, Gibbs.
And talk about consistency, Space Station, very consistent versus the field that is not G2 and Gen G. They've played 20 matches against those teams. They are 19-1. They've only lost 1 time. They just played Luminosity in Qualifier 5 in the 2-0 round in Swiss. They 3-0'd them and shot over 50% throughout that match. Luminosity has out-pressured Space Station. Both times they've played in Swiss was back Qualifier 2 or so, where they did out-pressure them, so expect that maybe again. But Space Station finds a way to beat everyone that is not named G2 and Gen G, so I'm going to go Space Station here.
Okay, I'm also going to be going Space Station on this one. So are we sweeping the desk here, Stacks? Is this all Space Station?
No.
No.
Let me be very clear. On First Touch this week, I said that I have no faith in Luminosity actually getting done what they need to do to make it to the major or give themselves a shot at it. Here's the thing. Rlcs is an annoying player for the rest of the field because he's going to hang around and do just enough to always be in the conversation, and he's not going to go quietly. And I have a feeling that Luminosity is going to convert a lot of those open net opportunities that they tend to generate and then squander against everybody else. And they have that kind of letdown against an NRG. I think that they understand the importance of this situation, and I give them at least a puncher's chance. And something tells me that they come out on top here.
Okay. I like the recipe for the win here. If they're gonna, there is always a chance here. We'll see if Luminosity can do it against the clear favorites in Space Station. They've been in this spot so many times and found a way to win every single time. Space Station does not lose against anyone but the top two, but they went 19-1. There's that one loss. Could this be the second one? Luminosity versus Space Station.
Oh man, this is a great weekend for Rocket League. Last qualifier before we all head out to London. Luminosity coming into this, trying to do the impossible, take it one game at a time against a squad that has had nothing but momentum in the 6th qualifier. Okay, see, that's what I was talking about.
It's just WJ all day. SSG just off the kickoff, just the double cheap, but also LG not really making contact there. But anyway, riding off that momentum, as you said, SSG getting to the finals, taking G2 to Game 7. But Luminosity, they've been locked in. They've been preparing for this moment because this is their last chance. And maybe people would want to give LG a chance considering how badly they want these wins. But LJ and Chicago pressure the nets. LG are squandering.
Oh, this is not only an insane shot, a crazy, just tiny dunk there from Chicago, but for the beginning of the game to look this heavily favored is nuts. Now, I will say, I did tune in to the Luminosity NRG match, and this is very reminiscent of what those first 2 games kind of look like for this team. So I am predicting a little bit of a warm-up moment unless SSG turn this into something consistent, which for now, at least it's falling back into the hands of LG just a tiny bit here in the mid. Rlcs wanted to push it forward. Instead, SSG breaking a blue side. LJ is going to take a shot off this. Maybe Chicago can finish it. Pressure starting to get a little bit lighter.
There's Rlcs fighting through the corner in the double tap towards the net. Hawkster easily saves, and look at this counterattack. Magic Bear against Hawkster, who crashes and burns on the right side. But here's Chicago taking the mantle. Noble getting this to LJ. Hawkster pushes up. SSG, knowing LG are at their weakest, really starting to commit all their members forward. But LG need a reset. They are low on boost now, just starting to get organized as Rlcs was playing downfield, but the ball won't just come to him because SSG just will not let go.
I don't know how you take this many shots and don't make it. Finally, you would think Chicago's follow-up is the one to go through. Space Station go up 3-0. You talked about the pressure. You're like, you're kind of just breaking down Luminosity to wit's end, and that's exactly what went down. You took them all down to near 0 boost at that point, finally slow enough to break past, and then you just go back into kickoff, and Luminosity kind of just scrambling to kind of just get a reins off this game. Rlcs flippers that over 1, can't make it through. Magic Bear trying to keep it going, and I think this is where we start to take a peek at over-aggression from LG, but they know when to retreat because for now, SSG, it's just too consistent on pressure.
Rlcs downfield finally gets the ball his way, but just came in with so much speed that it's been hard for LG to control and really match the pace that SSG like to play at. The more you pick up speed, the harder it is on you mechanically. And LG, like you said, have had these slow starts, but it's really how you finish. And if M80 are the Swiss merchants, LG are the merchants of round 5, but haven't made playoffs at all this split. And LG know, and they are desperate to really make a splash this Swiss and to make their road to London easier. LJ with the redirect. Hawkster just kind of had to tap that in. Not sure what happened there.
There's a lot going on this one, but namely, if you are an SSG fan, you are feeling so good in this game number 1. Even on moments where it's been a little bit shaky, the good thing about SSG is they have been so good at controlling this ball and controlling momentum. It's really just Luminosity trying to play catch up right now. Magic Bear over one, Chicago just waiting on the goal line to resend it out. And that's pretty much been the name of the game for SSG. It's just sheer patience on the goal line, on their back end, and they just know that they are completely in control of this game one.
LG just getting also disrupted there by SSG's defense. Also with the down low shot to, I guess, fake it to LJ. He had to go for the demo if he wasn't going to go for the ball, but SSG are also picking up these pieces after a 3-0 sweep against Spate in that first round, and Magic Bear got real close, and he needs the support of his team. And when he tries to pass that to Rlcs, he's trying to also avoid bumps, because if SSG aren't on the ball, they're in your face, and LJ's in the back of the net.
LJ over Cheese off this one. Magic Bear's touch, unfortunately, just fell into the hands of Chicago, and it was the quickest counter ever. Nobody on LG just ready or in position to catch it and keep it out. You got a minute 24 seconds to respond to 4 individual goals, and it potentially could turn into 5, but Cheese off the backboard just trying to break this team out of their own half. They finally do so, but the question is, can you formulate any sort of a play?
Well, 12 shots to 3. SSG have been playing the game for sure. Unless LG, this offense, it's just not thriving right now in game one, at least against the defense that SSG have put up, because it's not even just winning the 50s, but also the physicality that SSG bring defensively as LG try to unite the troops, and then here's Chicago going for it in front of LG's defense like that. And LJ easily receiving this ball on the back end. At least Cheese is trying to harass them, and Rebels doesn't get the touch, forcing Magic Bear to step forward, and LG are still looking to connect amongst each other, and that goes off too high.
It feels just so disconnected on LG right now. Even the team bump on the back end of that was a little questionable. I think at the moment, Space Station, there's a game plan and it's working. The passes are coming through. They're just taking turns, feeding each other this ball around the defense, kind of forcing Luminosity into a scramble. And you know, you got 16 seconds left in regulation. You're down 5-0. Good news is it's best of 5. You've got time. This is just the beginning of the series, so there's moments to improve. I will say Luminosity did go down 6-0 in their matchup on NRG, I think in game number 3. So it's not impossible for them to come back, but my goodness, does Space Station look good?
Just the blue teams are suffering on broadcast today, at least.
For real?
I don't know, there's like some kind of Hercules curse in the air.
Okay. Listen, I'm definitely not cursing anybody. On the real, Space Station has looked great. I think a lot of people have been rooting for this team to find their way into a playoffs, to find their way into a LAN, right? The fact that they missed out on Copenhagen when everybody expected them to be there is gotta be frustrating. That's a huge motivator for you coming into this last Swiss. And yeah, I don't know. I think they look great. And Chicago being a part of a gross amount of those plays is a great sign for the SSG fans.
Yeah, SSG swinging and going for the heart on that first game, like 5-0, and the amount of shots, like I think it ended up 14-6. So SSG very relentless. Excited to see how the series is going to break down. LG, I know they've been preparing and working super hard to just turn around their chances in this regional, because it's their last chance, or it's looking like the season is slowly over. And SSG, you know, they're looking like in a good position to make the LAN after, like you said, they missed out on Copenhagen, and looking to represent North America in the best of ways.
Yep, they definitely are. I think everybody, if you're on Twitter, you saw Luminosity finally boot camping on one, and everybody's question is, you know, how much is that going to affect their Swiss experience? Because they've normally opted to not participate in that. And for a lot of the teams, you see that kind of play in their favor. So you're trying to see if that is truth to them or not. But for now, the main focus. Game number 2, Luminosity trying to come back. SSG just trying to extend that lead. Head on over to match point.
Yeah, LG just need to be careful to not concede possession too easily when that offense does start to ramp up. And I'd rather see them put the ball to the side and conserve it and go for more quality opportunity. But LG are just searching for anything they can get, especially with how game 1 ended. But SSG's defense hasn't really been challenged to a certain extent as LJ off the ceiling, really making Cheese think hard and long for it as LJ with the first goal.
Such a solid reset, takes his time off the ceiling, and Cheese, he thought maybe it would have gone down. He tried to force himself back up, but just over the head of his car, and Space Station take the game lead.
LJ, he's just the GOAT. If he's on the ball, you better watch out. It's Magic Bear using all his boost to just throw the ball to the orange half, and Rlcs goes for a demo, and LG, the pieces are forming. Rlcs is just harassing Chicago, giving space to Magic Bear, and doesn't get the corner boost though, so LG just have to keep cycling players forward, and are maintaining the ball pretty well. And with that demo, you got a 2-on-1 Magic Bear to Cheese, but with no boost, this ball just has no power, and SSG send it away.
It is such low boost for the likes of LG right now, which is really just allowed Space Station to control the pace of play into a point where LG look so uncomfortable on offense. They can't quite find each other. The follow-ups looking a little bit obscure right now, but on the likes of SSG, it is so consistent. It is near clinical for this team at this point to set up to the center. Rlcs low boost just to clear out, but again, back to the hands of Chicago.
LG just needed the reset there. They were starting to get boost starved by SSG. Hoxer and LJ don't even win that against Magic Bear, and it was a one-on-one against Chicago, who handles that pressure well. And off the backboard, they'll need some help transitioning, but saw that Cheese had more boost and was able to go for the aerial with the demo! Oh, Rlcs slots it in!
Look, if there's one person that's gonna start whipping out the demo plays, it's gonna be Rlcs. You're waiting for it, he can avoid it, and he can put the ball in. Tied game, 247, Luminosity.
The smoke is just a distraction, and then the magic trick is a ball pops out of the hat and it's a goal. So we have a tied game. Now Hoxer against Rlcs, pinched off to the side. Chicago against Magic Bear. Chicago more boost, gets there first, beats one defender as Rlcs kills the ball. And with the assistance of Magic Bear, there's some real estate for LG. With that demo, 3-on-2, LG needs to put on the press, and Cheese goes for the bump on Chicago, who adjusts well, recovers, and not only that, helps LJ transition to an offense, putting Cheese and Rlcs in a peculiar situation.
Yeah, it took 2 players to keep that one out, but it did end up clearing out orange side, which is a little bit of a breather for LG as they all prep for SSG to come back in their faces. Here comes the, oh my gosh, the cringe play from LJ on to Cheese to re-extend the lead.
Is it cringe? Is it, if it's a win? Is it cringy to win Hercules SSG?
In the world of Rocket League, it's deemed cringe. I understand doing what you need to do, but in our world, it's deemed cringe, and maybe they might go again. Rlcs said no, it's a huge clear up field. Low boost for Chicago, enough to send it back. This one drops down mid, and it's a touch from LJ to send it off again. LJ versus Cheese, LJ again on the win.
Rlcs has had good denies too on the attempted clears from SSG, but it's been tough for LG to organize, kind of rally in that one window of opportunity that they have. As Magic Bear and Cheese work together to just bumper cars against Chicago. Hoxer slows the play down, but Rlcs with a good read, playing right under him, locks up against LJ as Magic Bear tries to put the ball in a place where they have space to operate in. But that's the thing, SSG's defense has been almost spotless, not letting LG really strike at them much.
Oh, there's opportunity just a bit wide. It's a second touch though, this one off the post and out. And with that 1 minute left, although LG has had some shining moments to keep this offense going, it's a bit slow.
Magic Bear almost Goomba stomped that defender. I held my breath for a second as LG They're getting more physical because SSG, you have to remove them by force as LJ with the flick above, but he's following through and almost scooped it up, and Hawkser rotate in. Chicago in front of the net. But with that 50 from Cheese, it goes all the way down, but LG haven't been able to follow through until Magic Bear gets a pitch off the sidewall, so then SSG kind of scramble to pay more attention.
Yeah, they're definitely, it is a scramble for this squad right now to kind of catch up to what's been going on here. 12 seconds left. Enough time for one last play if you can break out of your half. This one up off the sidewall. Rlcs trying to get in position here. Hawkser is going to deny it. That 50 goes back, and Chicago's clear could end this one. It's still being kept up. Chicago respects it. This one off the ceiling. Double into the side, but as this hits the ground, Space Station Gaming will claim game number 2.
The cringe above all. That is what defined this match. The solo potential, just overall the mechanical potential. LJ, this is his Swiss to win, it feels like. He's just got the cape on for SSG, just the most reliable shooter that they can depend on. And Luminosity, I think once they start going for those bumps and those demos and they turn the midfield in their favor, there's definitely some potential that's been generated. And I mean, they got 1 goal. Why not 2 next game? But now you're staring down the barrel of match point in favor of SSG.
Yeah, you're making this a little bit harder for yourselves in terms of the fact that you now have to reverse sweep somebody who has taken you down before and clearly has control over the series at this moment. You know, you never know, you can possibly come back, but right now, I think, like you said, LJ just looks incredible, but I gotta give props to Chicago. He's been such an initiator for this team and really just solidifying that they consistently get that push past mid. Every time Luminosity has finally pushed Space Station into their own half, Space Station do such a great job of clearing out that Luminosity never have time to take the shots that they desperately need. So game number 3 underway, match point in favor of Space Station Gaming. Can Luminosity start the reverse sweep, or does round 2 end here?
Yeah, it's a tough one with how well SSG are playing today. Like, they haven't dropped a game yet. And I mean, I don't blame them too, because they might have had easier competition with the seeding and whatnot in round 1, but SSG, even in this match, have barely been shaken. And now LG have to use demos to, now Rlcs playing in deep too. He's a passing option, but hasn't been able to receive the ball. It's been tough for Magic Bear and Cheese to maintain it and get it towards them when LG do such a good job of paving the way. Having the ball with them is a different story as Magic Bear up high first for this, depositing the set. No, it's denied.
It's still not over yet. Shots are still being fired at the goal. And here comes Hawkser over 1. This one clears back. Chicago wants to keep it followed through, but Cheese says no. And a demo allows the start to begin. Off the backboard, Magic Bear sent off for his efforts. LJ is going to try and clear this one out mid, but Rlcs is just lurking and waiting for this ball to fall into his hands. But like I said, we talked about it in the in-between. SSG do such a great and consistent job at pushing back past that mid.
You're always going to have a pretty healthy defense for SSG. You're not going to be in these 1v2 scenarios where SSG are really suffering in that regard. So SSG are okay to play back if things don't seem really certain. And what's not certain is this midfield, and with that Chicago demo, it's a great kind of setup from LJ. And now he's up high too, crossing from one side to the other as Hawkser waits for his approach, sees Cheese leave the ball off, and really starts that disruption. Chicago with the touch towards the backboard could have had more power. Now this bounces to LG's hands, who try to counterattack, and LG picking up the pace may just have SSG panic.
Yep, there's maybe a tiny bit of panic off that one, but again, even when LG are taking shots at this net, it still feels like Space Station are rock solid and in control. And you're really just trying as hard as you can to get rid of them. I think the bumps and the demos need to start coming out for the likes of LG if they want to have a chance to get back into this one, because you're headed into that second half completely scoreless for now. 2 members of SSG going and lurking, trying to force this one forward. Chicago does so. Follow-up from
No
LJ.
way.
It's posting, goes out, and it's a demo attempt to go from Magic Bear, and even not that can find its way in.
Just the ball was starting to escape Magic Bear, so he knew he had to go for the shot, and he goes in for round 2. It's off the cross and no follow-up. SLG really wanted to take advantage of one of the best offenses they've had all series off the ceiling. Cheese looked cool, but then he goes into his own net, so how cool is that?
I mean, it's very cool if you're a Space Station fan. That is a crazy clear, but I think, oh man, that demo just turns that one back. Nobody there in a forward-facing position to be able to pull it out. Magic Bear just not far enough ahead that he could have popped it off to the side, and now you're down 1. Things are starting to get a little tough. It's last-stitch efforts for this squad. Rlcs bobbing and weaving around everybody, but LJ cuts him off, sends this one back. Attempt on the bump denied. Follow-up from Chicago to ensue, but still, finally, Luminosity out of their half.
Does SSG deal with that physicality so well? LJ versus Cheese, and LJ, the extra touch to give power. Hawkster with the fake, no boost, leaves it to Chicago after he calls him off. And then this defense of SSG just looks so stable too, and LG, they've gone for bumps. They've really locked some defenders up. But still, LG just haven't been able to peel back this defense enough to score on them. I mean, Luminosity have only had 1 goal in 3 games, and LJ's off the ceiling. That's when you gotta start to worry. But Hawkster, that midfielder, has Chicago to his right. LJ's already demoed Rlcs, so there's no counterattack opportunity for LG. And SSG could use some insurance here. There's a minute left. They're only up by 1. Hawkster with a free backboard. LJ moves out of the way, giving a chance for Chicago to take the shot. And Rlcs is in the net, keeping LG up.
That save right there from Rlcs might have just given them another chance to keep this one going, but somebody's got to find their way through in this last 30 seconds or so. This one's a floater. LJ trying to break past mid, and he does, past Magic Bear, around the corner. Rlcs takes it back, past Chicago. Can Magic Bear clear a path? He's trying his hardest. He tries to put this one in, and it's through. Tied game at 24 seconds.
How is LG in this position? Just the pass from Rlcs to the midfield, and Magic Bear carrying the momentum right into the net. LG have been trying to match the pace of SSG, and finally they do so really well and successfully.
The question is I just can't figure out if it's going to last long. This one off the kickoff, backboard and attempt. It's 15 left, right? And they're still getting sent home.
Magic Bear lost his second man, and will at least grab a side boost and get ready in the net. Cheese with no boost, and Rlcs too, just doing their best to not clear this into SSG. Chicago up with a full tank, goes to Hawks. They're almost in the upper corner as we enter OT. Match point for SSG.
First overtime between these two teams. An attempt from LG to be made to keep their foot in the race. Cheese up next, this one to the backboard. Great clear there from Hawkster as LG races back to try and stay in this.
All right, LJ, that big threat removed. Chicago and Hawkster trying to buy time as LJ cycles back in. And man, LG have gone for a lot more defensive demos to clear out SSG as Magic Bear the reset off the ceiling. Rlcs bumping in the net. But LG not able to cross that goal line quite yet. But LG will give themselves another chance, especially with that demo from Magic Bear. But the backboard not able to be utilized. Now LJ's turn to do the same. More demos coming out of LG to stay in control of this OT.
Huge props to SSG. They've owned their backboard and not allowed Luminosity any space to try and go for what is usually the norm from them. A minute into this one, Cheese over 1. Can he break past mid? No. Hawkster sends him back. Chicago's up next. It's a slow shot towards net. Magic Bear uses what's left in the tank to keep this one out of their side, but the pressure is just piling on. And here comes LJ into the corner. Pinch to center off mid. Chicago's shot sent off by Rlcs.
Oh, that was scary. Chicago did his best to deal with that, and Rlcs no boost. Triple commit Magic Bear. Oh, the pitch low. SSG, what a recovery in dire straits. And Cheese and Rlcs try to pass, and this gets cleared right on out, and Chicago gets above Magic Bear to Hawkster with the second touch. SSG will sweep.
This is what I'm talking about. If you are SSG, you gotta come out swinging, but there's one player that when they start to pop off, you know a series can be secured. Great finisher there from SSG. Great consistent series all the way around, and a solid round 2 from Space Station Gaming.
Well, you know, LG, they love their round 5s, but can they actually close out if it gets to that point? I know all the LG fans, they love the long broadcast. They love hanging out with Corelli and Spaceman. But ideally, I'd love to just make it to playoffs in easier ways. Speaking of that, SSG, with the form that they're presenting today, they're looking like they could make a grand final return. SSG are looking so good today.
I'm honestly right there with you. I think Space Station has looked so consistent together. I loved seeing Hawkster getting involved there at the end too, but really, like I said before, my eyes always go to Chicago to step up. When he is out there on offense, you know that this is going to turn a little bit more in favor of the boys in yellow, and so great job from them, and huge congratulations on their round 2 win. You're 1 away from 3-0ing in the Swiss.
That would be a quick and easy day, especially LJ was my MVP. You guys get to check out the Mobile One high performance replays where Luminosity put up a pretty good fight. The blue teams continue to suffer. Speaking of suffering, let's go check in with the desk.
Cloud9 is not exactly suffering over in their match against 0-1. They did drop game number 1, but they have bounced back and won game 2 overtime, and then game 3 won 5-2, so they're doing okay over there. Stacks has switched teams. Hashtag escape change teams.
You know, I'm offended, Space Station. I've never got a care package like this. What's going on?
What else do I have to do? All right, I tried, LG. I really tried, and now I've been converted.
Okay, but that hoodie looks so comfortable. I want one of those so bad. My goodness. We got a lot of other games still going on, as that sweep was pretty fast. Space Station, 6 games on the day, 6 wins on the day. They advanced to 2-0. Meanwhile, Rebellion and Gen G here in game 3. Shopify Rebellion able to take game number 1 over Gen G 2-1, but then dropped game 2 4-2. And leaves us here with a 4-4 tie. So we've kind of gone one way, the other way, and then a shootout here.
I feel like a broken record, but this is the Rebellion way. They're going to have 1 cricket number in a series. I would consider 4 a cricket enough number, but also their defense is probably the most questionable in all of North America. So of course it's a 4-4 tie right now. Just Rebellion, like if they could just figure it out, figure out that defense just a bit, they would definitely be one of the top teams in North America. Gen G obviously is, and if they make the top 8, very likely they won't even need a tiebreaker to go to London and clinch the World Championship. But Rebellion, they're looking to do some work, needing probably at the bare minimum a top 4 to have a shot. But this is huge. Game 3, 4-4, going to overtime. This could be crucial.
This would be a big win, Stacks, if they're able to take it down.
Yeah, I can't tell you the pain I'm feeling right now, having all this on. It's 75 degrees outside, and this is in game 3, and it's going to overtime.
You made a mistake.
If you need to step away and change to something else, I won't fault you here. Oh, Jack gonna put
apparently Jack. There we go. I didn't care who won. Let's go.
Just get it done.
Closer to me getting out of this ridiculous getup. Hey, look. Gen G is going to be tested at different points during this Swiss run, right? I mean, that's their way, because they don't just have a clean run through Swiss. Hi, yes, there are eyes here. But seeing that's got to be a big momentum builder for them, because now they're 1 win away from putting a relatively tough Swiss opponent away. And these are the matches where, if they're going to have their struggles, it's right here.
Cloud9 versus 0-1, currently in game 5 after 0-1 wins game 4.
Wow.
So maybe the blue team's not quite out of the woods just yet. Meanwhile, across the rest of the Swiss, NRG beat Spate 3-1. Snowman beat G Buffo 3-1. So they do bounce back after that loss there. G Buffo not able to quite get the upset. OG 3-1 over Dignitas. All the rest of our games still ongoing.
So good news and bad news, I guess, for teams trying to chase that 4th spot. If Cloud9 lose, that is obviously fantastic. But the problem is OG is also in that 2-0 round, and you need both OG and Cloud9 to falter in order to catch up on that spot, because it's a 2-way tie in the very last spot. So both good news and bad, but like OG looking at a 2-0 round, we've seen it plenty of times before. The team goes in that 2-0 round. All they have left are tough opponents, and they can easily fall down 2-3. So we'll see how that pans out. But if Cloud9 do lose that, go into the 0-2 round, they are playing for their lives for the entire year at this point for 3 matches in a row. Or actually, probably 4 matches in a row, including the quarterfinals and playoffs. So they'll have to win 4 in a row to have a shot to make it to London. So that is huge. But we see here, Rebellion and Gen G back at it. Like Gen G again. We talk about them in Swiss, and this like them in M80 right here. We see a goal by Justin, just a little bit bad defense here by First Killer. He pre-jumps the first shot, but it's not a shot. It's a pass off the back wall, so he's out of position, so Justin can capitalize on that. But we talk about Swiss, and when we do like power rankings, we don't credit Swiss enough, mostly because of teams like Gen G and teams like M80. Because we see Gen G, they falter in Swiss a lot, but when it comes to playoffs, they're nearly unbeatable unless you're G2 and occasionally an OG. On the other side, M80 obviously so good in Swiss normally, but always falter in quarterfinals. So, like, if you're going to beat Gen G, you got to do it in Swiss, it feels like, and then hopefully you don't see them in bracket.
G2 and Moist currently in overtime in Game 4. Nearly 4 minutes of overtime. Moist trying to force Game 5.
That's huge, because game differential wise for G2 as well. And if they do fall, no one in that 1-1 round wants to play G2. Everyone's going to feel like that is an unlucky draw. But G2, Qualifier 3, they clinched everything. They kind of took the foot off the gas a bit. Now this final qualifier, everything's clinching again. A nice counterattack play by Rebellion to come out here. Just up the field, 2 people challenge. Again, First Killer, maybe an unfortunate challenge there. Parth, though, quick out to 2P, 0 boost, but the pass and play works. And that's always the hardest thing on counterattacks, is normally if you're on defense a lot, when you want to counterattack, you have no boost left. So it's very difficult to make plays like that happen. But 2P's in the right place at the right time, and a great pass there by Parth to put Rebellion up, too. M3, why not? Again, crooked numbers. Here we go.
Well, he wins the race against Jack there. I mean, Jack's, like, that's a desperation challenge, and then he just fleets his First Killer. Oh, that's like great.
Musty, like aerial musty flick. I was like, I don't know, he didn't have the ball on his car, but like the kind of like half flip hour. That was really cool. I like Snow again.
And now that's 3 plays on defense for First Killer. Well, I guess 1 was on offense technically, but not the greatest as soon as he turns on to the stream, but.
While this game is not over, but is a little bit one-sided, on the other side of things, Cloud9 0-1, 37 seconds left in Game 5. Cloud9 leading 1-0 and 2-0. They now score to take a little bit of to solidify that lead a bit. Only got to hold on for 34 more seconds to get that win.
So Cloud9's up 2-0, right?
Yes, Cloud9 is up 2-0 over 0-1. 0-1 is always a difficult.
Oh, because 0-1, that's what confused. Yeah. Yep.
Their score line.
And then their logo doesn't look like a 0-1. It looks like we're doing Tony Hawk, doing like, you know, some spins in the air with 720. But, you know, hey. What are you going to do?
Moist is currently in, they're about to tick over into minute 6 of overtime against G2.
Yeah.
And just trying to force Game 5.
I mean, going back to, to Dig dropping their series in round 2, it's like, couldn't ask for the day to start any better for them, right? I mean, you're looking for Cloud9 and OG to fumble, and you get to have a hand in it in both rounds. They didn't take advantage of it this time around, but I mean, you know, at least they hurt their game differential a little bit. Those last 3 games were all 1-goal games with a couple of overtimes. Like, you know, those are coin flips at that point.
Yeah, I think it's one of those teams, they did look so good in Qualifier 5. Like, all right, they are back. The roster move, you know, that makes somewhat of sense now, but it just took a little too long to get it going. That's why Qualifier 4 hurt them so much. First Killer, nice little play here to redeem himself a bit. With a little aerial bump and a little extra flair at the end, but Genji's down 2 still. But Dig, yeah, they're one of those teams I think, like, if we played 12 of these qualifiers, we'll probably win one of them. But I'm not sure that they'll win this one. But hey, it's possible. I would definitely put them on a short list of teams that I think if they popped off, have a shot to win a qualifier. Because right now in NA, obviously we know there's 2 teams and everyone else. And then even there's 2 teams, then there's Space Station, then there's everyone else. So it's a little bit more difficult to win one here in North America.
I'm watching Gen G in this game, and I'm still not counting them out of this game, even though it looked like Rebellion's kind of had this in the bag for a while. I mean, they're one pass away from making this real interesting.
Jack, an awkward inside-out save, but he does make it work. That's what they need, you know, just, you know, bait them in a bit, you know, make it awkward on defense enough that Rebellion's like, hey, let's send 2 when they don't need to. And we all know that their defense can crumble at times. But they got to score quick at this point with half a minute left.
They got the beat they needed. They had the outplay there on the back wall, trying to draw the defense around a little bit, but they haven't got the infield pass they need to actually set up a shot. I mean, it's great. You have possession, but you're down now 3 goals.
Yeah. Their third man was just not there, probably because of boost control on that play. And then here again, first killer just kind of gets beat. Like, he has to turn around, but he's on limited boost. And I think it's because you have to pressure midfield when down 2 with 21 seconds left. So that goal is more because they were down 2 than anything. But Rebellion, again, another crooked number. You know, 4 on the board. This is what Rebellion does. It's just, can they do it consistently enough? Last time they put up 4, they just lost the game. So you just never know. But going to game 5 against Gen G and Rebellion, they're only 4 points out of the 4th place spot. So
wow, the timing here, overtime, 8 minutes, 37 seconds, I think. Moist, a corner double tap by Eris sends them to game 5 as well. So both G2 and Gen G going to game 5 in round 2 here of the Swiss.
That's it. Like, I feel like if you're the field, you obviously want G2 and Gen G to just win. You want them to do their thing. You don't want them to disrupt your 1-in-1 round. But obviously, the team's playing them. This is a huge chance for them. Not only, like, if you take them down later on in, like, round 4, like, if you happen to be down there, you can't play them again. You can't play a rematch. So if you take down the behemoth early, you know later on you will not have to play them again until the playoff bracket. So that is huge for maybe a round 4 or possibly a round 5 matchup.
You can head over to twitch.tv/G2 Esports. I don't know if there's a Moist broadcast right now. I don't think Moist Critical wasn't online. So if you want to catch both these game 5s happening simultaneously,
it's not Rizzo.
We're watching this one. We're watching this one now. Actually, so they started this one. Oh, maybe it's Rizzo. Maybe it probably is Rizzo. They link Moist Critical on Wikipedia.
Okay.
But yeah, so we'll have both game 5s here. Love it. You don't need to go anywhere. You're right. You're right where you belong, chat. Look at him.
Lucas leaves and then Wikipedia's in shambles. Unbelievable.
Oh. Well, thank you to Wikipedia for everything they do.
Yes.
On the outside. Oh,
celebrating what, 15 years pretty soon here.
Happy anniversary.
So again, both teams obviously want to win this. Moist is a very outside shot to make London and the World Championship. They need to win and lots of help. Rebellion, they're only 4 points down, so they just need 1 place better than the teams tied in 4th to at least force a tiebreaker. But everyone else watching these games in NA, like if they're not playing their round in Swiss, want G2 and Gen G to win. Just keep doing your thing. Gen G is doing that right now. Get a little demo play coming out. Like first killer, nice, a brilliant double tap pass here.
Crazy.
And then Chronic just over the top. I thought there was a demo there, but maybe not. I completely missed it. But what a pass by first killer. Make it up maybe for last game or where the defense, was a little bit sketchy at times.
Hitting the psycho pass, and we don't mean the anime. Out of the corner here, as we swap over to Moist versus G2. Pass back in for G2. A very soft one, but they get all 3 defenders. Andy holding on to it. Nice control.
A limited boost on Moist, though, but they do get it out. And Andy, he took the corner boost as well, so that will relieve even more pressure.
Imagine you're watching this as another team thinking, okay, so 5 up. Hello.
Beautiful 2v1.
Wow.
Off the wall flip reset against Atomic and Daniel. Can't say that every day.
Right?
My
got him out.
Gosh. So anyways, imagine you're watching this going, oh yeah, we could just avoid G2 as long as we're like not, you know, the lowest seed. And then all of a sudden they drop down into a 1-1, or, you know, their game differential tanks because Moist gives them a run. And it's like, well, darn.
Yeah, but that 2-0 round will open up a lot if G2 does fall. It looks like Gen G's pretty comfortable, I assume, in their match right now. So they'll probably go to the 2-0 round. But G2 not being there is probably more crucial because Gen G is, what, 0-5 in 2-0 or 1-5, I should say.
Yeah.
So Gen G's not the greatest 2-0 round anyway, but G2 is. So, like, if they're out of it, then that's a golden opportunity to maybe clinch one of those playoff bursts, like especially for maybe a Space Station, who does not beat G2 or Gen G normally. If Space Station does not have to play them, and they clinch a top 8, that clinches at the bare minimum a tiebreaker for London for them. And that's a very, like that tiebreaker probably will not happen as well. So Space Station, their London hopes, they'll probably be pretty happy if it does fall, but they do just tie it. But Rebellion also scores at the same time on Gen G to narrow that lead.
Oh, the double dunk from Daniel to set up Atomic here. Yeah, it was a great, an important, super important goal for G2 there, but Rebellion also bringing it back within range.
Yeah.
2 exciting games here. 2-piece, look off the ceiling. Over 1. Oh, got 2 defenders. Free shot. Yep, they'll find it. Gonna tie up the game. Look at Rebellion go.
God, this brings me back to like grid overtime when we'd be looking at kind of the point standings and all these games that mean something all at once. And, you know, the entire complexion of the next week would change with 1 goal, and then you look over and then you see Atomic score another over on the other side. I mean, of course, beast mode starts. It's always edge of your seat stuff when these guys are on the ball.
Wow, Arizona got
just
bumped back
love watching the best players do this. This is fantastic.
Yeah.
Good show. 2 of the top teams trying to both fend off underdog upsets on the final online qualifier of the region. And tune into Friday.
Gen G, they still have some stuff to play for because they did have that quarterfinal exit. So they have to at least make sure they make top 8 to put some pressure on, but that's probably all they'll have to do. So Gen G, I get it. Normally, Swiss isn't their cup of tea. There's less pressure, but I feel like in this one, it's like, let's just get it over and done with so we don't have to worry about playoff bracket or anything like that. So just get it done early. Oh, Rebellion. I mean, Moist, sorry. There's so many teams coming up. Almost getting that pass and play to tie it. Beast mode doesn't even need the bump. Like, I thought he was going to go for the bump at first and leave it, but instead he just sees that he can beat the defender just in the air, 5-up, a very slow turn. And Beast Mode's like, all right, I'll just take it for free, and that 2-goal lead probably will seal it. G2 was down 1-0 in this game 5, but they roar back. And again, Champions Field G2 looking strong these past 2 qualifiers.
Very, very important place to be strong. We've seen a lot of other very strong teams that were like, wow, you got all the right pieces, but it's just that final game, the game 5 performance where the pressure starts to build just a little bit too much. It's these sorts of things that set apart teams like G2 from the rest of the field.
But wait, do you have 2 pieces on Champions Field? Is Rebellion. Sorry, I had to get it in there, but Rebellion is fighting here. They're fighting, half a minute left, and G2 will secure that game.
Gibbs is really out here with chronic dad jokes.
Nice.
No,
nice.
stop.
I like it.
Stop. 17 seconds left. Do we go to overtime on Champions Field?
It's basically golden goal at this point. Can Rebellion do it? Knock Gen G down a peg. Keep their hopes alive. Again, their hopes are very good. Only 4 points down. Top 4 will give them a very good shot at it. So beating Gen G, maybe going 3-0 in Swiss will be a thing that they probably want to do to get that easier hopefully easier quarterfinal matchup.
I might be wrong. It actually a very good chance that I'm wrong, but aren't Chronic and First Killer, at least in NA, they've got to be the #1 goal-scoring duo, right?
I'm not sure. Rebellion actually might have it. They put up some crazy offensive numbers. Like, did they lead a lot of qualifiers? Yeah, I'm not sure. So I wonder across all qualifiers who's the
Right.
number one team.
Certainly the split, I would think. Lord knows they've had plenty of opportunities. Granted, so is G2.
Yeah, but usually when you go later in brackets, then you get low scoring games and things like that. So
Yeah.
that hurts it a bit. Chronic, a nice little trap on that wall. He's going to try and set something up for a skill. Maybe a mini pre-jump. He gets around one, but can't get it around the last defender there. But Jack's trying to keep pressure. No boost, though. So the clear will come out. He'll be thrown right back in, but two-piece is there to control.
Demo on the back line?
Yeah, it's an odd demo. It opened up midfield a bit, but no one was in position to do anything with it. Parth, though, trying to get the angle.
Yeah.
Justin! There it is, out of nowhere. Off camera, Justin comes in clutch, shaping field. This might be his best goal he's ever scored on this field. Look at this goal from Justin. Look at that.
It's top three, maybe. Yeah. I think of at least two more that maybe were better than that one.
Maybe. I mean,
there was no question that one was never going to touch the ground.
That's true. It's true. It hit a corner. So I don't know. That was 1-2-3 play from Rebellion there to defeat Gen G in round 2. They will advance to the 2-0 round in round 3. They'll be undefeated. Can they make it to bracket without dropping a match? Should be an exciting one. Lots of crazy action across the brackets here as we've got more matches coming down the pipe. We're going to take a quick break, get all the new matches seeded for round 3. We'll be right back on the RLCS.
Come on, guys, get me. Ooh, nice play. All right, you go. There we go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Round 3 inbound. It's time to start sending teams home and also sending teams to the bracket. 2 teams will be eliminated while 2 teams will advance in this round right here. 4 teams are undefeated. We're going to see 2 of them straight into the quarterfinals that will be played tomorrow. Welcome back to the show, folks. We got quite a lot of Rocket League left to go here. Lemon, how are you feeling so far about the day? We've seen some upsets. We've seen some Game 5 overtimes. It's been a little bit of everything for everyone, you know?
Yeah, you could definitely like sleep in and ignore round 1 because all the top 4 teams will usually sweep their matches, but it's round 2 that the top teams like to be a bit funny. Like Gen G losing to Shopify Rebellion. Will G2 have a perfect streak? Like usually those 2 don't have perfect Swisses, you know? That's usually M80's thing, which not happening this time. But this is gonna just get wackier as the day goes on.
I feel like Gibbs, this was tactical from Gen G. They said like, look, we do really badly in 2-0. Let's not go 2-0. Let's go 1-1. Get out of here in round 4 instead of round 5 today. This is a good plan.
That is their first. They were 12-0 between rounds 1 and 2, and they just finally lost. So Gen G, a little bit odd. A little bit odd that they're not in that 2-0 round, but yeah, that might be more fortunate for them. We'll see how they do round 3. That they get Cloud9 in that matchup, so that one should be interesting because if Cloud9 begins to heat up, you never know. So Gen G, you still want that top 8 Gen G to make sure your spot is locked.
We did start off the round watching SSG versus Luminosity. I mean, Lemon, you were on the call here. Space Station just looking in peak form against anybody that's name doesn't start with a G.
That's the key word. SSG are peaking, and they're maintaining that through Swiss, which it could be a long day, but SSG are kind of on track to make this a short one with not dropping a single game, only allowing, like maybe 1 or 2 goals out of LG, and I don't know if they're going to heat up, but I sure know that SSG are on fire.
Yeah, Space Station Luminosity, I thought this might be a bad matchup for Space Station because the 2 times they played previously, while Space Station has won those matches, and one of those was a 3-0, but Luminosity would have the offensive pressure throughout most of the games, and Space Station would normally capitalize on a counterattack or a wide open net. But this time, Space Station had a lot of control, and it looks like they are taking control of this head-to-head. They have won the last 8 games versus Luminosity, so Luminosity not happy when they have to see Space Station at this point.
Space Station up there 2-0. They will be facing off against the Rebellion, and the winner of that will advance to the bracket. Meanwhile, we'll see G2 face off against OG for the other spot. On the bottom side of things, 0-1 will be facing off against Incorrect, and G-Buffo will be facing off against Spate for their tournament live. So if you want to catch those teams live, make sure you go check out their streams on the Twitch category. Go find their broadcasts, and you can catch those matches while they are still in the tournament. The 1-on-1 matches will be exciting stuff as well. A lot of teams duking it out there just to try and earn their opportunity to make it to the bracket. So we'll see those matches on the other side of things. Still 8 games happening here, as we'll see Cloud9 taking on Gen G and Dignitas playing against NRG. NRG able to bounce back after the round 1 loss against whoever it was they played, Luminosity. They beat Spate in round 2, and now they'll face off against Dignitas. But let's talk about the match we're going to be focusing on here today. OG versus G2. G2 nearly dropped round 2 against Moist, but then they did G2 things in game 5. Did not matter. Not even the best goal of Aris's career against Daniel Atomic was enough to give them the win there. So G2 is here in the 2-0 round, as always.
This 2-0 round, though, is sketchy at times because obviously if you win, you're 3-0, you're a top 2 seed, you're probably going to get a good quarterfinal matchup. But if you lose, all that is left is tough opponent after tough opponent. We saw it a last qualifier for Luminosity. They began 2-0, they dropped 3 straight, and they didn't make it to the playoff bracket. OG desperately wants to make this playoff bracket as soon as possible. They want to get a top 4 result, which will very likely secure not only London, but a world championship bid for them. So here's the time. Take down the top dogs in North America. Take down G2 while they're vulnerable, where they just won their last match in 5 games. But it's tougher to just say it on air than to actually play against G2, the number 1 defense. So see how it all plays out. I assume G2 will wake up a little bit more throughout the series, Lemon.
And OG is a weird one to cheer for because like last regional, they would beat Gen G, like the champions of North America, and then drop to SSG and look like a completely different team the next day. OG really need to focus on having like challenges that make sense, not just like throwing themselves at the ball, and especially at the pace that G2 play at, which is very fast. They got a lot of boosts and they'll be in the air a lot. Just OG need to focus on how they're using their boosts and not always needing to challenge off the ceiling, and just playing at that consistent level to play it the way they played against Gen G in that quarterfinal last regional.
I mean, G2 is the Sasquatch here that most of the teams in North America, and like they've gotten good wins over various teams over the course of the season, but not G2. If AOG was able to take down G2 here, this would be a big one that they could check that box off. You know, they got Gen G last week. Can they get G2 this week? Let's see. How are we feeling about it? Are any of us brave enough to predict that this is the time? No, of course not. Of course not.
Definitely not. Like we talk about the boost amounts for OG. They do average near the bottom of how much boost they have in their tank at all times. When you're going up against G2, who's going to be very pre-jump happy because they like to do that beast mode especially, you got to watch out for that because if you have limited boost, you can't pre-jump to defend that. So watch out for that from beast mode.
Well, folks, it's not exactly David versus Goliath, but it is a undefeated team versus a team that has been rallying in strength of late. Can OG finally take down G2 and punch their ticket to the playoff bracket tomorrow? It's time to find out. OG versus G2 for the playoffs.
OG has an opportunity to make a lot of people very unhappy just by making it into the top 8. Everybody's going to start to squirm a little bit in their seats as their window to qualify for London and even further for Fort Worth starts to close a little bit. In their way, though, the mighty G2 Stride. Let's get it on.
Oh man, G2, they had an interesting end to their last series, but they're looking to not repeat that in this particular one, although like we heard it before, a lot of people rooting against OG. However, their performance today has proven pretty much otherwise to what everybody wants out of their performance.
Well, Daniel's got Atomic trying to kind of hassle Calm up on the backboard. Now beast mode, trying to get around Nolly. That's not going to work out either. OG stopping G2's first couple of good efforts towards their net. Can they hold them off, though? Atomic found a seam, and Calm's got that one cleared away. Narrow opportunity there. Now beast mode gives way to Atomic coming in behind him. Then Daniel following in there. It's almost like an assembly line. Just next man, rotate in and keep the pressure on. OG's going to get overwhelmed sooner or later. Could be here. Little chip shot from Atomic ends up getting blocked away. And now a roller from Daniel. Now beast mode is not even getting anywhere near midfield. G2 just will not relent. Finally, JNAP's a decent win, but they can't get out of the zone. They're getting hemmed in so much. And finally, the shot comes across from beast mode.
I mean, you talked about that assembly line, right? It's just so consistent. But speaking of consistency, the G2 passing plays are some of the fastest and strongest shots that will be placed on target. And if your defense is not prepared for where these are going to come from, it's going to look like a huge challenge into this series. This one to the crossbar. 2 players is what it took to keep G2 out, and the pressure just keeps going. It's Atomic over 1 into the corner when they know the shot isn't on target. The cool thing about G2 is they just send it offside and then they just keep it going.
As great as we talk about, say, the combination of like Daniel and beast mode, so they've been together long enough that they are asserting themselves as one of the premier duos now in North America. That would have only been Daniel's second goal of the day had it gone through. JNAP's getting around Atomic, because he also does have 11 assists, and when you have someone like Atomic scoring 14 on the day, now you understand where all the scoring's coming from out of G2. Former G2 member JNAP's trying to get involved in the act. Not going to happen this time around, as Daniel's got that one away. Beast mode set up Daniel. This could add to the tally, but it won't. JNAP's in the way.
And pressure still continuing on. Atomic trying to find beast mode, but that touch just a little soft enough for Calm to try and make transition. You saw JNAP's upfield trying to go for the bump onto Daniel, and unfortunately not turned around in a position where that could have been a shot. It was open for just a moment. and it goes wayside. They got to start over, try again, but if you are OG, you are going to get very far and few in between moments to score on this G2 Stride team, and you got to make every single one count.
Daniel and Beast Mode both in the corner there, and kind of a question over who was going to take charge. Beast Mode opted for the boost, and then he's got the clearance. He can follow this further with Atomic running towards the center and waiting for a centering pass that never came out. Atomic thought about it there, but the challenge goes right to JNaps. Now Nolly could play this hard out of the corner. Instead, opted to slow it down. He knew Daniel had read it, and he made the right choice. This is a brilliant read out of Nolly in the corner.
It really is. It's such solid placement too. The patience to get around the defenders, but again, you're aiming for that very peak top just under the crossbar to make that shot feel unsavable, and then it became such. It's tied game, a minute 44. G2, they got a challenge on their hands.
Nolly gonna have a full tank of boost, and he's gonna need some of it to get rid of this effort from Daniel. JNaps comes in as well, and that might have not necessarily been the plan. It just happened to be there as the ball rolled up on him. He is there for this ball from Nolly, and Atomic just swats it right back whence it came. And so Nolly back with a full tank of boost. G2's gonna give him all that time. So now JNaps right at Atomic, hoping for a misplay. And I think he kind of knows his former teammate is not going to do that. This is dropped central. Daniel up to Beast Mode, intercepted by Nolly. So now Beast Mode's got to run back, and the Psycho to at least get back to midfield. You take anything you can get at this point because they were under a lot of pressure, and it could have been even worse. That wasn't a great clear out of Beast Mode. Calm going to leave it for JNaps, and he's gone way, way up. That one got away from him, and you feel like maybe G2 let off the hook.
Yeah, it feels like they've kind of let up off the pressure just a tiny bit on this one, and they're trying to regain it back, but OG is matching the pace of play being presented to them. Now 30 seconds left on this one. It's tied game. Can G2 steal it away from them, or is it going to be a quick escape from their half from the likes of OG? Pass over to Nolly off the ceiling, reset down towards one, but Atomic with the save, and pressure eventually starts to let up as G2 break out of their half.
Wide turn from Calm, and once again, G2 have given OG all the space in the world, and Nolly has his pocket picked by Atomic. It will be G2 that has the last good look of regulation, you would think, though that one did get to the wall. Calm gonna try to keep this in the air. He's got the follow-up from Nolly. It's a decent enough pass, but killed it down to the ground. We've got overtime here in game one.
OT is a place that G2 has been very, very successful in, at least as far as today is concerned. In early stages in, it's OG trying to push them back against the wall, but Daniel, big clear, even on low boost, immediate send back there from Nolly, gets stopped mid by Atomic. And here comes Calm, trying to get down over one, but great and quick challenge there from Daniel could open up an opportunity here. Atomic, slow shot down, doink from Beast Mode goes up to the backboard, and Nolly has it red.
Well, OG having to move quite a bit from side to side to try and keep up with the G2 attack. They've done well enough as Atomic has that out to the side. Beast Mode will give chase, and that falls right to Nolly. So it worked out perfectly for OG, as does that boot spawn. JNaps grabbed it, but he left the ball behind. Daniel's there. Here comes Atomic chasing into the corner. Doesn't have a lot of boost to work with, so Nolly's going to take that over top of him and try to dribble through. That's off the crossbar. JNaps follows, stopped by Daniel. Now watch Daniel back the other way, stopped by Calm, and near misses on both sides have us still going into the second minute of overtime.
This is such high intensity pressure whenever somebody gets close to a net, and it's not going to stop that way here. Atomic to force this one through at a minute 16. G2 take game number one.
I mean, anytime Beast Mode's got it on his hood, way up at the top, it's like we mentioned in the last round. He kind of leaned forward and you see it like, all right, what's he going to do now? This time he just brings it all the way to the ground. And then the ultimate setup as Atomic adds to his impressive tally. Make it 15 goals so far today, including the overtime winner.
I gotta go back to the Daniel save where I really thought OG was gonna take it. In those last moments there, Daniel, like we both made mention to, has been a little quieter, at least offensively today, and you kind of get a little bit nervous, right? Even though when you have Atomic and Beast Mode shooting so high, right? You do always look to Daniel to be that first initial striker, but the fact that Daniel has been so confident and consistent on defense, that's got to be a great sign headed forward, especially with how much OG's been putting on.
Yeah, quite a bit of pressure, but again, all that matters are the ones that get through. And in this case, 2 got through out of G2, including that overtime winner out of Atomic. He continues his absolutely torrid pace so far today. And if G2 does in fact go 3-0 yet again in the Swiss, that would be the biggest reason why. And it's, again, impressive to see all of this where, you know, Daniel has just kind of been there. He's been a great table setter for G2. And just imagine how much more dangerous they're going to be when the scoring isn't almost entirely coming from just one person.
I couldn't agree more. I mean, the second Daniel starts to get involved and starts to feel playing in a way where he feels comfortable to get involved, because I think that's where a lot of my respect comes from. G2, they don't force Daniel to play offense if that's not the vibe for the day, right? And that's a good thing. You can't force stuff like that. The fact that you do have Atomic being able to step up in a time like this is huge. And there it is. It's the setup to Atomic to find his way through. Early game lead goes G2.
Just keep compiling those stats. Another assist for Daniel, another goal for Atomic, and G2 strike first in the first minute of game 2. I feel like that might have been the window for OG, that first game, getting that to overtime. That was their chance to get a meaningful win under their belt and some positive momentum. G2 is a team that, again, at their peak, can put teams like this away very, very quickly. I think a lot of eyes have been on this series to see exactly which G2 shows up, and it looks like we might be getting the G2 where we've become very accustomed to over the past several months.
Yep, this is the G2 that is taking everybody down in basically sweeps, maybe giving up a game at the most. But OG, on the flip side of things, it has been literally just pure momentum throughout the entire season. You usually want to see it split by split, but it is taken, they took the long route on it, but they came in when it mattered most. Now they're looking to try and head to London, make a second LAN throughout this season. And to get there, you gotta get through G2 first.
Oh, that falls right out to Calm, and then the demo. You could see there wasn't much of a sense of urgency out of Atomic. He's like, oh no, my teammate's got this. Except he doesn't, because he's no longer there. Nolly with the demo clears the way for Calm, and OG get an equalizer they sorely needed.
I was starting to wait for these demos to come out of OG. I mean, if you know the names on there, you know at some point it was bound to happen. Usually it comes from Calm, but Nolly stepping up, getting the demos for himself, but also as far as passing's concerned, looking extremely solid. But the race back home to their own half has started, and the transition comes through.
Yeah, that shot from JNAVs, I mean, you can't really defend that. You just pick a spot and hope you guessed right. And it did work out that time for G2. Atomic has that up to the corner. He'll leave that for Beast Mode. And he's got his partner Daniel across the way, but he'll take it himself. That shot saved away by Calm. Atomic trying to play for possession. He'll go up high, down hard, swatted away again by Nolly. Now Daniel will try to set up Beast Mode. He's been doing that all series, or all season, all event. Words, hard, we'll get there eventually, but not this time. Calm has the clear out, and Daniel will just take the midfield boost on his way back. Atomic the back boost, and G2 very comfortable, and maybe a little too comfy as Daniel has to range back for another save.
That was a really good air bump right there, and now you just keep it going. All three members of G2 were in net, and yet nobody could make contact with this ball. Calm from the ceiling, and it is the slowest bounce on earth. Daniel.
The ceiling reset, you get it with the tires. And so everybody is expecting, okay, he's going to get the nose on it. It's going to have a lot of pace. No, wheels. And everybody's just like, what?
What?
Well, you take the 2-1 lead. And it works out perfectly for OG. Now they got to hold it, though, with a little more than 2 minutes to go. And Atomic, again, given all day to play this. A little token pressure out of JNaps. Big launch ahead. Daniel waiting to try and read where Naps is going to play it, and he has done so. That just about kicked out towards beast mode, and Nolly able to scramble onto it very quickly.
Here goes Daniel in the corner. Question is, how do you start a new play off this one? Because OG feeling like they're starting to decide what pace of play is going to be, and it's a little bit faster than what G2's at the moment. This one floats down. Atomic going to take this one. Up in the sky, trying to go to the backboard. Noli just follows it and reads it, carries this one down. You're pretty much just trying to waste time a little bit and just make things a little bit easier for yourselves. Pass down out mid, Calm there to collect it, flick over one, but Daniel slows it down.
How quickly can G2 get back into this? That challenge goes netward. Nolly there as he parks the bus in front. Now Daniel cutting in front of Beast Mode, so Beast Mode can use his boost to make this save, bring it all the way across, and he can try to create solo. Gonna need some help as he lets Calm take over, waiting for another mistake. Not gonna get one this time. Nolly shot, would have put the game away perhaps, but the shot goes high. So more opportunities for G2, but they're stuck in their own end, and not a whole lot of boost to work with. JNaps trying to pinch one on target. This goes right through everybody coming out. And Calm goes to work, down to 33. Trying to put this away again and denied at the last moment. So while OG haven't been able to deliver the knockout blow, they've at least hindered G2. They waste a good 15 seconds, and now G2 gets to finally attack with 20 on the clock. And Atomic, a beautiful setup for Daniel. Better saved by Calm. Beast Mode, slow play, trying to force his way through. No, rebound is denied by Nolly and JNaps. Now down to 5 seconds. Atomic to the heavens, bring it down. The pogo doesn't work out. They're bringing everything out of their bag of tricks, and then they run into each other, and that kills it. OG level the series.
How many creative attempts could possibly have gone on target and not found their way through? That right there was exactly what OG wanted to provide as far as defense was concerned. Last stitch efforts, high intensity pressure, and nothing breaks past you. They hold on to their lead. They take game number 2, and they looked great doing it.
I'll look back at the Mobile One high performance replay, and you see that great setup between Daniel and Atomic. And you thought, okay, we're going to see a lot more of this, right? No, sir. The demo, it's Calm having the way cleared for him by a demolition instead. Usually the other way around, and then Calm scoring that one that manages to find its way through. So Calm has his handprints all over the comeback effort here out of OG. He scores both goals. And now we have a series on our hands here, a best of 3 games to send somebody through into the top 8.
This is a wild one. Every time I see a team go up against G2, I've gone in the favor of G2 saying, oh, it's going to be like 3-1. Maybe they'll just take 1 game off of it. I never really grant more than 2 at a time. But this OG squad, the way that they look right now, defensively, is what potentially could win them this series alone.
So we'll line it up for game 3. Break this 1-1 tie between OG and G2. Players, of course, who have plenty of familiarity with each other. Atomic for Beast Mode. Can he get the double? No. It's left back for Daniel, who came up, got caught with his hand in the cookie jar, and they still don't convert on the OG side. Oh, the net was wide open, and they just couldn't catch up.
I mean, you gotta put it in again, but at least this isn't the last chance. They're still trying to go. This one fell under one. Khan's next. And there's the demos. They're starting to come out. Atomic able to keep this one back. It's a slow one. And JNaps just trying to keep the pressure consistent for OG, but G2 doing a better job this time of keeping this one in their favor.
I mean, you see OG kind of taking things a lot slower when they have these solo efforts, trying to put their mechanics to work, but also trying to get the defense to commit one way or the other so that they can kind of have the upper hand. It's beast mode. You take this forward. Nolly's there with a full tank of boost. Everybody from OG has plenty in the tank. You don't expect them to concede a goal here, but again, you've seen stranger things as Nolly has to scramble in front. He's got that save. Calm has all day to play this, so Daniel and Beast Mode starting to creep up. Now Nolly with Atomic starting to buzz around a little bit, and it's almost deceptive out of G2. It looked like OG was going to have all the time in the world. All of a sudden, the buzzard starts sweeping in, and Daniel finishes off the play.
I mean, you can't discount out Daniel, right? You can't expect him to be slow or be a bit behind. There's gonna be moments where he's gonna race towards you and you're not gonna expect it. And those are the moments like that where you get caught off guard. Just a tiny bit, attempt to make a center here. Instead, it turns into a transition for OG. Calm over one, shot on target, sent off by Daniel.
Now what else does JNaps have up his sleeve? Trying to weave his way through traffic. The problem is, very slow play. He's not really going to be able to get that through, and his teammates are all the way across the field. They have a tough time getting that ball over there, as now Calm will race up. JNaps, oh, he turned just a little bit short of the midfield boost, so that's still left available. He will eventually grab it. Now Nolly out of the corner has that kicked away from him, and JNaps sweeps back into position right at the center line, avoids the open net goal concession. So now Calm drop down to Nolly off the crossbar, and OG have got to feel robbed.
Oh man, that one had to and should have found its way in, but this isn't the end of it. It's an attempt off the sidewall, but a clear out from Daniel to Atomic. And can he break past it? Yes, it's a tiny touch there from JNaps that sent this one back, but G2 said no. The shots are still coming through. Great save there from JNaps just to slow things down and try and regain control for OG. And this is what they need, the pass over to each other. Calm, shot disrupted, sent off by Atomic, and here comes G2.
You can see Moist have swept the Snowmen in the 1-1 round. So Moist Esports, one win away from getting into the top 8 as Nolly slicing and dicing his way through, and a great 50 results in another goal.
Oh my goodness, I mean, Beast Mode really tried, but if you see the name tag Calm coming at your way, you know 9 times out of 10 you are about to get demoed off of the field, and that's basically what just happened. 2 minutes left in regulation, an attempt to go over JNap's head, doesn't make its way there, and tied game between OG and G2.
Tied for how long as Calm is forced to stay back a little bit. Daniel starting to come up. We're seeing Daniel very aggressive on the offensive end. Even with just the 1 goal in the series and 2 on the day, he's had his hand in a lot of the offense for G2 otherwise. Atomic blocked away by Calm. Daniel waiting outside the wing. Beast Mode is up forward though. So Daniel's got to take his time. Now he will take over. Nolly picked his pocket. And Atomic has to bring it all the way back. We've seen both teams be very patient, and at times they've had a lot of time to work with. That time has closed down considerably on the G2 side. They just kind of attack from almost out of nowhere, almost lulling you into a false sense of security, and then they almost convert there. Beast Mode up in the air. Nobody with boost to go up and challenge him, and it's a free ball that still gets blocked away.
You gotta keep that pressure going. Here comes Atomic off the ceiling. Leaves this one down for Daniel to keep it going. But OG, like you said, they've played a patient game. It's working out in their favor so far. Demos attempted, but none successful yet. Pinch off the sidewall, sends this one all the way upfield for G2. And OG just really trying to slow down, regain control, and head back to that G2 side.
Control has been the name of the game on both sides as Beast Mode gets the second touch to send that all the way downfield. And a ball that bounces through gives G2 a chance to line things up. Down to 15 seconds in regulation. Still knotted up. Maybe another overtime like we had in game 1. JNaps and Nolly have other plans. Nolly can't force it through Daniel. Down to 7 seconds. Now Beast Mode trying to run alongside Nolly. This is still dangerous. Could end up in front. Calm will bring it down. Will they bring it to ground? No. OG wanted to have a look, and then Calm's like, nah, never mind. Overtime again.
OT once again. Third game will end 2-1. The question is, who is it gonna be to do that? Great save there from G2 and a clear up field from Beast Mode, but Calm lurking way back in that deep third. Just anticipating anything coming their way. That's a last-ditch save from JNaps that stays out, and they can breathe just for a short moment as Calm tries to send this one forward.
Over and loose ball again. Nolly's the one who has to come up and play it instead. And a missed opportunity for OG. They couldn't get a real quality look on. Atomic trying to run interference. It might have been just enough, but Beast Mode sent that wayward off to the corner. And JNaps through traffic just has that one challenged off of him and downfield. Back and forth they go, waiting for someone to flinch. I think there have been a few flinches, but nobody's capitalized. Nolly, throw it forward again. Calm is up there and looked like he was a decoy, and G2 had the play well read. Beast Mode again, stopped by Calm. Here comes Atomic. He scored too many today. This time stopped by JNaps, but not out of the woods just yet. Beast Mode trying to lull him to sleep. It's Calm all alone with JNaps finally coming back in support. Daniel chips him, and can he get this one central? Boy, he's trying, but just can't get it down for a pass.
He is trying with all of his might, but so is Nolly, trying to push this one towards that net there. Instead, falls back into the hands of Daniel. A lot in the tank to make a play. It's a pass to Atomic. Great save there from Calm, but pressure doesn't stop off the ceiling. Daniel gets bumped, but it actually could have gone in favor of G2. It pinches, dead ball, claim from Nolly. JNaps gonna be the one to follow this one through.
Atomic was trying to read where JNaps was gonna head with that ball. He couldn't get out quick enough to meet him. So a chance for OG now if they can keep the attack alive. They cannot. Daniel's run out of boost. Atomic coming up as well. JNaps to catch. And Daniel just swats that all the way across where Beast Mode can chase it. Oh, he's left it for Atomic, and the shot going in behind the defense does not sneak through, at least not this time. All the way across, and maybe just a little too strong for Daniel to go chase. He got demoed. So back the other way, he's already back into the play. That's how quickly it is for G2. Landed on the corner boost, set up Beast Mode, and he couldn't convert.
A million setups, 100 demos, and nothing finding its way in. It only takes one golden shot to head to match point for either of these teams. And could it be JNaps? This one, wide Beast Mode to carry. And here comes Calm, trying to take a shot. Nolly down on the ground, and JNaps is up next. There's a great challenge there from Atomic to slow things down, and Daniel's gonna try and beat the race. Calm on low boost. It's one touch out, back to center, but Atomic has to leave this one for Beast Mode. It wasn't the best positioning, and now it's down over one. You're bobbing and weaving the defense, but it's never enough. OG stays strong.
Shots are 14-7, make it 15 as that one careens off the crossbar. This is network, counts as a shot. 16 shots, they still only have the one goal. There it is, 17 is goal number 2, and another OT winner, this time from B-Mode.
Not once, not twice, but 3 times has the scoreline been 2-1, except this time it goes back in favor of G2. It was a shaky one for them, though. I will say, I feel like as time has gone on, people have made G2 work a lot harder for their wins, and this is definitely probably one of the closest series I've seen somebody put up a fight, as far as I'm concerned, against G2.
Listen, when you've won as many games as they have, of course you're going to have a good overtime record, and G2 has one of the best, I'm sure, in North America. They have just been unflappable, unfazed by all the pressure, and they had the lion's share of the pressure in that game. And in that regulation as well, it wasn't just the overtime where G2 had poured it on. I mean, OG had a few looks. That one from Nolly, one they sorely needed that ultimately tied the game, but it's this here that just kind of floats on and turns into a game winner out of Beast Mode. And it's G2 on match point here, trying to reach the top 8 playoffs yet again, where they can go for yet another North American crown. And it's on OG now to try and bring this all the way to Champions Field.
Man, this is, it's insane because on paper, it doesn't look as close, even though it is. It's got to be so frustrating for OG, right? You keep getting just within reach of a moment, but The one person OG needed to not wake up and get involved on offense has officially started to get involved. Daniel, as far as that game 3 was concerned, looked stellar on offense, and I don't expect anything less in this next one.
Well, here we go. Match point for G2. OG's got to win 2 in a row if they want to make it into the playoffs at 3-0 and have a shot at one of those top 2 seeds. Nolly still hanging around on the backboard, trying to drop that down to Calm, and a clever play, but it never had a chance of resulting in a goal. So now Daniel at Atomic forward. Beast Mode starting to creep up as well. G2's going to have to reset, and look at all the space they have. I think there was a sense of maybe, hey, let's go press the issue, but there was nobody forward for OG. So it was like, hey, why are we in a rush? Now it's demos all over the place. Calm might have got bumped again, but still makes the stop. And now Daniel trying to go after 1, trying to go after 2, and just about got there, but he could not take out JNAPS again. Demos all over, though, for G2 right now. It has been a very physical, very explosive opening minute.
I am very shocked G2 hasn't found their way in. I think there it is. There it comes. I was like, there was a moment, I don't remember who it was. I think it might have been Beast Mode earlier on that should have found his way in. And he was on 0 boost, just slowly trying to carry it forward. And Daniel's out there like, I demoed everybody, man. You just gotta be like 1 mile an hour faster and we're through. But no, eventually, another play is the one that makes this one get onto the board here. But question is, how does OG respond to this, especially when G2 is coming in so quickly?
It's interesting to see OG getting bullied around like that, because they've been one of the more physical teams, as you would expect, in the tournament. They come into this round averaging 7 demos a game as a team. But it's G2, not too far behind them, only about 1.5 behind them, that have kind of dropped the hammer on them. So now, how does OG respond? They're down a goal in a game they must win. Otherwise, they drop down to the 2-1 round. And while that doesn't seem like a big deal, okay, sure, you've got 2 more lives, that can turn very quickly into 2-2. And we've seen teams reverse swept out of the tournament just as much as we've seen teams start 0-2 and then play their way into the bracket.
Yeah, it's not uncommon. If you have any form of momentum in the Swiss, you gotta follow it through. But you gotta be honest with yourselves here, OG. This is an insane monster to be going up against. It's G2 at the end of the day, one of the, if not the most consistent team as far as honestly the world is even concerned at times. It's been a masterclass, but OG trying to make them meet their matches. Calm comes from down. It's a far shot upfield, and he finds his way through defense past Daniel and onto the board.
Great redirect out of Calm, and the good recognition to hit him with that pass. So OG level it up. Exactly what they needed. That's awkward, though, out of G2. It should be an OG goal, but Daniel stayed with it, with JNAPS right there waiting on the weak side. You kind of play forward and hope for a mistake. You don't expect one against, the best players in the world, but that one got really awkward for G2. Now Daniel trying to go low, and Calm's got that all day. So now JNAPS with absolutely nothing in the tank, and Beast Mode wasn't having any of it.
Here comes Nolly to the backboard. Great read there from Beast Mode. And Calm just keeping this one orange side off this one. Can Atomic rate pass? He does pass one. He tried to mussy it forward past Nolly. Which is a great attempt. I mean, we've seen mechs of all stages come out from this one. We got a Pogo earlier. We've seen a couple mussies come through, but still it's tied games. Wave dash to make the center over to Atomic. This one goes in, and G2 claim the lead.
Atomic from Daniel, as JNAPS kind of let that one get a little too far away from him. Neither of them had anything in the tank to work with, and it's just Daniel's pure skill that sets up the goal for Atomic. OG didn't have anybody rotating back on the weak side. As that gets through everybody, here's JNAPS one-on-one with Atomic, and Atomic wins that more often than not against a lot of the field. Now Beast Mode intercepting that pass, and G2 will not get to work because Daniel got deleted off the field. So what can OG do here? They find themselves chasing the game again. Again, not a game that they absolutely must win for their tournament lives or anything, but take care of business as quickly as you can and be done with this most chaotic stage of any given tournament. Here's JNaps, 1-on-2 this time, and the slow play just kind of turned into paralysis.
Daniel off the backboard to beast mode, and Atomic just lets Noli take the shot for the effort, but it's just G2 playing keep away at this point. One bounce down, JNaps shot up high, but again, it's great reads. G2 just slowing it down in these last few moments. 35 seconds left in regulation. You're leading by 1. You want to turn it into 2, but what's going to happen is OG is going to come out swinging from the fences to get out of their own half here. Pass over to Beast Mode. This one goes down to a center to Atomic. It's a slot on in, and at 22 seconds, G2 go higher.
I mean, you almost expect, okay, somehow this is going to end up on target, or it's going to be more central. Nope, just kick right back out to Atomic, and he just lines one up. Perfectly executed by G2. One of the best passing teams in the world has done it again, and it might well have just put away this series. Nolly to the backboard, calm down towards JNaps. Got to have this one on. It was, but Atomic's in the way. No sign of a follow-up either. It's very late out of Calm and OG, and that's just going to be way too late in general. OG is going to run out of time, and G2 is going to run on in to a top spot in another bracket.
You can't count against G2. You can try your hardest, you can put up a fight, but at the end of the day, G2 literally own North America.
Yeah, it is G2's region, and we're just watching it at this point. You know, we may see another showdown with a space station or a Gen G at some point. You know, that's what we love about the modern RLCS, all these matchups that we never get to see. And we see them all the time. But right now, in the Swiss stage, it is all G2 as they take another either top 1 or 2 seed out of another Swiss, and they are through into the top 8. Of course, you look at OG and you go, all right, if that's your loss, you take that, but you still have some business to take care of, and you're going to have teams coming up from the 1-in-1 round like a Gen G, like a Moist, who seems to be playing very well, or maybe even Dignitas, who at last check are in Game 5 with NRG. So again, a lot of crazy games going on all around in round 3. And guess what? We've got just the panel to take you through all of them and what's left in round 3.
There's quite a few games going the distance right now. Not only are NRG and Dignitas in Game 5, Luminosity and M80. M80 forcing an unlikely Game 5 in Game 4. They just tied things up at halftime as well, 1-1. So Luminosity struggling here. M80 finally trying to bounce back. We'll hop over there as soon as we can. But yeah, other matches concluded here. The Moist successfully sweeping the Snowmen. Gen G sweeping Cloud9. G Buffo sweeping Spate. 0-1 gets beaten 4 by Incorrect. G2 takes out OG in 4 as well.
And right off the kickoff, Cheese just scores it right away for Luminosity. A little kickoff strat there. But Rebellion, I don't know if you said this, they won 3-1 over Space Station on this. I didn't hear you say that.
Yeah, what a day for them.
Is their match over?
At least on Wikipedia, because that's where
yes.
I'm at.
No.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So it is the last game. So that is huge for Rebellion. Again, they're only 4 points out of a spot, tied with M80, who is trying to survive and go into the 2-in-1 round. But Luminosity again with that kickoff, and now all the pressure. Reddles trying for the low 50, trying for the little bump play. It works out off the post, and Cheese capitalize on it. Just the confusion all around here. Reddles just bumping Jorius just slightly enough to allow Cheese to follow up on that shot. And now 2-goal lead out of nowhere for Luminosity.
Gotta get you in the casting booth, bud.
We thought about me and Wave thought about it today. We did for our last fun day.
We considered giving you the run back there, but there's the truth is, Lemon, we keep Gibbs out of the casting booth for the sake of all of our careers. He would just
I know.
It would be over if we let him cast. We got to keep him shackled to this desk.
Cheese though, look at this. The full American double tap.
Mozzarella.
There you go. Yeah, so you see, I only know American cheese because, you know. That's all I know. So I can't do puns though.
You can.
You know, I can't.
Some say he's really good in the Swiss.
Magic, the kickoff stretch.
Give the bear the ball.
It works. Look at this brilliant play. Reynolds off the wall. Magic Bear. The pre-jump. The shot. And Luminosity. 4 goals since being on stream. The good luck charm for them. Luminosity. Could they do it in round 4? Could they actually get out of Swiss?
Let's not get too hasty.
Where was this against SSG though?
Oh, no.
Like, what? They're gonna Brazil. What's going on?
Oh, no. Oh, the own goals.
And maybe it's a type of team that you love to play against because you get to play your own game and win.
I feel like the M80 curse is just like when they're on stream. It might not just be quarterfinals. It might just be when they're on stream. 'Cause this is monumental here. This is 5 goals in what, a minute 20? Is that a minute 10? Oh my!
Brazil.
Oh no! 6 goals in a little over a minute. Send help.
Cheese pun. Where's the cheese pun? We need another one. God damn it.
Just SOS here for AJ. Just get away, please. Just get me out of this lobby. Oh no!
Hey,
M80.
eyes on Shopify Rebellion for real though, beating SSG
That-
and beating Genji. Like, what's going on over there?
That's huge. Because Rebellion, again, we always talk about so inconsistent, but when they're on, they're on. And we're finally starting to see that, I guess, where it's like, see, they can take down these top teams. They just have to do it more consistently. And again, now they're going to get a favorable quarterfinal matchup, very likely. And a top 4, like if OG does not finish top 4, say OG finishes top 8, we'll tie them for the 4th playoff spot to go to London, I should say, not playoff, but major spot. So that could force some tiebreakers. It's very possible. Make it an interesting playoff bracket. M80, they're coming back. That's 2 goals in, what, 10 seconds?
They're trying. I mean, 4 to go.
Yeah,
the house.
Just
Clear the
4
goalie.
more. Yeah.
Corelli and Spaceman on the Luminosity stream are playing lullabies and are officially asleep on camera.
Oh,
They're checked out. They're like, this game's over.
if M80 score one more time though, it might be wait, guys.
I mean,
wake up.
Like, I think we're all rooting for the content of M80 winning this game now. All right. It's
Okay, back to sleep.
It's so
Everybody
funny
back
that they've gone to sleep and they've missed 3 goals since that happened. So,
I don't know what's going on.
Get a longer sleep though with all these goals. That's nice.
yeah.
Another just big result, I think, for the terms of that top 4 race. Cloud9 falling 3-0 to Genji. So they're in the 1 and 2 round now. Genji obviously is the better team usually, but Cloud9 scored 1 goal in that match, and that included 2 overtimes as well. They only last about half a minute each, though. So Cloud9, the offense has not been clicking at all today, which is very worrying. And we know that their defense is really good, but it's always that offense that you're concerned about, and Cloud9 not showing up so far.
Yeah, Cloud9 kind of had like a lot of mistakes defensively against Dig. And then, but they're usually a team that can also expose mistakes from other teams, but when they don't give you any, Cloud9 have just not had a good day overall. Even like the 3-2 win that they had against, who's this? Z2O?
Yeah.
Oh, 0-2-1. Okay, that's what that stands for. I was like, is this H2O? What the heck is this? But anyway, yeah, even that win is not exactly going to elevate the spirits on a Swiss day.
And this match will finally end. Maybe one more goal. No, it will not. 9-3. I don't even know.
9-3.
You know, hey.
Pretty crazy score line. I'm going to drop on there. They almost made it to 10-3, which would have been bananas. But Luminosity, congratulations on the win. M80 going to be playing for their tournament life in round 4. Who OG draws is going to be the big question for me. That's what I'm most curious about. Okay, they draw G2 in round 3, not quite able to get there. All right. Who do you get in round 4? Are they going to have an opponent that they're able to take down, or are they going to have to go all the way to round 5? So lots of questions on the board here for lots of wonderful teams still playing in it. We had 2 teams exit, but congratulations to Shopify and G2, who have punched their tickets to the playoff bracket. Round 4, just around the corner. We're going to get the matches set up. We'll be right back on the Rlcs.
Nice play. All right, go.
At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
Round 4 about to begin. Many teams being sent home, many seasons being ended here in the final qualifier for North America. A great performance from G2. OG will have to bounce back against their longtime rival. It's a tale as old as time. We will see OG facing off against LG in the final match of the, or not the final match. For one of them, it will be the, no, it's the upper match. They will still have 2 more matches. No final matches between that one there, but here in round 4, Herc, how you feel about OG versus LG?
I'm so tired of, like, I would think I get a break, right? They're like, oh, Herc, she gets to watch her team play on the mainstream. And then they're like, no, run the LG OG super match on the side of Cloud9 potentially going out in round 4. Everybody just wants me to have a heart attack and not go to London. And I'm so tired. I'm so tired.
Herc, here's the best part about being a caster. You're going to London either way.
Yeah, and also, see, you made a big mistake of liking too many teams. That's the thing. You just gotta hate every team equally, and then you'll be happy like me and Wave.
You're right. I'm just sticking with Mina.
Aren't like they're. I'm not gonna say they're bad. They're
say it with your chest, Wave. Say it with your chest.
No, I like them both as well. I want them both to win here as well. Also, quickly to highlight, there above Gibbs' head, you can see the Mina region, the Twisted Minds logo now illuminated. Other side, there he goes. Found it, folks.
All right.
Mina, congratulations. You have both of your challengers for London secured and locked in there. So we will see both of those teams there. We still have yet to secure anybody else here across the board. Looking at the Swiss, though, got lots of action coming down. You can see the matches here as they will be played. Dignitas versus Space Station, a battle of the yellow there. OG Luminosity, we're just talking about that. Gen G going to play against Moist to try and make it to bracket now, while M80 will look to play against G Buffo. Incorrect versus NRG, and Cloud9 versus Snowmen here, Gibbs.
Yes, 2 huge things going into the points for London and also possibly World Championship. As we look at the points for the race to London, some seasons will end here. Cloud9 and Snowmen, they are obviously playing in the 1-2 round. One of those teams will drop out. The other, there is no shot at making it to 4th place. They will be both out of London and the World Championship, so playing for their lives. And also, really quick, I just want to mention Luminosity versus OG. Look, Luminosity a little bit further down this list to make London, but they're only 3 points behind OG for the overall RLCS points. So if they can pass OG and OG does not make it to the major, then Luminosity will hold on to that 4th spot, and they'll have to wait and see whatever 4th place team goes to London if they will pass a Luminosity. So they're both playing in the 2-1 round, so they can't knock each other out, but Luminosity can definitely make it tougher for OG and have a chance to make it to London, but also make it to the World Championship. But the main headline of this entire round, obviously, is going to be that Cloud9 versus Snowmen match. Cloud9, they entered tied for 4th. Snowmen only 2 points behind, but they meet in the 1-2 round.
These are the matches on the upper side of the bracket. Meanwhile, on the lower side of the bracket, teams playing for their tournament lives. G Buffo, M80, Incorrect versus NRG, and Cloud9 versus Snowmen. A lot of these teams, I'm pretty sure with all these teams, Gibbs, if they lose here, they're done for the season?
They're done. Yes, they will be done for the season if any of these teams lose here.
Well, and 3 of them will. So let's start talking about the match we were just highlighting, or the Gibbs was just talking about here. Cloud9 versus Snowmen. The Blizzard back on the stream here for you. We'll see who's able to take it. I believe Cloud9 was able to get the win last time. Snowmen here looking to change things up.
The flash in the pans, right? I feel like it's the top 4s with Snowmen, who won that quarterfinal round versus Cloud9 back in Qualifier 4. So everyone's like, they're the new queso, they're here, and then they didn't make it out of Swiss. Cloud9, they just had a top 4 result with defense first. Everyone's like, are they that team? And now they're sitting in the 1-2 round. One of these teams can turn it all around with 2 more wins here and make it to that playoff top 8, but one of them will be done here, Herc.
No, don't say that. But I mean, it's true. Oh, man, it's been a rough day. I got the change. Hopefully, I'm not a jinx. On the real, though, I think the last Cloud9 performance looks so solid, and today has been very shaky. However, I have seen Cloud9 prevail on shaky ground, and I feel, as far as matchups are concerned, this is a fairly even one. I feel it's not very one-sided, which could give hope to either teams, but Yeah, I mean, you're playing for your lives at this point, so everything on the line.
Yeah.
Snowmen did win this matchup, though, last time it happened, Gibbs.
They did, and that was some pressure, right? That was a quarterfinal playoff matchup. But there's no bigger pressure than right now, where your entire work for the entire year comes down to this. Will you play another match? Will you possibly play another day? Will you play at 2 of these international events? Could come down to this result here and what run you do after this. So immense pressure right now.
Well, chat, who do you have? Keep the votes coming. We've got a Cloud9 sweep as well as a jersey on the screen. We could not be cursing them more here, and chat's got them as well. So Cloud9 going to be having to play an uphill battle against all of the spiritual powers of Rocket League here, but they're going to be trying to get revenge on Snowmen to keep their tournament lives alive. Snowmen have said, not today. We will beat you again, and we will be the team that survives to round 5, trying to keep those hopes of London alive. Only one team can move forward. Snowmen versus Cloud9.
All these playoff scenarios have this thing about Cloud9 can't finish in the top 8 or else. Well, gee, look what's about to happen unless they can put it all together against the Snowmen. Which flash in the pan is for real? Let's find out.
Yeah, who will burn the brightest? Because Snowmen had that one top 4 finish and then haven't been able to make it out of Swiss unless Frosty shows up, and he had such a great series just before this, averaging 4 shots a game, 1 goal a game. Frosty is definitely the player to watch on Snowmen.
This is a day where a lot of seasons are going to end. It feels hard to believe because the World Championship is still a few months away, but this is last call for all these teams that are trying to play their way into the top 8 of even their first qualifier. As that goes off to the side, Lion Blaze very quickly after it. Can't get to it though. Scribbles is there, played it further on for a reveal. That's well done defensively by the Snowmen. Now Zanil trying to be as much of a pest as he can be. Now Frosty can't get a second touch, so Lion Blaze will play out of harm's way. So too does Zanil. Let that one get away, but Percy trying to run forward on reveal. He was way, way back, and Cloud9 can keep the attack alive. Percy and reveal cancel each other out, and Zanil barrels through.
Finally, like, Snowmen were just playing fast and scrappy, and then kind of left reveal in this 1-on-2 earlier, and once the rotations came back, Cloud9 were already suffocating them. So it's great to see that Cloud9 have developed offensively, because when I casted them before, it's a slow burn when you watch Cloud9. It takes pieces to assemble, or maybe Lion Blaze, maybe just space and time, as he just went for the bump and smashes his way through.
Like a missile just twirling through. Frosty, kind of a late turn. Lion Blaze had him dead to rights. And after the first minute, it's still all Cloud9. Plenty of time though for Snowmen to bounce back. Reveal needs to get on his horse very quickly to follow this. He's gone over top of Zanil, and a chance at least to get to the back wall. Centering pass for Frosty, and the shot blocked by Zanil.
So far, so good. Scribbles will be first back, and Zanil will have boost, but Scribbles deciding to take this up high. He'll leave it to Frosty. Reveal is looking for bumps, but Cloud9 were on the left side, so no connection there, but possession and dangerous one from Frosty. Scribbles didn't really have enough boost, and Percy beats him to the punch, bouncing this off to Lion Blaze, but a good interception, good read out of Frosty to negate the storm coming out of Cloud9, because the pressure is on, but the shot that came in powerfully bounced off the car of Snowmen, giving them a counterattack opportunity.
Good job there by Percy, recognizing he needed to get back as well. I think there'd be a tendency in some cases to kind of run forward just a little bit more. And if he had, this would be a 2-1 ball game. I think having those 2 goals early has kind of helped calm down Cloud9. They realize they don't need to press the issue. Boy, if they can just bury the Snowmen. This goes all the way across. Another infield pass. Percy had revealed dead to rights. The poor guy's just watching this pass go by and had no shot to block it.
Yeah, Lion plays first on the ball on the left, and this bounces perfectly to Percy, where Reveal was just lost in the sauce in front of the net, just hoping to just body block it, even with not much control of their boosts, but 3-0 for Cloud9. What a showing. This is a team that can really punish weak defenses. They've had defensive mistakes of their own, but Cloud9 are leading with such confidence, forcing Snowmen on a back foot, where when Snowmen are comfortable, they can play fast and they can play physical, but then Zanil is almost dunking on kids, so gotta watch out for Cloud9.
Shots officially are even at 6 apiece, but if you didn't know that, you'd think it was closer to like 8-2. Snowmen should get a shot here as Reveal rolling forward. Oh, Frosty running interference. Chased Lion Blaze into the net, and the ball followed.
And that's what you love about Snowmen's offense, is it's a team effort of just being like bees. They're buzzing around you and forcing you to look at other things other than the ball rolling into your net, or just trying to get out of other people's way. So Snowmen will get their first goal of the series with 2 minutes left. Of course, it's still very possible to bring these signs of life into a more thriving situation, especially with that demo from Reveal. Snowmen relieving that. Now a second demo from Reveal, but that leaves them without boost. And Zanil almost barred down, shooting at them.
We'll be doing a lot of scoreboard watching through this series and beyond when we send things back to the desk a little bit later on. As we eliminate more teams, we could see potentially NRG eliminated. I know it's almost been inevitable up to this point, but it doesn't really feel real until it happens. So that ball is dropped off right in front in the corner. Lion Blaze will take his time, and Reveal beat him to the punch.
Now that Reveal has some boost, how can he control this ball, and just tries to send it to the backboard. Frosty was ready off the sidewall, but great defensive reads. Percy just killing this ball. Scribble's now stuck out of position. Zanil picks up the pace. Reveal slows down the midfield. 1 minute left for Snowmen to generate 2 goals, and they're just having to play from such a deficit. This was gonna be such a tough challenge for them. It's not a bad pitch for Frosty to get to Reveal, but Cloud9 are just 1 step ahead of them.
And Snowmen have had a lot of offensive freedom so far through this tournament. Come in averaging 2.5 goals a game, but they're under that mark right now thanks to Cloud9's relentless offense and the opportunities they've been able to generate. As Zanil cut in front, he'll race back, so nobody forward to challenge Snowmen. But Snowmen can't get any kind of offense set up either. Down inside 20 seconds. More boost stolen away from the Snowmen. Reveal over to Scribbles. Frosty's the only one with anything in the tank. Reveal was hoping boost would spawn for him. It did not, and all they have to hold on to is hope, and even that has dwindled. Game 1 goes decisively to Cloud9.
And 1 for the road. You just needed to mention the score so we could be like, stacks. It's 4-1 actually.
Yep.
Cloud9, yeah, very commanding win. And Cloud9 getting away with playing funny on the ball. Like, Percy can be crazy and just attack the ball however way he wants. He didn't get away with that in previous series, but in a team shaky like Snowmen, I think Cloud9 can still hold possession quite well. Snowmen, I mean, it's been a lot of physicality, not able to steal as much boost as they consistently have in other series, so they find themselves not having the resources offensively to pull off the mechanics that we know them so well for. So Snowmen are still building up. We got like the first ball at the bottom, and Snowmen are still rolling up the second, so just wait. We got the carrot, we got the accessories for the Snowmen. It's still building.
Well, the problem is if it takes a whole game to generate one part of the Snowman, then by the time you actually put the head on, it's already too late and it's going to melt. Cloud9 definitely turned up the heat at key moments in game number 1. As we look back at the Mobile 1 high performance replay, we see Reveal in just a hopeless position, and then one more at the end out of Percy as Cloud9 take down Snowmen to the tune of 4-1 in game 1. Of course, just 1 out of the 3 they need. And of course, Snowmen do have the opportunity to battle back in this series and the ability to do that too. We've seen them take some of the top teams in North America to the limit. So why not Cloud9? But there's so much momentum against them right now and not a lot to look at from game 1 and go, yeah, we can hang on to that. Maybe they have a chance.
Yeah, and Cloud9's defense is going to look better when they've had a better offense to not put themselves in peril. Because last time we watched Cloud9, they put themselves defensively in these 1v2 scenarios where you're more more likely than not going to get scored on. But that hasn't been the case. Cloud9 being a lot safer. And when you get to play from such a lead, you don't have to take as many risks. Snowmen, though, may have to send the house if that's the type of productivity we're going to see out of the offense from game one.
A Snowmen team that really gave Gen G a lot of fits and gave him quite the scare as well in their playoff run. They are not giving Cloud9 a scare at all. Zanil is up quick for this. Nobody else in the air. Frosty coming in from the back. You can't defend from there. Cloud9 in front.
Yeah, Snowmen are playing a predictable defense right now. Like the fact that Percy just slammed that clear out of the way and just kept them stuffed. And then Zanil loves to sneak up on them and take these random shots when Snowmen look a little too comfortable. Well, I wouldn't be very comfortable if I was a Snowmen player right now, as they still are hanging off their defensive end. Or off the kickoff, they definitely came in looking like they were ready to do something, but searching for that first goal. What's Frosty just diving at for there? But with the demo from Reveal, you'd think Snowmen could have a more commanding possession of the ball, but then it gets cleared. So Snowmen are still trying to find contact.
Reveal trying to slow play, and Percy wasn't thrown off by it at all. They go over top of Scribbles. Here's Zanil, floater on target. He's got 3 in the series.
And Zanil comes in after an interesting tweet from the last regional. He's been working so much on his mental to not be nervous, and that's so important on a Swiss day where you have so many matches and you can be eliminated on Swiss day. So you have to kind of pick yourself up and keep going, which is the story of Cloud9 of how they can keep going, because this could be the end of the road for either team in a 1-win, 2-loss scenario. And I love that Cloud9 not only compose themselves, but are leading these games pretty well.
You know, sometimes Derek will give us these scenarios like, hey, this team's eliminated if they lose, and you kind of roll your eyes. We'll get to that in a moment as Zanil has slammed another one through, and he continues to absolutely punish the Snowmen.
Yeah, I've been Zanil and Lion Blaze were one of the first players I got to appreciate from CRL where I started, and I was waiting to see what kind of splash they could do as one of the biggest names in the collegiate space. And now that that synergy is being finally shown off, you're seeing the true potential of Cloud9. They're looking more likely to not to go to round 5 and to save their chances to going into tomorrow, and also the LAN 3-0 lead. Now they can just minimize risks. They don't have to send like the whole team on this offense. It only takes Zanil. Like, look at that.
I mean, there is another match going on that's very relevant to everybody's interest that I'd like to talk about if the Snowmen could actually play some defense for the first time in this series. Let's talk about it now. M80 is down 0-2 right now to G Buffo, and if they lose that series, they are done. Not just like, oh, we're like out for the week. No, done. Their season is over. If they can't find a way to reverse sweep, let me check my notes, G Buffo. And this one goes through for Frosty, and that has to begin the comeback effort for the Snowmen here. Here in game 2, still just under 3 minutes left. That's a lot of time to work with, and some physical play finally opening things up against C9.
Just Frosty getting away with gymnastics where the demo clears the way into the net. The fact he even just recovered from that initial touch where he's like diving off to the side. Frosty, I was about to point him out because he was at 22 points before that goal went in, and now Snowmen can smile and maybe start to get more involved and look for more impactful plays. It's still quite a deficit to play from, though.
Have seen them score in bunches, though, and that is the thing that should just give Cloud9 fans a little bit of pause. As Scribbles up to the ceiling, has his flip, and that's blocked away by Percy. Frosty thought about it and said he's got to go all the way back. And a good thing is he can play that from the back wall. He's got Lion Blaze and Zanil, and both go into retreat mode. Frosty takes out one, and a timely challenge by Zanil. That still goes forward. Frosty and Reveal trying to work the 2-man game, and it doesn't yield any results.
Reveal scared me as a third man back going for that 50. If that didn't work, that was just going to be a 5-1 scenario. And even a worse challenge for Snowmen to overcome, as this series has gone the way of Cloud9 so far and will continue to do so. Reveal off the ceiling against Percy. Frosty patiently awaits for him in that nest off the backboard. It's Frosty with a touch to reveal with boost. But Cloud9 have to just be aware of the physical game that Snowmen are starting to introduce more and more when they transition to that offense.
This will angle downward. Oh, nobody had the read. Lion Blaze was late, and Frosty couldn't read it. And a missed opportunity there for Snowmen. They could have cut that lead in half finally. Instead, it remains 3. Now Lion Blaze just killing time. Reveal has to force the issue. And that's dangerous now because there's only one defender. It Scribbles against an army. And Cloud9 pick them apart.
That's tough to just be in the 1v1. I kind of want to watch this again. What a touch from Percy. And Scribbles missing that, not making contact with the ball. That's really rough, but that's such a dire scenario to be in where you have to make the quickest reaction. 5-1. Like, starting to be Brazil territory for Cloud9, but what an evolution they've gone through. What a day they've gone through. Well, hopefully in their favor go to round 5 as Snowmen. They're just kind of diving at the ball, and the result of it is not favoring them whatsoever.
Mental toughness, certainly a skill that can be and often is tested in the Rocket League Championship Series, and having to play at this level while your season is on the line is a challenge that Cloud9 is answering and passing that test with flying colors as they fly all around the Snowmen. Make it 6-1 now as Lion Blaze finally gets his 3rd goal of the series.
Was the pinch off the crossbar to kill the ball straight down? Like, the 2v1 was, you'd imagine, going Cloud9's way. They've just been outclassing Snowmen in every regard. Zanil with the shot, Frosty and Scribbles hoping to charge forward and have one last shout for this game before going to match point against Cloud9 and hope for the reverse sweep, where Cloud9, they've just been playing their game. It's not been too much of a challenge for them. Now Frosty and Scribbles, but Scribbles not really in a position to take advantage. He was still coming off the backboard, so Snowmen haven't even really supported each other offensively or given themselves options to get through the Cloud9 defense. So this is a rough one to watch.
That's a rough one to watch if you're a Snowmen fan. It is not rough at all if you are a Cloud9 hopeful. 10-2 so far in this series. And, I mean, Snowmen have just been outpaced and outmatched so far by Lion Blaze, Percy, and Zanil. This team that had so many high hopes coming into this final open qualifier. And so much work to do. They're one step closer to at least getting into round 5. Then once they get there, I mean, good luck, because you're going to have to contend with one of these teams from the upper half that lost and comes down. So you're looking at maybe a Dignitas, maybe an OG or Luminosity. Teams that are also playing for their season's lives at this point. It's not going to get any easier after this round for sure. They do still have just a little bit of business to take care of in Game 3 against the Snowmen.
And you gotta kind of credit the mental of Cloud9, because this hasn't been an amazing day for them. Like, we got to watch the 3-1 Dig loss on broadcast where Cloud9 were kind of floundering. Then they came back and, yeah, Game 5 win against, I always said Z2O, but it's 0-2-1, which is not going to be a win that you're, like, stoked about. A win's a win, I guess. Then they get absolutely trounced on by Gen G. And the fact that Cloud9 are playing this good after the series they just experienced says a lot of how they're able to reset and move forward and forget about the past.
Well, one more needed. And Cloud9 play their way into round 5. Again, you wouldn't have thought that they'd be trying to play for another round once they reach round 4, but that's the position they're in. They've handled that pressure so far. Here goes Zanil, right at Scribbles. That kicks out laterally, so Reveal can run onto it. Indirect for himself. He's a decoy. Had Frosty coming up, but a little too slow. Now Scribbles' shot's going to be a little high, just off the corner of the frame. And Lion Blaze will let Percy take over.
That's the most dangerous Snowmen have looked, so I want to see more of that. It's Frosty with a full tank, with a reset, transitioning to the blue half, but just running headfirst into Lion Blaze, and then Zanil's the first one to get the follow-up touch. So, like I said, Snowmen really have to support each other as Percy with the miss to drop the backboard, Frosty with the shot. The reactions have to be quicker from Snowmen to take advantage of a Cloud9 that can expose some mistakes defensively.
Percy was kind of stuck up on the backboard, and he's the one who had to jump out and try to play that ball. It was very awkward, and that one ricochets around, stays in front, and it's Reveal's shot that Scribbles taps in at the end, and Snowmen have their first lead of this series.
Yeah, Cloud9 just having the initial read that you thought it was gonna come from the back wall off the sides of the net, and it just was a shot right on, which bounced back into Cloud9 for the rebound. So, or is back to Snowmen for the rebound. So great recovery, great pressure. And how does Cloud9 respond? I mean, you can't really be fully asleep at the wheel despite the 6-1 or whatever scoreline we just had.
What was Frosty doing there? My gosh. You talk about Snowmen just throwing the house at Cloud9. Frosty was already up at the ceiling waiting for a pass that came across. Unfortunately, the timing didn't quite work out. But that's the level that Snowmen feel they have to be at against C9 to keep their season alive.
Lion Blaze and Scribbles leaving the ball floating as the rest of Cloud9 will emerge with boost to contend with. But Frosty's so good at picking up the pace and really starting to play fast, and Cloud9 have had to watch out for what Frosty can do. He's had these hot and cold moments, but Lion Blaze with the dribble all the way across, almost with the bump, but a good save from Reveal, gets demoed for his efforts.
You could say that NRG fumbled with Frosty all you want. They could both be eliminated at roughly the same time, though NRG up 2-0 in their series. Rebound opportunity here that Percy can't convert. Had a defender in the way. Now Reveal trying to work on the counterattack. It's Frosty right down the middle. Follow-up is saved away by Percy, who just got back in the nick of time.
Now Cloud9's defense really starting to sweat. Frosty really loves to just come flying for this ball. Snowmen definitely starting to feel more confident after, well, obviously finally having a lead that they can play off of and not having to come from an 0-3 deficit like the other two games. But Cloud9 now feeling that they actually have a team to play against, and this almost went to Percy for the equalizer.
Lion Blaze and Zanil crisscross. It's Zanil that pinched it back out. And now Frosty to nobody in particular. Couldn't follow it up himself. Zanil all alone. Teammates a little slow getting back on the offensive end. Zanil kept that available, and Percy able to go boost end ball. He's got teammates now in position and can't connect with Lion Blaze. Look at all the time they have, though.
Yeah, Percy's already ready at the corner, too, and bumps into Scribbles, and Snowmen don't have firm control. They're just trying to clear it out and maybe slow things down, but Percy's on the hunt for boost and for demos, and Lion Blaze wins the midfield. How are you just gonna let Cloud9 get the ball gifted? And Zanil, after coming out with, what, 4+ goals in the previous game, he has got to be the guy you set up for success, but Lion Blaze gets bumped off the ball mid-air. Zanil to Percy, to the left, but saved by Scribbles.
And very quickly to Frosty. Might have been able to put the game away, but make it real difficult for Cloud9 to close it out. Instead, it's only a 1-goal lead. Lion Blaze, not much in the tank, and that corner is not going to spawn for him. Nor will it spawn for Zanil. Lion finally has it, but he's not in the play. Percy trying to get Lion Blaze downfield. Instead, he'll go for demo. Got one, got two, as he bumps Reveal into the net, and Percy ties it.
What a bump from Lion Blaze. This, and of course the demo in the midfield. Cloud9, step 1, step 2 equals profit. Now Cloud9 have a tie with 35 seconds left, and it's match point. Season lives on the line. Lion Blaze in a 1v1 versus Reveal. Cloud9 with the lead.
Collegiate players around the country and around the world have been in this spot too many times to count, and almost every time it's the same result. And now the Snowmen suffer the same fate. Lion Blaze pick them apart at the end, down to 27 seconds. Snowmen got to scramble. Reveal's got a full tank. He's got to wait, though, as Zeniel's got the ball in the air. So Frosty just trying to play the possession game. And Zeniel is still forward. Scribble's tried to chase him off the play, and it didn't work out. Lion Blaze can't block Reveal. Frosty's down there. Need one more. It is Scribbles to tie and denied. Off to the right, and that should do it. Percy holds all the cards, and it's all over. Cloud9 go to round 5.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for Snowman. This season ends here. It will not be snowing. It's May, of course. But Snowman had a real chance even in that last play. The double that tipped too high and then just weren't able to kind of recover possession in that final hurrah. And Snowman picked things up, didn't get smashed 6-1 at the end. It was Cloud9 that had to fight for it. And it ended up in a sweep. So it sucks to see that Snowman, they had that one top 4 finish this split, but just haven't been able to reach those heights ever again.
Now, they had a lot of believers, myself included, that, hey, this could be for real. This could be the team that steps up in the second half and makes a name for themselves. Unfortunately for the Snowmen, it does not work out. They melt down here in the final qualifier in round 4. Cloud9 will play another round, but there's still so much more happening here in round 4.
A lot, and Cloud9 will get to round 5, and there's a bunch of matches ahead of us, including a game 5. So let's go check in with the desk.
All right, matches up and down across the way here. Lots of action happening. SSG has swept Dignitas. Gen G has swept Moist. G Buffo and M80 are in game 5 here, Gibbs. Like, what is happening?
It feels like game 9 at this point, man. It's been a wild day. Illuminati OG right now. We're going over to game 4 here again. A lot of Worlds implications, if not for London. If Luminasi can try and knock OG down and gain 3 points on them by the end of this qualifier, they'll hold the 4th spot at the very least, even if they don't go to London. So Luminasi, they're down 2-1 right now in this series, but up 1-0 early in game 4.
I'm gonna cry.
This is a safe space. We can tears are welcome.
If I cry in front of everybody, I would cry more because I cried in front of everybody.
It's like therapy. It's fine. Yeah, Wave's a good therapist.
We've all no. That is not my job. I'm not qualified. My therapist has been teaching me that crying is a good thing, and we should all do it more. So, oh my goodness, cheese! Look at them go, popping off.
This is Illuminati again. They go to round 5 every single time. They've lost their last 3 though, going all the way back to the Copenhagen Major against Vitality. Then they played Gen G, and then I believe it was Cloud9 the last time around, if I'm not mistaken. So LG on a 3-game losing streak in round 5. Why not just do it in round 4 for the first time
Finish
in
it.
3 years for Rlcs? Why not?
Be an incredible moment.
I can't even react properly. This is just, my heart is racing. I wish I had if we had heart rate monitors for us on some of these matches, I feel like that would be so funny.
Pretty incredible. Meanwhile, it's on some other less heart. No, I guess it's just specifically for her. I bet for other fans this is important. G Buffo, they won up games 1 and 2 against M80, but are currently down 2-0 in game 5, about to be reverse swept out of season 24 or 2024.
G Buffo was trying to play spoilers, and then it just fell just a little bit short. Going up 2-0 though was huge on M80, but M80. Who knows? Maybe that's the wake-up call that they needed. There's not much bigger pressure than you got to win 3 in a row or your year is done. After what they've shown throughout the year, you would think M80 is one of those probably most disappointing teams, I would say, for the season because of what they can do. So if they battle back here, maybe that's that final wake-up call that they needed, and maybe they make that playoff push. But speaking of the playoff push, Space Station and Gen G, though, in that round 4, they both qualified for the playoffs, which means they are guaranteed at least a tiebreaker to go to London and very likely to go to the World Championship as well. So for Gen G and Space Station, huge round 4 victories for them. And again, it's like 90% likely that they just qualify without having to do a tiebreaker, even if they lose. Cheese somehow squeezes this one in past Nolly, who tries to pinch it off the crossbar, just runs out of real estate here. He has no boost,
I was gonna say,
tries his best. Oh,
I was trying to see how much boost he had. My camera was covering it. Oh. Bro, this is insane. The amount of like low-key just upsets all over Swiss. And this is what I asked for at the beginning of the day. I was like, please, I want like a bunch of dummy upsets. Oh my gosh.
Oh, nice one there. LG needs to save their goals though. They need them for game 5.
Please.
Sure.
Oh, I know. Don't do more.
I think it's scoring more here. 4 seconds left. M80 versus G-Buffo. G-Buffo not on the scoreboard yet. It will be M80 with a reverse sweep to stay alive in the bracket, send G-Buffo home. NRG also taking down Incorrect in game 4 to stay alive in the tournament. And Incorrect season ends here in round 4.
Dang.
We are looking at very likely tiebreakers abound at this point. With Snowmen out, like obviously that's a disappointing result for them. But they were the one team that was not in that 4-point break. They were only 2 points away, so they couldn't really be in any tiebreakers. But with them out, there's a very good chance we get a tiebreaker, maybe even multiple ties for the last spot. It could be a 3-way to a 4-way tie, so see how it all pans out. But we're all hoping for it, because it'll be the most dramatic way to end the open qualifiers for sure. But Luminosity running away with game 4 here. Good and bad. Again, save your goals.
Don't say that.
Save your goals.
Oh my
man.
gosh.
Oh, another
Oh my gosh.
one.
Wait,
Feed the bear.
Yeah, honestly, just feed the bear. Keep going, keep going.
Oh,
Keep
look
going.
at that.
Assert dominance.
Oh.
Bro, these two, chat, if you did not watch the LG OG game in Copenhagen, you honestly need to go find that VOD and rewatch it. These two, I know we do the whole like Noli versus Gen G OG thing, but LG versus OG is like the real grudge match, and it makes it so funny because apparently they're tied right now. Like out of the 6 times they've matched up or something like that, it's 3-3, I think. And so this is like the one where somebody gets to like push ahead in like record. Oh, I'm gonna I'm gonna stop talking.
Yeah, I mean it's just one goal. This one's over. We're going to game.
Don't say that.
But this is what happened in Copenhagen as well a bit. Like it happened in the lower rounds. It was the 1 and 2 side, but Luminosity, they came off a win in the 0-2 round, and OG, they came off a loss. And Luminosity just kind of rode that momentum. And I thought these guys were pretty even going into Copenhagen, and I did pick Luminosity because of that momentum of like they had to play earlier like in that day, just back-to-back wins. It looks like that could be happening here as well. And Reynolds puts in a nasty one from the corner. Just, you know, a little showboating here, I guess. Why not? He's open. He missed all his demos. He's like, and I can't even boost steal, so instead I'll just redirect and score. That's good enough for me. But we're going to game 5 with a lot on the line. Again, Luminosity needs a lot of help. They probably need to win this qualifier. But if they knock down OG early, if Cloud9 loses in the 2 and 2 round, if OG loses in the 2 and 2 round, the door opens for a lot more of these teams. So that is what LG is hoping for. Not only to win this, to advance the bracket, but hopefully demoralize OG enough for having them to lose in the 2 and 2 round. That's what they really want.
Yeah. Mind games.
Yeah. Got to do a lot of nice shots and what a saves in game 5.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, okay. Backstory, context, chat on why the LG OG Copenhagen game was so just dummy insane was because Magic Bear accidentally quick chatted at the beginning of that series, and so OG started like yelling at them, and they were like going back and forth, and so I always like in the corner of my eye I'm like, is somebody gonna accidentally quick chat? Are we gonna start this again? Like, I honestly,
what was the quick chat? Was it like no problem?
I think it was like no, it was like nice shot or what a save on something that OG had done, and it started a feud.
I've always
chat,
wondered
man.
if there's times when I hit the wrong quick chat and it made me seem really BM, how much, and then I like try to cover it up with the correct one. I'm like, okay, but did they think I did the first one on purpose or not? Like how much bad like emotions
think you're
have I
being
sowed into the
sarcastic.
world by just pressing the wrong buttons on my controller? Can't score a goal, can't even quick chat correctly.
And then it always happens with your teammate too, because it's like your teammate gets annoyed at you and then it's over. Then there's no
like,
chance.
wow,
of winning.
okay, you didn't like my pass. He's hitting great pass on me when we get scored on. Okay, you know, okay, fine. I'm like, no, I'm sorry. I was trying to say close one. I didn't mean to. Yeah, but for the record, you were correct, Herc. It is 3-3 in the head-to-head, so this will be to go ahead in the record of OG versus LG. So we're getting ready for Game 5. It's a big one. One team making it to bracket.
So really quickly as well, Gen G locked up the 3rd seed. Space Station has locked up the 4 seed. So whoever wins this match will play Space Station in the bracket, but they'll also be on the same side of the bracket as G2, the number 1 seed. So that is what is being played for here. And obviously it's to just make bracket, so you're safe. And the other team will obviously follow the 2-2 round, not out of it yet. But we'll see how it all pans out.
That's a brutal bracket. Place.
It is, but I mean, they're
probably G2.
They're all brutal, right? It's like, I guess you want Rebellion maybe, but they did go 3-0 today, so they did take down Gen G and Space Station. So I don't know what you want, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah.
From OG. Now the Bear coming out after hibernation, ready to go.
Now, do you think this first goal is the most important goal in the history for these teams for the season? I feel like momentum-wise, both teams are going to pop off if they score and just try and ride the hype meter to this Game 5 win. It could come down to that.
I feel like goal 2 is the most important.
Okay,
Whether you get scored or not, either to tie it back up or to go ahead 2-0. Like that's the. If you tie it back up, oh man, strap in. We might be in for an overtime. If a team goes up 2-0, then you can just call GG at that point.
It'll be LG, like, they'll just turn off the stream and then somehow OG comes back on the 2-0 and wins it or something.
Oh yeah, what is?
Oh, good pass out.
But
Magic Bear didn't have any boost.
Oh my god.
Just kind of lob it in, but now Luminosity doesn't really have any boost. Magic Bear, good challenge though, looking in the midfield after grabbing a boost tank to just relieve some pressure. So Cheese gets the clear. Magic Bear actually gets a corner ball. Cheese going up.
Oh my god, Cheese, go.
That's just going in. That just drops in. Nolly, not sure what he was playing for here necessarily. He has a full boost tank. He just can't get up fast enough, honestly.
Get his nose
he does bump Cheese slightly, but it didn't matter. That ball was just dropping in. Nolly just took a weird angle, though, as well. Like, I think if he would have tried to back up, he might have been able to make that save, but his first goal, Redo's probably popping off, yelling at the boys, like, come on, we can do it. I don't want to play round 5 for once in my career.
They avoided the kickoff.
XD.
Oh, big save by Cheese off the back wall.
She's trying to put the team on his back. Calm over one.
Win by Calm for
Held by Nolly here. Gonna have to find a way to get away. All right, strap in. It's overtime.
Bro, Demo Central. I love
That's
it. Let's go back and forth.
That's a great play, too, because Calm, he could go for a flip reset, but he knows Nolly's got Cheese. So he's like, I'm going to just play it safe and just put the ball back on the ground and just roll it into the net, because I know Nolly very likely has this demo, or at least can push him away. So don't go for that, like, flashy goal that's low percentage.
Much
just
more
go for
missable.
the consistent shot.
Oh my goodness.
Just trust your teammate. Like, if he calls, like, I have this, then yeah.
When teammates up the field bullying the goalie, what matters most is ball in goal as fast as possible. Does not matter where.
Yeah. Oh gosh, here comes Colin. Oh my god, what
He's up. Saved by Reddles. Nolly. Pretty big challenge here.
Ooh, that's a funky
Gets
touch.
another one.
Ooh, you got 2 of that.
Oh, Cheese with a big miss. It shouldn't matter too much. Calm didn't have any boost, but Nolly gets some open space. Go for a double or flip. He does neither. Just gets dunked on.
Chaos.
Separate, please separate.
Ooh, that's risky, but Magic Bear does keep it.
Cheese.
That's fine.
Some boost stealing though by JNaps looks like. So Illuminati's a third man, doesn't have any boost. That's Cheese. He picked up a couple things. Did not matter though. He picked up 2 pads, but then he gets demoed out anyway, so that doesn't really matter at this point. So JNap's great demo there.
The physical
I don't even know
play.
if he hit him. Did he even hit him? I couldn't even tell.
It's the Death Squad.
Yep.
On the lead.
Oh, Luminosity, another round 5. Lumen.
Oh, so that's what the Lumen and Luminosity means.
Yep.
Okay.
All right, she's got space. Some magic pair wasn't there though.
Okay, there.
Back to Magic, who's a little bit too far forward there by Rlcs. Nolly, great dunk. Some pressure. Rlcs going the wrong way. No, okay, never mind.
Oh my Jesus, all 3 of them?
Eager, final minute. OG just trying to hold on.
She's got to get a big play here. A little pass off the Magic. Low boost, though, on Luminosity coming out of this corner. Cheese does get that corner, though. That is huge. Rlcs just got to buy some time. Doesn't do the job. Magic Bear midfield. Coming around the corner. Rlcs looking for bumps. Little questionable corner play. Oh, can't get anything done there, though. So OG just trying to survive in this corner. Kill as much clock as you can.
A lot of it.
A lot of demos coming out, though. Rlcs demoing everyone like crazy. Trying to open it up.
Oh, nail the
JNaps. Oh,
final 10.
another demo. There's so many demos going on, and this cam is throwing me off.
Oh.
Rlcs. Too high. Another 10. Oh, with a huge save. Throws it away, and OG advance. Barely, but they pull it out. And Luminosity for the 6th straight qualifier, the 7th in a row, if you include Copenhagen Major, going to the 2-2 round. Wow.
Dang. OG on top, though, in the head-to-head now. Good for them.
Well done. Well done. If you guys want to hear a dramatic, wonderful song sung by a medieval choir about going to round 5, just head over to twitch.tv/Wikipedia. I guarantee you they're playing it right now. It wouldn't be a Luminosity stream if they weren't going to round 5. So an incredible experience. I feel like we were all kind of rooting for, I know Herc, you were rooting for Luminosity.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Luminosity just because I just wanted to see them not go to round 5 finally here. But OG, man, well done. They've punched the ticket to the bracket. They got a match against Space Station tomorrow. Oof. Can they do it again, folks? It'll be an incredible one. But that's round 4 in the books. We've got round 5 coming up right after this. Don't go anywhere.
Nice play. All right, go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter. No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the ball. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. Or pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
flash, you see the drip and it slugs. You need it, pull the trigger. Got you feeling, got you feeling. And the world is yours only if you take it. So sign your name and choose to claim it. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. You need it in a hurry, you want it in a flash. Can't get this time back, we don't get this time back. The way you choose now, the way you choose now. So the way you choose now, the way you choose now.
Six teams remain, only 3 spots left in the bracket. We will send 3 teams home and end 3 seasons right now. Round 5 of the Swiss. No more lives left. It's time to show us what you're really made of out here. We got Moist versus NRG, Luminosity versus Cloud9, and Dignitas versus M80, our final 3 matches of the day stacks. These ones all going to be nail biters for the fans of these teams.
Poor Herc, or fans if you're a fan of both teams. In the case of poor Hercules, but you know, poor players, because man, they are in a pressure cooker right now with all the scenarios for trying to get into top 8, and you're constantly, I mean, you can't, but you have to resist the urge to scoreboard watch or kind of ask like, hey, what are they doing? Because all these results kind of matter to everybody, and eventually you're gonna fill out this bracket and figure out who you have to beat and who has to help you on your way to London if you're going to get there.
I mean, Gibbs, we can talk about some of the teams that have already made their exits and kind of like we can start to reminisce, or not reminisce, but like think back on their season and stuff like that. Let's talk about the Snowmen here for a second, given that they just went out against Cloud9. We just watched that match go down. Now that we have seen the entirety of the Snowmen story in RLCS 2024, what are the big takeaways?
I feel like the flash of the pan top 4 was huge, and everyone, you know, maybe called them too early of like a new Team Queso or something like that. But these guys, the average age on the team was like 15 and a half. Scribbles, with the new age rule, is only playing because of that. He's 14. So you can't expect these guys to just show up in North America and take away the old guard and take a spot away, right? But you like to see that they made a splash, right? That we saw their potential for a top 4 team in North America. And this is a building year. You're a very young team, 3 very young players. You're not expected, especially in North America, where the top is so heavily guarded, to make it to one of these majors when there's only 4 spots left, right? So like, I think it's a great first year for these 3 players on Snowmen. And obviously, you talk about Frosty, where he was on energy, then he was off energy and all that. So there's a lot of things going on with this team. But all in all, you have to be happy with what they did throughout the season and just use it to build, like, if these 3 play together again, or even if they don't, like, if there's eyes on these players now for other teams to pick them up. It's a great year for all 3 players involved.
They are eliminated in round 4, but I'm certain we will see them back, as well as probably most of these other teams, maybe just in different arrangements. Every one of them had their story, but of the eliminated teams so far today, the Snowmen definitely the most exciting story that we followed the most actively here on the main show. So 6 teams left, as you can see up there on the top of the qualified teams: Space Station, OG, and Gen G. finally make their way into the bracket, and they wait to see who they are going to play. Well, I guess Space Station OG, actually, they qualify in the same round, and they play against each other in the bracket. So it'll be the other 3 teams that we see up there in the green boxes, G2, Shopify, and Gen G, who are waiting on the results of these 3 matches. Each of these teams will face off against one of those 3 teams I just mentioned. So NRG, one of the big names of Rocket League and RLCS in the history of RLCS, currently sitting in 10th place here, Gibbs, trying to make that crazy run.
Yeah, so both Energy and Moist, they're playing one another. There's only a 1-point difference between the two. The only thing that really matters between those two is obviously you want to make the playoffs, you want to win this entire qualifier, and then get some help. For Energy's case, because they have an odd number, they wouldn't have to play any tiebreakers at that point. Like, if they did get the help, if Moist... so actually for Moist as well, no tiebreakers because Snowmen was their only tiebreaker opportunity, but they do need other help. They need to make the playoffs, win the entire thing, plus more things have to happen. So both those teams, they're playing for their tournament lives. They're playing for their year lives. Then you got Luminosity and Cloud9. Luminosity, if they lose, they're out of World Championship contention. They were behind OG by 3 points for that World's 4th spot. They won't be able to catch them if they do lose, so their year will be done. Cloud9 will also be done because OG's already in that playoff bracket, even though they're tied for 4th right now. OG, Space Station, Gen G, and G2 are all above them. So either way, one of those teams, their year is done. And then Dignitas and M80, the same thing here. Dignitas needs a lot more help, but like M80, like if they qualify, they might only need a top 4 to force a tiebreaker. So whoever loses that match, the season is over for that squad as well. But say M80 wins, they have a better chance to force tiebreakers. Dig would have to win the entire event and get some help, while M80 very likely would only need a top 4 and need a little bit of help. So we'll have to see how it all pans out, but all 3 matches, it's win or go home.
3's team stories ending here right now. The players are getting loaded onto the pitch and ready to go. We are going to be covering M80 versus Dignitas here on the main stream. The other matches you can find across the Twitch category here. And, you know, it's a phrase that gets said a lot, Stacks, in sports, that, like, it's never meant more, you know, like, this is the match that matters the most, but it feels a little bit trite. I don't know, a little bit overused, but there's a truth to that for these players, especially for players like Stizzy, that this is their first opportunity to make it this far. This match matters so much.
Yeah, and for, you know, even for players like Gyro and Arsenal, who have had so much to prove over on the Dignitas side, because that roster has been in turmoil the entire calendar year. And then you look over on the M80 side, and, you know, the kind of similar risks that they've taken to what Gen G did, investing in players from outside the region coming over, and it could all just fall flat right here, anticlimactically, before the final playoff. So, you know, I mean, you can see the pressure that's going to be on the faces of these players. I mean, some might mask it better than others, but right now I feel like in a lot of cases their skin's got to be crawling at the prospect of what's next if they lose here.
Yeah, and even Dignitas, they made roster moves throughout this qualifier process. Like, at first it was Evo in the squad. Then they're like, maybe we made a mistake. Let's bring back Gyro. That's worked a lot better. But at the end of the day, you're in the 2-2 round where you have to win. And it's going to come down to those big play moments. How can you hype up your team and keep that momentum going? Like M80, that roster was built to make majors. And every Friday, we see them look like a major qualifying team, yet they're 0-5 in quarterfinals. They would love another crack at the quarterfinals to break that curse and possibly make London, possibly make the World Championship. Literally everything is on the line. All the roster moves, or the moving across the ocean to play Rocket League, all comes down to this.
Hashtag M80, hashtag DIG, hashtag dig, if you think Dignitas has that one there. And who do we think is going to be taking this one down, gentlemen? I feel like you could flip a coin. I can flip a coin if we want and see which way we think this one's going to go. Stacks, who you got?
Boy, in this one, I mean, you look at the matchups and who they've played, and I think Dignitas is the favorite because they've probably played a slightly tougher path to get here, especially on this day. But you know, it's hard to bet against M80 here, I think, because again, they have had that kind of Swiss aura around them. And, you know, when it comes down to consistency, you look at the two rosters and I go, okay, who do I trust more under fire? I take M80.
I mean, the coin also takes M80 in this spot here with them going blue. But I think Dignitas has had, I think, a better day across the board today. M80 has had, this is easily the roughest appearance we've seen from M80, and they had to reverse sweep G Buffo just to get to this round here. Meanwhile, Dignitas, they do get swept by Space Station, but I think their brains are going to be in a slightly higher gear, having played a more difficult opponent coming into this match, Gibbs.
Yeah, I feel like on paper, you would say M80 isn't looking like the favorite, but that momentum, winning 3 in a row and Dig losing 3 in a row, I think there's a chance that the momentum will change here. But M80, the last time we saw them on stream, it was Game 5, big moment versus Luminosity, and that game got out of their hand quickly. It was 9-3 a result on Champions Field. So M80, calm the nerves. We know they have nerves when there's big moments. Can they finally get over it here? I'm going to bet on them for M80.
Chat is going with Dignitas. We're split on the desk, but we're going to be narrowly going for M80 on this one, folks. Both these teams, so much to play for. Mainly that if you lose, your season is over. It's true for every match here in round 5. 3 massive stories about to take their next step. It's M80 versus Dignitas.
All right, here we go. It comes down to one final match. Yeah, I'll pull double duty. Why not? Let's go. Round 5, you got 2 teams playing for their tournament lives, for their season lives. Dignitas, M80, a lot of inconsistency throughout every weekend. Why not have all the chaos unfold right here as we kick it off on Manfield?
And one of the most chaotic teams to face, M80, who out of the 3 of the 4 matches that they've had have gone to Game 5. M80 can be affected by nerves, but can they close out cleanly against Dignitas, who had a good start to their day, but find themselves in round 5 as well?
I mean, teams have had their ups and downs throughout the day. It's been almost a microcosm of their entire seasons. And especially on the Dignitas side, remember, they're trying to kind of pave their way into a major where they didn't make a main event during one of the open qualifiers, as that shot ricochets around off at the defensive Nas. And now it is Jorius trying to play forward. That free flip got him forward, but now Nas up the ladder, ran out of juice. And while M80 are threatening, they're not quite getting that key touch, that key look onto the Dignitas net. Now Stizzy, I had a lot to work with, or at least a lot to shoot at, but nothing in the tank.
That's the thing. M80 have been running on like no boost throughout that offense. There's only so much you can do with that. We're able to stabilize on that front, but then Stizzy helps Dignitas cross the boundaries into the blue half. Jorius, AJ, and Nas playing together on the front. This will go to AJ first. How does he center this ball out using all the boost in the tank and not even keeping possession is a rough look, and Jorius everyone's ramming their heads into Dignitas, but Dignitas are still like getting an offense going out of all that.
Well, the scoreboard watching for at least the fans will be commencing throughout as this one drops down for Stizzy. Tried to play it close to the vest. Nas is gonna at least give him a look, but now it's AJ trying to kick it into high gear. It's been a disappointing split for this whole M80 squad, and they have a chance to turn it all around by playing their way into the London Major, and then a shot at punching their ticket to the World Championship in Fort Worth later on in the year. Nas wins the race to the boost. Can he get the read on Gyro? He certainly does, but there's nothing else there as Dizzy pops it away, avoids contact, and all day to play this away does Gyro. Ooh, put a little move on as well.
Yeah, Dignitas look like a very confident team, and M80, I'm seeing them dive at the ball with not really assessing how much boost they really have, so they're not even making contact, and they put themselves out of position. So M80 are really just brawling right now, but now Stizzy almost getting that ball was looking mighty threatening as this lands in Arsenal's lap, but no, AJ sends it away. And M80 have Nas to look forward to. The double touch off the sidewall. Jorius from up high with Gyro and Arsenal ready off the crossbar. It's an easy save as AJ mind games against Arsenal and almost setting up Nas for success.
Only 3 shots out of Dignitas. They've all come out of Stizzy, at least the ones that have been on target. Gyro's trying to set up Arsenal. Instead, he has to dive into the corner. Stizzy gave it a look as well. He's quickly onto this ball, and he can create from here. We've seen him do it all day, but that one blocked away by Nas. And now another one lobbed forward. Arsenal won't get credit for a shot. Now he will, as he follows it up off the miss up top.
Where is M80 going? Like, there's somebody on the backboard, and, you know, it's a weak touch. But M80 were leaving, like, okay, guys, counterattack time, let's go. But it's a touch that just goes straight down instead of straight out. And Dignitas take full advantage.
I think you see that ball just very slowly floating up on the backboard, and you think DeJory's going to clear that powerfully downfield all day, and that did not happen, and it all blew up on M80. AJ almost got it back, but Stizzy is in the way, and now Nas, he'll go back to the kitchen and can't cook anything up. That's over. AJ's headed in. Stizzy adds to his tally.
Well, that is not what she wanted to cook up, that is for sure. And Stizzy with a straight up clear, and AJ's in the midfield, but just too far forward, and so that goes over his head, and Dignitas will lead by 2 as M80 are breaking themselves down in the boost department, which really hurts their options and how they're able to keep up with Dignitas. And now AJ, okay, doesn't need no boost. What a shot.
Oh, this is what M80 fans have been waiting for out of AJ, to start scoring in crunch time where nobody else has the offense going. Somebody has to step up. AJ, as good a candidate as anybody. And if he can do that, it's going to be very good for M80. This is blocked away by Nas. And
he's scary.
Oh, he is. AJ, nothing else there as Stizzy blocks him on the ground. He can get around on this, though. Jorius can't win the race to the corner boost. And it is Stizzy and Dignitas in full control in the final minute.
AJ, what the heck was that? You see him fly by. But hey, Dignitas, Gyro against AJ, Stizzy coming from the corner, salvages the situation, helps Dignitas get out of dodge, but an awkward touch gives a chance for Jorius to throw down a shot. Now Nas up for the ceiling, loses control of it, and it lands into AJ, but with all the traffic from Dignitas, M80 still can't seem to puncture in. That's a big win for AJ, but where is the support? The second man is too far back for M80. With 17 seconds, they gotta have a lot last hurrah.
AJ doing all he can. He's gonna need some help. Nas coming up as well. Out of the corner, Jorius to tie the game!
He's done it. This isn't over, but a win against Arsenal. And look at the recovery from Jorius. Throwing this above Stizzy. Nothing to work with. Dignitas getting drained in that last minute. We'll decide if we go into OT based on how this kickoff breaks down, as AJ gets a hand up first against Gyro, reads it well. Jorius wanting to push on forward before Stizzy clears it above the midfield. Now Gyro with no boost was depending on Stizzy, but Jorius sends it back to sender, and with that touch landing on the ground, we go to OT for game 1.
Now why not have another overtime? Let the chaos ensue here as AJ wins the race to the midfield boost. Forces that through the corner, but can't kick that out to a teammate. Nas was waiting. Jorius all the way back. Now Stizzy couldn't get around on a shot. And Nas let that one get away. This could really be trouble for M80 defensively, but Gyro couldn't keep that ball under control. That's a huge break for M80, and this breaks their hearts in game 1. Stizzy does it again.
Dude, Stizzy was in the net, the M80 net, and just drove out, put himself in a better position so he could be a passing option, and it worked out for Dignitas. They just are really able to cause so much chaos into that backline of M80. So Dignitas happy with that game 1, already looking exhausted. I don't blame them. Round 5 of Swiss with the season on the line. Dignitas will pull through, but in an OT situation, which shouldn't have even happened based on how the game started.
All right, so hold on. After hearing all the complaints during the break Like, but LG and C9 are playing each other. Like, I want to watch that instead. We have finally, I believe, successfully dragged Herc away from that match and over to this match, and we've sat her down in front of her and gone, you will pay attention to this match. We'll let you know how your two teams that can barely get out of Swiss on a regular basis are doing. I don't think we have her yet. She's still making her way over here. So, listen, with game one out of the way, you.
Okay, now I'm back. Allegedly. Hello, everybody. Oh my goodness. Okay, everything is gonna be clean and clear from here on out. Unlike Arsenal's room, bro. Okay, clean your room. Anyway, take your wins. We're back into game two. That was kind of nuts. I was actually watching both games, and you made mention that it was an OT that shouldn't have happened, and I could not agree more. However, Dignitas,
I'm a hater, I know.
They don't look bad. I mean, oh, this is a nuts series.
Dignitas don't look bad, but it's M80 that have to clean up. It's Dizzy, okay, he beats the one defender, but Dignitas aren't really making contact with the second man. It's a lot of these solo plays, and M80, it's not gone the way. They've clawed their way back, though.
Hey, I feel like that is the M80 way, clawing her way back from any deficit in any round of the Swiss. They are the merchants, though, so as far as history is concerned, they are expected to come out of this successfully. However, Dignitas, they're giving them a run for their money on it. Gyro to himself, no boost though, means it could be a take back for M80, but Arsenal waiting in the wings, trying to get under one, not enough. Nas trying to clear out. It's a slow stop at mid, and Dignitas looking pretty solid.
And good saves out of M80. Dignitas, though, are cycling their players forward, so it's been sustained pressure that's starting to make you worry, especially with M80. Two players without boost. Gyro crashing into AJ, who's been stoic in the net. Now Stizzy against Nas and Jorius. It comes out, and Arsenal just couldn't adjust in time. But again, Dignitas fight for possession where Gyro didn't have enough boost to keep up with the ball. Arsenal kind of with the fake as Stizzy wanted to land into Nas, and the mind games work out. Dignitas score!
The setup was so crystal clear, and yet somehow Nas just couldn't make connection to intercept it. And there you have it, early game lead. Back to Dignitas, which is not what you want if you're M80, because they're headed towards that match point right now. But can we get a response? Jorius off, headed towards the backboard. Great read there from Gyro, but Nas to try and keep it going. This one could go down over to AJ. Pass, tries to go for the upper 90. No follow-up, no finish from Jorius either. Maybe Nas could be third time's the charm, but the Arsenal save pulls through.
Yeah, Nas really needed to hit that shot. It was such a beautiful setup, and now we'll make up for it with the double demo, and it opens up the net, but Stizzy saves it for Dignitas. But M80, man, they had a couple of rebounds that had Dignitas thinking twice about it, but the fact that, man, M80 didn't score there is insane.
Hey, listen, the pressure's not done yet. They are still taking shots on this one. Arsenal, though, a half a tank to work with. Gets past one. Can he get past Nas? He's taking his time. He's trying to take their boost. The boost stealing could be pretty impactful for this squad as far as offense is concerned, but this falls to the hands of Jorius. He can't get past Arsenal. He takes control back. He's just trying to slow things down and go forward. Here comes Stizzy, the one that everybody's had their eyes on all season, was wondering if this was going to work out for him or not, and so far it has. 2:14 on the clock. It's an attempted save, goes to the crossbar, shot opportunity, goes backwards, and here comes M80 back on defense.
Stizzy is so annoying. He's just buzzing around them, 50ing everything. Like M80 just finally could clear now as Stizzy denies the backboard and will allow Gyro to move forward, but he was still kind of adjusting off the back wall, so it gave a chance for M80. Put some punches in. Stizzy against Jorius, man. Stizzy really knows how to manipulate the ball when he's in these isolated scenarios. With Gyro gone, though, it's up to Arsenal. It slots it perfectly high.
You have to be ready. The name of the Dignitas game for years has has been that there was always going to be somebody set up in the infield or the center waiting for a wayward shot or an intentional setup. And there you have it, the follow through from Arsenal. Dignitas up 2-0.
Here's Nas having a full tank to use to get across. And they really like to just slam this backboard and then try to fight for possession in the corners. But, oh, wow, what a shot from Nas. I wasn't sure that was going in. Okay, he makes up for the previous play and keeps M80 within 1.
Oh, man, I was trying to see who was supposed to be back on this. So it's Stizzy. No boost. He just tried to at least see if the jump would have been enough, but it was just over. 1 goal lead is all that remains after that shot goes in. 1:20 off the ceiling. Here comes Joreus, goes for the pitch. He actually turns it into a 50. Can he get the dunk? No. Gyro kept that one out. And pressure still sustained as AJ pops this one up. And Arsenal gonna try and send it off. Joreus takes his shot opportunity, but it's off to the side.
M80 are challenging everything. Full tank of boost. I'm sending it, boys. See you later. And it's made Dignitas stuck. And maybe these gaps. And it's hitting the cars of M80. Finally, AJ will slot in. That'll equalize things 2-2.
Oh my gosh. I mean, dude, the fact that he accidentally slowed it down and you still managed to find your way in is a testament to how hungry M80 are to stay in the fight. You got less than a minute to go. It's a tied game. That's really important for yourselves to keep the momentum going. AJ over 1 off the kickoff. 46 seconds of response after just moments away. And M80 officially steal the lead.
Oh, Arsenal almost got a hand up. It came at an angle and the ball just forced its way through. The fact that Dignitas start with these leads, but then M80 make you go, wait a minute. I am sat and I am watching as Arsenal, no boost. It's hard to use this reset on the ground. M80 move forward to pave their way as Joreus is just going to disengage from that as Gyro takes the ball high, leaving it to Stizzy. No, it's a little too far forward for him, but at least the setup begins for Dignitas. But Joreus with the long send away and not allowed to have that second touch.
Nope, there's no allowance off that one. Big clear here from Nas. Everybody racing back. If that had floated, that would have been horrible, but the chances are still alive. There's enough for one last play here. Gyro reset, trying to get over Nas. He does successfully, but the follow doesn't come through. Nas is going to clear this one back. Arsenal, he's got to keep this up. Pass this over to a teammate, Stizzy, to collect. You see Gyro trying to go for any sort of a disruption or a path opening, and this one falls on Gyro's car. Nas looking to kill this ball. They're trying to hit the ground. It's still up in the air, but the kill comes through. M80 take game number 2.
Just in the blink of an eye, M80 stole back the lead. First, it was this like chaotic spaghetti on the floor, all 3 cars jamming into the net, and it almost didn't even go in. And then AJ cheats it off kickoff to give M80 the lead for that second. So it took 13 shots. It took a bit of luck and a bit of chaos, but M80, they thrive in that.
They honestly do, which is a good thing. I mean, we've seen it all season long. M80, there's a reason they're called the Swiss Merchants. Usually that means you're going up 3-0 or 3-1 in the Swiss, but in game 5, round 5, you can't count them out. What is this, 13 shots to 8? Although, yes, that is somewhat close. For M80 to be putting on 13 and getting 3 of them in, that's really big, especially for how defensive Dignitas can be.
Yeah, the M80 offense developed and finally went through kind of an evolution of cocoon to butterfly from game 1 to game 2, where they were still kind of settling down from, I think, being in round 5 and knowing what's on the line. So nerves can get to M80. I think that's why we've seen them not play at their peak in the quarterfinals, and you need to see that kind of peak here in round 5 because the season ends for one of these teams and our series is tied 1-1.
Yep, this is it. Do or die for both of these teams. M80 looking to head back into the playoffs and break the curse of round one, while Dignitas on the other end of things is just trying to show everybody what they're capable of. They brought back Gyro in, I believe, for Evo. They're just trying their hardest to find a team that clicks and works, and clearly it's been on the positive side so far. It's just a question of, can you close your season out in Swiss and continue on to the playoffs?
When Nas was playing deep and out of position, at least he gets a demo, so it allows M80 to fight for this midfield a lot better, and almost slot this into the corner. Oh, this crossbar is just getting it today. Nas pops it up to buy some time for Jorius with full boost, but that M80 threat has dwindled for a second as AJ just escorts the ball right into the wall of Dignitas. And they keep trying to demo their way through the right side as AJ presents himself through the front, but Dignitas have saved everything. This is where those 13 shots from M80 come from, by the way, is once this offense begins, it feels like it never ends. And Nas kills the ball right into the box, but M80 just couldn't get a shot in, not before Dignitas beat him to it.
It's finally a big clear. Gyro leaves it, no connection. It's an on-shot target shot. That's a bad way to word that, but it was a great save.
I got you.
Sent over to the other end of the field. But reminder, this is what I talked about before. Again, the Dignitas style, heavy on the defense. They play a very patient game. They allow M80 to take these shots. It's a double off the backboard. No follow-up from Nas. He just jumps down and leaves it for Arsenal to try and make a clear, but even that is not enough. Gyro is the one to send this out towards mid, but Nas sends it right back.
Bro, this is like M80 shots off the crossbar. Like, they would have just been up by so many more goals. And then the cleanup, I mean, if you have to go for the third shot, Dignitas have eventually are structured enough to not let this through unless Jorius from down low.
You want to talk about structure? Look at this shot. Nas spots Jorius. Jorius goes, if I go perfect, bottom 90. That is so far out of reach from any defender. It is perfect placement. It is a slot and a half, 1-0 up for M80.
Being able to play from a lead position too is certainly nice, as AJ trying to control the ball off the side, and oh, dangerous shot coming in. Jorius contesting off the ceiling. He's just that kind of guy. And even getting a demo. And it's chasing Stizzy around. AJ will collect, but it gets Arsenal with the win off the ceiling and just makes sure to tuck it into the corner. Wants that quality opportunity for Dignitas, but not getting the assistance that Arsenal needed there with Dignitas. Oh, that shot from AJ forces Arsenal back. And now how does Dignitas make space from here?
I mean, they're getting forced into their own half. Finally, they're able to break out, but it's only thanks to an AJ back pass over to Nas, because as soon as it starts, it begins again. They just transition so quickly onto the Dignitas defense. It's a demo to try and open up. Gyro, great save and clear over to Arsenal. It's a shot off the crossbar and nobody to follow through. It was an opportunity gone wayside in Dignitas. You gotta make use of those. There it is. That's the one. That's what I was talking about. You gotta have the second person ready to go.
And it starts with Gyro to Arsenal, and even then that looked scary, but Jorius couldn't get the clear, and this comes out to Dignitas to take full advantage. 1-1. Man, M80 have gone to so many darn game 5s that they're okay with trying to outlast Dignitas.
I mean, they play a very good, I guess you would say, long game. It doesn't tire them out. They almost seem to build momentum off of it. They're definitely a marathon type of team, right? Not a sprint, which is not a bad thing, especially in moments like this where you have Dignitas being able to match what you're putting out onto the field. Stizzy tries to go for the double. Great read there from AJ to keep it out. And Nas, big clear upfield, redirect from Jorius, this time not on target, and the save comes through, and Dignitas keep this at a tied game.
Yeah, the double was cute for a montage, but yet your second man ready for the pass. If you would have just gotten out of the way from the bounce, it would have been a better shot. Either way, 1 minute left. This pinches out to Jorius with a full tank. It travels off the ceiling with no boost and works out to slow down the play. But then M80 just lob shots that are easy to save. But look how they just fight for possession with the demos too. And it's forced Dignitas to use boost to get up high. And Stizzy to Naz, back to Arsenal for a Dignitas lead.
The Dignitas special works again. It is pure follow-ups, pure teamwork, the cleanest rotations out there on the field right now. 38 seconds between Dignitas and match point, or can M80 respond? Nas up to himself under 1 and nobody to follow the shot up.
Jorius mistimed that, and look how Arsenal sensed it and almost, oh wait, this just goes in. Well, we have an interesting game from an open net like that from Clears that, man, it got me really head scratching there.
I mean, basically, Gyro, I don't know what he was doing. I think he was going off to the side for boost or taking a wide one, but Stizzy pushing up right to mid, not being able to intercept the clear, that's kind of where it went off on it. And of course, any M80 shot, as far as a long one is concerned, is gonna most likely be on target. So they caught them off guard. 12 seconds left. Trying to steal the game here is Stizzy, but Jorius to send off to the side. Nas in the air. Got enough in the tank to carry over Gyro. Can he carry this one to the backboard? It is possible. It's still up from Arsenal. Stizzy's gonna try and meet him there. This one might hit the ground though, and it does. And we've got ourselves our first OT.
The fact that M80 haven't been punished for playing so deep into their net is so crazy. Dignitas had so many chances to score, but we'll settle this in OT. Who will go to match point? It's Nas. Jorius knocking Gyro out of the way, forces Stizzy on a one-on-one that he wins. Couldn't get the follow-up second touch though, as AJ to Nas to Jorius. How does he slot this? And it's a fake. He actually went for a pass back to Nas, and somehow Dignitas, they survive and hope to fight back.
They're still going, and correction, I did say first OT, it's not, it's second. First one, Dignitas came out on top, but Jorius is trying to put an end to that here. Stizzy with the save, follow-up from AJ is wide, and 41 seconds in, finally, M80 are getting their shots. It's a double on target from none other than Jorius to steal game number 3.
There's just 2 players running without boost. M80 were boost starving them, and it was about time that Jorius got the double that he wanted. M80 will go to match point to see if they can outlast Dignitas here in round 5 and make it to the top 8.
I have an interesting stat. Every game we have watched between these two has been a 3-2 scoreline. 2 of them in OT. They traded off the wins there, but 3-2 every single round.
Well, when it comes to game 5s, at least for this Swiss, M80 are 1 and 2. So they've lost more game 5s than they've won. So we'll see if M80 even get to that point. But man, Dignitas, you feel like they should be looking stronger in the series. It was M80 that started with the lead, but Dignitas's offense, it hasn't reached that full potential, it feels like.
No, they definitely haven't. And I'm gonna be honest, I feel like you could say that for both teams.
Yeah, that's kind of true.
I've seen what felt like the peak of the M80 potential. We all saw that. I think this was in the last qualifier, number 5. That was closer to when I felt like M80 was at their peak. Dignitas, however, I really feel like I haven't gotten to see them at their absolute height of what they're capable of. We get glimpses of it with these like 3-person passing plays at times, but the question is, who prevails when the pressure is on, right? This is it. This is match point for M80. The potential to end the Dignitas season is right here.
Dignitas, we're gonna need everything. Oh, one-on-one actually. Stizzy, good win there, but Dignitas, we're gonna need all the help they could get. Like, they need to win this whole qualifier to try and make the major plus sum. So this will be quite the scrap for who makes it out. And with M80 getting demoed, the ball is back in Dignitas's court. And now that AJ is missing, Gyro Naz do a little dance in the air until AJ punctures through. Ready to slam into Arsenal. But Stizzy, he likes to take the ball high and use all his boost to do so, but you have to put trust in Gyro and Arsenal to really help vanquish this defense.
I'll be honest, in a game 4 like this on match point, the way to win has got to be through defense. Dignitas is going to put any shot towards the net now. They don't care if it's wide. They're just going to try and wear down the rest of M80. And it's a big clear out. Gyro there to collect. He's going to take his time, and this is what I was talking about, right? It's just one shot after the other. Attempt to get the double. No space given from Nas, and it's a clear back out mid.
Even Arsenal is able to slow down the play, and Nas will be out of it for the moment, leaving Arsenal in a 1-on-2. And M80, they make magic happen with very low boost defensively, but still possession for no Dignitas. Actually, Nas kind of setting up Jorius, who's too far forward, so he goes for the bumps, and AJ takes the shot, and Stitch pops it up. AJ recovers, and Jorius too far to the right to body block Arsenal from getting out.
And here's a collection around the corner from Stizzy. Nas again, so secure on that backboard. They are not giving Dignitas any space, and it's a big demo, a big clear, but Stizzy sends it right back. Gyro to try and finish it. Can Stizzy get the angle? No, it's Jorius to intercept, and that's what you need if you're M80. No fear, all challenges, 3 minutes left on the clock, and Dignitas is forcing M80 to run back home. And well, they've got things to say about it. Here comes Jorius trying to attempt shot. This one just sent back, and Nas is gonna have to race back for this ball.
Okay, he gets one and gives AJ almost an open out until Stizzy came from the corner. Stizzy, man, he's been so dependable in this series. Even offensively, he will deliver. Dignitas with the lead.
There's been so many questions around Stizzy. Was he the right choice? Is it time to give new players their turns? I feel like the answer is yes. He competes at a high level. He looks good doing it. He's keeping Dignitas in the game. Half of regulation left to go. Can M80 catch up?
Dignitas have 3 shots, and most of them to Stizzy with the goal and 4 saves. Like, Stizzy is gonna drag his team to victory, whatever it takes. But if he's your goated player, like, he's using all his boosts to do these setups, and you need them to be, the rest of his team to be in positions that are good options. This is Gyro just tried to play the games against AJ and Arsenal and Stizzy. Now step up, go up high with it, and Gyro takes the shot. AJ with the initial save, but Arsenal with the cleanup.
I've got to give it kudos to Arsenal what feels like a million times now. He has gone for the cheat up and the follow just in the off chance that the shot doesn't find its way through. Arsenal is lurking, waiting for the waterfall, and it has worked out for them so many times. It's a 2-goal lead here, an attempt for M80 to come back in this one. AJ tries to push over into that orange half. As soon as he tries, he's sent back home as Dignitas start to push forward.
M80 still haven't scored yet, and they're on match point. This could go to 5 unless M80 figures something out as Nas and Stizzy collide in the corner, and now it's up to AJ to hold the midfield, and the ball pops to the side. And Arsenal, well, he doesn't have any boost, and he cycled off with a player who had one. So M80 can push forward off of this. Jorius with a full tank. Gyro, roll 1 disrespected there. Jorius and friends run into Dignitas. They gotta go for more demos, it feels like. It's Arsenal above the head. Another high ball that he scores off of.
Who was left? Was that AJ? He had 12 in the tank, I think. Yeah. Oh, he follows it. His car just down. The angle, not enough to make a tiny touch on this ball. They extend the lead to 3 now. You're looking for 3 goals just to equalize on Dignitas in this game number 4. Match point running away from M80. Potential game 5 to see who gets to continue their season.
Oh, AJ with a shot saved by Stizzy, but Arsenal has been so incredibly clutch for Dignitas, even in the, okay, this is gonna be another open net, 4-0 with 41 seconds left. Arsenal just knows how to clutch up when his team needs to. Even in that SSG Game 7 a while ago, like, he really starts putting up the numbers when everything is on the line. hat trick for Arsenal. Dignitas up by 4. It's do or die for M80.
40 seconds on the clock. A million follow-ups from Arsenal. Gyro's trying to get one of his own. Can he put in another one? Not this time. Just a bit high. 30 seconds left on the clock. Might be too little, too late for M80 to catch up here. Dignitas finally finding a wave of momentum again in the series. It's round 5 of Swiss. It's do or die moments for these teams. You can get one for the road home, but I've never seen 3 in 11 seconds. I've seen it in 16, but I don't think 11's enough.
It wouldn't be an M80 series without going to a game 5. This would be their now 4th one. Well, as Dignitas have only gone to 1 game 5, it was against NRG, and they came out ahead, of course. That's why they're here. But who will be able to outlast the other? This was not a good M80 offense. Just a tough one.
Man, I mean, to be fair, if you have watched M80 throughout the season, in a lot of the times when a game completely runs away from them, I feel like they just accept it and they don't really waste too much energy trying to force a comeback. They just kind of go with the flow of it. Like even off the kickoff here, it's like AJ's not forcing himself to try and find the double. It just appears, right? But M80 aren't going to waste their energy in last moments. They're going to save it all for game 5 and come out swinging. Dignitas, on the other hand, they got to hold on to the feeling of stealing this game away from M80 as this one hits the ground. Dignitas will force a game 5.
In the game before this one, I mean, there were flashes in the pan from M80 where they would steal away leads from just kickoff goals with AJ or just kind of a scramble on the defensive front from Dignitas. It's Arsenal just really moisturized there. Nice. Okay.
He takes care of himself, okay?
Hard guy.
He takes care of
Moisturized and in his lane.
Yeah.
Right.
He's focused. He's locked in. So's Panda. Panda's vibing. It's just good vibes for Dignitas. They're not too stressed out. I feel like if anything in this position, it's more of M80's game to attempt to win now. And I would have said otherwise. However, for M80 to have struggled as much as they did to try and, slow down Dignitas, that's not a good sign headed into this game 5.
Just love the way that Arsenal, where he slots the ball too, just right below the crossbar, just right above the hand up from M80's side. And even Stizzy has been so productive offensively and defensively. Like, Stizzy is all over the place. I'd probably go cross-eyed just trying to keep up with him. Just a young, scrappy player. And Dignitas, they're, like you said, they're happy with how that game went. M80 are the ones that have to go back to the drawing board. And I think the demos help them really seek that chaos and be able to just run down the field and hopefully bulldoze Dignitas.
Yeah, the demos did their best, but it wasn't quite what they needed. Game 5, though, officially underway. Can M80 slow down Stizzy? Can anybody stop Arsenal from following up a shot? And will AJ finally become the striker that we all know he is here in Game 5? Let's find out.
This is already massively an improved M80 compared to game 1. Like, their boost management has gotten better. They have boost in the tank to go for these aerials, and they're not caught completely dry. That's even steals that one, and this could be the start of keeping Dignitas trapped. But Jorius actually doesn't scoop up the ball and gets at least a touch to kind of readjust the read out of Dignitas. But M80 had a chance to build momentum off of that.
Speaking of momentum building, Dignitas, defensively, they've looked really well. It's just a question, can he keep it up here? This one floating in the corner. Gyro can pop this one. Can he get past Jorius? Not quite. Great read there from Jorius, though. Got to give it to him. So this one floats out into the mid. AJ pass over to Jorius. Tempt to go towards net, but man, is Dignitas ready. They are in a line, forcing this ball out of their net.
Yeah, Dignitas have put up so many good saves, but M80 are trying to put their backs against the wall. AJ challenging right in front of the net. Gyro approaches it well. Jorius shoved out of the way, and Arsenal couldn't find Nas in time. So Dignitas ward off the storm, and Okay, Arsenal to the side where Nas beats him to it. Jory's looking for bumps, and AJ could slot it in. But Nas also with a free ball that now Stizzy and Gyro collectively try to go after. And Dignitas just need a mental reset.
Oh man, you see the plan too from M80. They're sending one up, just going for the bumps and the demos. There's AJ already trying to start it, but somehow Dignitas has just continued to prevail and now successfully found their way through. It's Stizzy with a long clear from mid and onto the board.
Not the first time this has happened. And Dignitas will lead this game, and M80 having to play from behind, especially with how the last game ended. M80 have gotten so close to building up an offense that would have Dignitas start to stress, but M80 then start to lose full control and they can't get it done as Stizzy with the demo too almost had to drop down to his second man. And Arsenal contest the midfield. Gyro with barely any boost sends it to the blue half where Stizzy and Arsenal with full boost can contend with. As Gyro setting up Arsenal with what little he has left, and M80 running headfirst into this. Arsenal to Stizzy. All M80 can do is watch and try to get a hand up. Yeah, M80 slowed down the play, but how do they get out?
They're trying their hardest to just force a clear or anything, but it's tiny touches from Dignitas that kept that blue side so long. This pinch off the ceiling from Gyro goes back, but Arsenal just waiting in the wings for it. AJ's gonna force the challenge and forward, double off the side here. It's a big pop up there from Gyro. Low boost means it's gonna be a hard follow. And Stizzy goes for the demo. Arsenal's up next, but Nas slowing things down. Pinch off the ground, tried to go towards net. This one gets stopped mid. And here comes another 50. This one in favor of M80s. Could be short-lived with two in the mid here as Nas is up next. Arsenal clears back, and it's just a tug-of-war in the mid for control on this ball. It's finally a breakaway, and as soon as it goes, it stops. It's M80 in control.
I'm more worried about Dignitas somehow, even though they're in a lead, because they've been permanently on defense, it feels like, for the past minute or two. But I guess it says more about how M80 have had so many chances, and a good win from Gyro. Needs to wait for the corner boost. That's not there. Will be called off, and Stizzy wants to set up a plan to get some insurance, but Arsenal can't get that 50 against AJ. Back to the blue half we go, where Jorius, where AJ is deep infield getting that pass. But it's not like a redirect that was even on target or even somewhat threatening.
Officially 1 minute left. That is it. Right now, Dignitas in the lead. Musty from Jorius forward. It's not fast enough. Stizzy keeps it out. Nas, another touch from the corner. This one up high. AJ's gonna try and beat Stizzy out, and Stizzy's just respecting it. And it's left here, falls to the hands of Stizzy. Tries to beat past Nas, not enough. Even on low boost, this one still goes in favor of Dignitas. They're back on offense, where they've looked so comfortable all series long. In the last 30 seconds, can somebody formulate a play here? It's a bump and a shot, and Stizzy sends it off.
Just 22 seconds until Dignitas return to the playoffs. And M80, the season ends here, but Nas to Jorius off the corner. Doesn't have enough power to that bounce, and Dignitas have better reads. Dignitas just have to not take any risks as M80's offense, it needs to flourish here and now, but Gyro gets in the middle of all of their plans. And now M80 have to cross from coast to coast and just will be going out with a whimper. The ball is still in the air, but for not much longer. Dignitas, move on!
I love the screams from Dignitas back in the playoffs where they've been longing to be for so long, taking down M80. The Swiss Merchants is what they were nicknamed all season, but now they miss out on playoffs. Dignitas up next. You can see the celebrations from everybody, the hugs from Panda, the former world champion from the respective org as well. Nothing but congratulations to them. Dignitas, we will see you tomorrow in the playoffs.
Back-to-back top 8s for Dignitas, where they had a real chance to go to the semifinal when they took SSU to Game 7, and I mean, SSG are surely on their road. Actually, probably have already qualified to the top 8. So I wonder if they're going to have that rematch. But it's such a sad day, too, because this is the last qualifier for the major. And a lot of seasons are ending here. And with how much work M80 have done to beat the allegations, to maybe have some revenge if they could make it in the quarterfinals, to get past that high score, just haven't been able to even make it out of Swiss.
Nope, it just wasn't enough. This time Dignitas prevailed and they looked good doing it. They took M80 all the way to game 5. 1,000,000 shots from M80, but Dignitas had 1,000,001. Of course, this is the end of it, so we gotta send this over to the pros so you guys can find out what happened over on the side.
A wild day of action finally concluded here, and we have our top 8 for our final online open qualifier. Stacks is going to be G2, Dignitas, Space Station OG, Shopify, Luminosity, and Gen.G Moist as the top 8 teams in North America.
And of course, how has it gone all season long? You got G2 and Gen.G on opposite ends of the bracket, and then everybody else just scurrying around trying to play their way into the London Major, having to go around those two juggernauts. Good luck, everybody.
We'll see if anyone can do it here, Gibbs.
Yeah, it's got to be rough for M80. I'd say probably the most disappointing team, I think, on the year, unless K-Corp misses Worlds somehow. Not because of they were expected to do much at first. Like, I think most people expected them to be top 8 range, but just because of what they can show in Swiss versus the best of North America, but just couldn't show it on the weekends. Obviously 0-5 in quarterfinals. They miss out finally here. It was a tough year for them, for sure. That they gambled with the roster, moving people over from Europe, but it just didn't work out. But when there's a loser, there's also a winner. Dignitas, obviously, Qualifier 4 didn't even make it. Now they're alive narrowly. They basically probably have to win this entire qualifier to advance, but there is a chance, and that is the hope of all these top 8 teams. There is still a chance to make it to London, to make that World Championship run.
I mean, this had all the drama that you would expect as well. I mean, two teams that have been wildly inconsistent throughout this, especially this half of the season, playing for their season, playing for their lives, and and now you look at what's next, right? Because yes, Dignitas still has some life here. They need to win and get help, but now what is next for M80? There's a lot of months of uncertainty, not just for them, but for everybody else whose journey has been cut short here today.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what players do. Like, obviously we have a long break between London Major and then the World Championship. Then there's like the unknown of when we begin again. So like it all depends. But for this final top 8, every team that is in the top 8, they still have a chance. They still have a chance to save their year, to make that magical London Major run, make that magical World Championship run. So it's all going to come down to the bracket.
Folks, we got 4 matches to play tomorrow. Those quarterfinals will go as follows. We'll see G2 face off against Dignitas. We'll see Space Station play against OG Esports. Luminosity will face off against Rebellion. And Moist will do their best against Gen.G. There, Gen.G with, I think many people would look at this bracket and say, oh, Gen.G's got the easy side of the bracket here. But Rebellion are heating up right now, Stacks. I wouldn't count them out just yet.
No, it would be just like a team like Rebellion to kind of be almost, by their standards, middling throughout the entire season, and then right at the tail end, catch lightning in a bottle. They've got a good draw in Luminosity. That's certainly a winnable matchup for them. And then they would just go into Sunday with a fresh perspective, and you've got maybe a Gen.G, or if Moist brings the upset, all of a sudden you're looking at Rebellion's chances and going, hey, we really can win this, especially if chaos happens in the other half.
Well, folks, with these results today, we're left with these points on this half of the season. For going to Major 2 and for qualifying to London, these are how things look right now.
So I just want to point out real quick, I saw some tweets going out by some orgs, maybe a little bit preemptive, saying they've clinched London Major. Space Station, I'm calling you out here. But there are ways where Gen G and Space Station do not make it. They obviously are looking pretty good, but for instance, we'll just say if Rebellion beats OG in the grand finals and Gen G and Space Station lose in the first round, Space Station would have to lose because they're playing OG, but Gen G plays Moist. There could be a 4-way tie for spots 2 through 5. So then we would have to play some weird tiebreaker where only one team gets knocked out. So there is still ways for those teams to be eliminated. But realistically, right now, we are looking at OG. They have a 4-point lead on Rebellion. Cloud9 is out. They were out of the tournament, so they are done for the year. But Rebellion, 4-point gap. That is just one round. So with Rebellion, who has a very high seed, if they win and OG loses, they would be tied for 4th. Then after that, you look at Luminosity. They are 2 places behind. So if OG lose and Luminosity make it to a grand final, they could tie that 4th place spot. Moist is still alive. They would have to win the tournament. Dignitas is still alive. They would have to win the tournament. So everyone is alive. Everyone is hoping, though, that is behind OG, that they lose in that first round to make things a little extra spicy. But no one's clinched except for G2 sitting at that 44 points. Even Gen G and Space Station. Again, they might have to play a tiebreaker of some sort. So don't count your chickens just yet. Space Station on Twitter. It's not done just yet.
We do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 spots here that are TBD that will be determined this weekend. So make sure you keep your eyes peeled here on the broadcast. We'll get a lot of extra spots filled in here by the end, and we'll start to really have an understanding stacks of who is going to actually be competing in London.
You know, the longest shot that has a realistic chance for me is Shopify Rebellion. Like, where they only need to get to the finals. I know that means beating Gen G potentially along the way.
They don't need finals. They just need to win one. And if OG lose, then they'll be tied with OG.
No, right.
For the 4th place spot.
Right, yeah. But if they get to second,
sure,
they have OG lose in the quarters. That just by virtue of getting there, they know Luminosity's not going to win, and all of a sudden, Shopify Rebellion, we get Justin going back to London. Could you imagine the scenes?
It would be incredible. That would be a wonderful time, folks. If you want to see those scenes, ticketmaster.co.uk, you can be there too. Excellent event going to be happening here very, very soon. The end of June. You won't want to miss it. Tomorrow, we've got some craziness going down. You can also get your tickets to the World Championship. Those went live today. An excellent experience in Fort Worth. We had the first time. I'm sure we'll have another one this time around. I hope to see you guys there. And tomorrow's action begins at 9:30 Pacific. We'll have the pre-show live. And then at 10 a.m., we'll get that first match, Dignitas versus G2 underway. Dignitas, congratulations. You played the longest day today. Better get your sleep. You're starting things off tomorrow. We will close out the day with OG versus Space Station here at Gibbs.
Yes, I love that we're keeping OG last. They have the spot right now, but everyone is going to be rooting for them to lose. And if they do lose, it does open the door more for a lot of these other teams. Like if OG played first and they won, that actually would have knocked out a few of these teams before they even played. So I do appreciate that production put them last. So everyone is alive when they are playing their match, and it will mean the most to all these teams.
Well, folks, I hope to see you there. There are going to be some incredible days of... It's an incredible day of Rocket League. That's the sentence we're trying to say. It's been a long one here. We've seen a lot of Rocket League, and I'm excited to get ready for tomorrow. Hope to see you guys there. Again, 9:30 a.m. The pre-show kicks off at 9:30 a.m. Pacific with kickoff for the games starting half an hour later at 10 a.m. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for watching. See you tomorrow.
Anh Giang chết đi. nice move. Right, go. There you go.
So cute. At Ally, we're helping millions save more for the things that matter most to them. Whatever you're saving for, we're all better off with an Ally.
Get back to work.
Dickies Arena, Fort Worth, Texas. Welcome to Championship Sunday. This is the moment. Here, now, the final countdown to the final chapter.
No back and forth. It's turn after turn. Bumps it off. Now comes the follow. No one from G2's there. They went for the dunk. Now Monkey moves downfield. A pass in front. We are going to Champions Field.
and there's nowhere to run. Alright. Dropping the pin, pull up in 5 minutes. When I come through, it gets ridiculous. Locking the door, dress on the floor, got me wanting more. Was trying to be alone, didn't plan it, happened on its own. Now you're here and there's nowhere to run. Alright, if I had to choose, it'd be me and you. If there's no us, alright, nothing left to lose. There's no me and you. Where would I run? I wanna fall in deep, I wanna jump. I'm with you now and there's nowhere to run. Alright, you know I'm in it.